There are some houses that don't just keep secrets, they seem to breathe them. And sometimes the most frightening prisons are the ones built by the people meant to love you. Tonight, you're stepping into Flowers in the Attic by V.C. Andrews, a haunting Gothic story born from whispers Andrews claimed were tied to a real account she had once heard, mixed with the shadows of confinement and emotional captivity that seemed to echo through her own life. First published in 1979, this unsettling debut slipped quietly into the world, then refused to leave it, eventually reaching more than 40 million readers across generations and becoming a dark cultural phenomenon. Andrews went on to leave her mark with stories like My Sweet Audrina and an entire legacy of Gothic family sagas, while Flowers in the Attic itself found new life on screen, first in 1987, then again in 2014, before its world expanded even further with Flowers in the Attic, The Origin in 2022. As you listen, one small note before the doors open. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. And what waits ahead isn't a word-for-word reading of the novel. This is a third-person cinematic retelling, a journey through the darkness, the fear, and the fragile hope hidden beneath locked doors. Along the way, you'll uncover fascinating facts, adaptation secrets, and behind-the-scenes details that make this story even stranger than it first appears. Now take one last breath, because some attics were never meant to be opened. The story begins. She had always believed, with the unshakable faith of a very young child, that life was meant to be a single, endless summer day. That conviction had been forged in the warmth of a childhood so unremarkably happy that its details felt both vivid and elusive, ordinary in the best sense, neither rich nor poor, but perfectly middle class in their safe, sunlit neighborhood. Happiness had been the air they breathed. And at the center of that world stood her father. He was the anchor of it all, an impossibly handsome and vibrant man whose presence could turn a rainy Friday into a day of sunshine. His booming voice would fill the house the moment he crossed the threshold, calling for kisses, and she and her brother would burst from their hiding places to be swept into his arms. Those Friday afternoons were sacred, marked by small gifts from his pockets and a palpable shift in the household's energy. His arrival meant the world was whole again. Her mother's transformation on those days was a ritual she absorbed with a child's intense curiosity. The trip to the beauty parlor, the perfumed bath, the careful application of makeup, all of it was a kind of magic that turned a pretty woman into someone almost otherworldly. Her father, impossibly, seemed to believe this beauty was entirely natural, a testament to the love that colored everything in their home. That love was spoken of constantly, a language of reassurance and longing that her mother knew precisely how to answer without words. The world shifted one wintry afternoon when she and her brother arrived home, flushed with cold and full of chatter about the diamond-iced trees. Her mother was knitting by the fire, and something in her expression, or perhaps in her brother's worried gaze, made her look closer. When her mother placed her hand on the swell of her stomach, a strange, fluttering life stirred beneath her palm. The revelation of a new baby, or perhaps two, was delivered with joy, but it landed like a blow. She felt the ground of her certainties give way. She would be displaced, her place as the cherished baby usurped by these unseen intruders. She fled to her room, her tears a violent storm of jealousy and fear. She had already forecast her future, forgotten, ignored, no longer the center of her father's world. When her father came to her that evening, she met his soft, sad eyes with a glare of pure defiance. He had come to remind her that he would always have room for her in his heart, regardless of how many children followed. He spoke of a love that wasn't contingent on gifts, a love that had made her his very special girl from the start. The words, and the beautiful music box he had brought her, began to chip away at her resentment. He understood her fear, and his careful reassurance was like a balm. he wasn't replacing her. The babies, when they came, would be part of their family's richness, not a subtraction from her worth. In the warmth of his promise, she found herself clinging to him. Her fear quieted for the moment, though the shadow of that displacement never fully vanished. The perfect summer day had clouded over, but for now she was still in the sunshine of his love. She stood there, a child on the precipice of a world that had just shattered, watching her mother's face drain of all color and life. The words from the officer had landed like physical blows, each one stealing the air from the room. She saw her mother's hand flutter to her throat, saw the light in her eyes extinguish, and felt the tremors running through the woman who had always been the picture of composure. The food burning in the oven, the murmuring guests, the twins playing obliviously on the floor, all of it became a distant hum beneath the roaring in her ears. She couldn't accept it. Her father, with his sun-kissed skin and booming laugh, couldn't be reduced to a statistic, a tragedy reported by a stranger in a uniform. Her mind raced to find an alternative. A mistake, a case of mistaken identity, a mix-up that would be resolved any moment. She lashed out physically, beating her small fists against the officer's chest, her screams a desperate attempt to undo the reality that had been thrust upon them. Her brother had to pull her away, his own shock barely contained. Her mother's arms came around her, a cold comfort, while the guests swirled in their whispered condolences. She could feel her mother's body trembling, the same tremor that was running through her own. The room felt like a tomb, the festive decorations now mocking them, the birthday feast turning to ash in the warming oven. She looked at her brother, searching for something, a denial, a solution, a sign that this was all a terrible dream. But his face was pale and stunned, his eyes hollow with a grief that mirrored her own. The policeman's voice continued, emotionless, detailing the accident, the fire, the finality. She wanted to cover her ears, to run from the room and find a corner of the universe where her father was still alive. The officer mentioned belongings that had been recovered, things her father had carried with him. She didn't need to see them. She knew they would be there. His wallet, his watch, the small toys he had bought for the twins. The image of them, charred and scattered on a highway, was the final splinter that broke something inside her. Her scream had faded, replaced by the hollow ache of a knowledge that was too vast to comprehend. The party was over. Her perfect world had ended. The huddle of three, mother, daughter, and son, stood as a small island of disbelief in a sea of murmuring condolences. She watched her brother's face contort with a desperate hope, his voice cracking as he suggested the burned body might not be their father's. But her mother's sobs, raw and wordless, told a different truth. The guests swarmed with their useless pleasantries, and she felt the reality of it all begin to seep in, slow and cold, like water soaking into concrete. Her father was gone. She looked for the twins, grateful that someone had taken them away from this horror. The sight of his belongings laid out on the coffee table was the final, unbearable confirmation. She knew every piece: the wallet, the watch, the small toys meant for Corey and Carrie, the tie she had given him for his last birthday, now blackened and charred. The truth was undeniable. She fled, her feet carrying her out of the house and into the back garden where she could rage against the injustice. She beat her fists against the trunk of an old maple tree, the physical pain a welcome distraction from the hollow ache inside. When her tears were spent, her mother found her there, sitting on the grass under a crescent moon. The words of comfort about her father watching from heaven felt hollow, but her mother's presence was a tether to reality, even if that reality was unbearable. She had seen the body. She had confirmed the truth. In the days that followed, grief settled over their home like a heavy fog. Her mother retreated into a silent, colorless existence, unable to eat or care for herself. The neighborhood women filled the house with food and flowers, their sympathy a constant reminder of the void. She tried to find comfort in pretending her father was simply away on a business trip, but her mother's sharp rebuke shattered that fragile illusion. She was told to face reality, to accept that death was final. The words stung, but they were a necessary truth. The mention of her resemblance to her mother brought a fleeting moment of connection, a hint of the woman she might become. And when she confessed her hatred of God for taking her father, her mother's response was unexpected. A strange, almost detached comfort that he would remain forever young and strong in their memories. For a moment, the weight of grief seemed to lift, replaced by the fragile hope of her mother's promise to find a solution. But the shadow of loss remained, a permanent darkness that had seeped into the edges of their lives. The twins, sheltered in their own private world of twin speak and sandbox games, seemed untouched by the magnitude of their loss. She watched them, jealous and sad, knowing they would grow up with only a dim memory of the father who had adored them. And as she and her brother took on the role of caretakers, she felt the last vestiges of her childhood slipping away. The back garden, once a haven of sunshine, was now merely a reminder of what they had lost. The world had shrunk to the size of their grief, and there seemed to be no way out. Her mother's dismissal was offhand, distracted by the letter she was composing to grandparents they had never met. She found herself in the kitchen, preparing a meal for the first time, the weight of adult responsibility settling on her young shoulders. The days blurred into a routine of loss. Her mother, lost in correspondence and ledgers, left them to the care of neighbors. She and her brother bathed the twins, tucked them in, and she would often seek out her mother, hoping for some spark of the joy that had been extinguished. A few weeks later, a letter arrived. The creamy envelope, the tears before it was even opened, it filled her with a cold dread. Her mother's face, as she read, transformed from soft grief to something hard and resolute. The call to the living room, the four of them sitting in a row on the sofa, felt like a judgment. The news that her grandmother had agreed to let them come and live with them should have been a relief, a solution to their precarious situation. But her mother's cold, unfamiliar voice and the strange, assessing way she looked at them made her uneasy. The explanation that followed was a revelation of a world of debt and repossession. The house, the furniture, the cars, none of it was truly theirs. The fragile security of their lives had been an illusion, built on borrowed money and future promises. Her brother reached for her hand, a gesture of solidarity that she clung to. She listened to her mother speak of a life lived beyond their means, of luxury items she had convinced her father they needed. It felt like a confession, and the weight of it pressed down on her. But there was a twist. Her grandparents were wealthy, unimaginably so. The news was supposed to be the bright spot in the darkness, but it came wrapped in a strange, unsettling silence. Her mother's eyes darting away, her nervous gestures, something was being held back. When her mother mentioned being disinherited for some act she had committed at 18, the phrase, fallen from grace, hung in the air unanswered. She didn't understand, couldn't imagine her mother doing anything so terrible that her own father would cut her off. The questions swirled, unspoken, as she tried to reconcile the image of a loving mother with this mysterious past. The promise of a rich house in Virginia felt less like salvation and more like a door opening into the unknown. The older brother eagerly demonstrated his grasp of the situation, explaining that their grandfather had disinherited their mother for some past offense. He wore a smug expression, clearly pleased to show off his knowledge, a trait she knew well, as he was always buried in books indoors, though just as wild as any other kid when outside. He was right, of course. Their mother confirmed his assessment, adding that none of the grandfather's wealth would come to her or to them through her. She mentioned her persistent letters home, which had gone unanswered by her own mother. A bitter smile touched her lips as she revealed that she was now the sole surviving heir, her two older brothers having died in accidents. She paused, pacing restlessly, before delivering another revelation. Their real surname was not Dollanganger, but Foxworth, a name of considerable importance in Virginia. The girl felt a jolt of shock, questioning the legality of changing names and using a false one on birth certificates. Their mother's voice grew impatient, explaining that names could be changed legally and that the Dollanganger name belonged to them in a sense. borrowed from their father's ancestry as an amusing joke that had served its purpose. Pressed further on what purpose that could be, she pleaded exhaustion, overwhelmed by legal details, promising to explain everything later. The girl sat in stunned silence, reeling from the day's revelations. First the threat of losing everything they owned, and now the discovery that their very name was a fabrication. The twins, half asleep on their laps, understood nothing. Even at 12, she sensed something was wrong. Their mother didn't seem genuinely happy to be returning to parents she hadn't seen in 15 years. Secret grandparents they'd believed dead until after their father's funeral. She realized with a pang that their parents had lived full lives before having children, that they weren't as central to the story as she'd always assumed. Her brother tried to resist the plan, arguing that they liked their life in Gladstone, and suggesting their father's attorney might find a way for them to stay. The girl quickly added her own plea to remain. In response, their mother dropped to her knees before them, her eyes level with theirs, and confessed the harsh truth. There was no way to stay because they had no money. She was a pretty, useless ornament who'd always relied on a man to care for her. She couldn't type or do arithmetic. Her only skills, needlepoint and embroidery, wouldn't pay the bills. Love didn't make the world go round, she insisted. Money did. Their mother painted a vivid picture of the grandfather's vast wealth, an empire spanning banks, airlines, hotels, and shipping lines. He was dying of heart disease at 66 with only a few months left, according to a secret note from her mother. She was confident she could charm her way back into his affections and secure the inheritance, which would free them all from financial worry forever. Her eyes gleamed as she spoke of millions, possibly billions. The girl was overwhelmed by her mother's passion, glancing at her brother to find him staring back with disbelief. She thought about the future they were stepping into, a palace with servants, unimaginable riches. She would be a princess. But a small voice inside asked why she didn't feel truly happy. Her brother tried to cheer her, reminding her she could still be a ballerina and they'd have a wonderful time while they could. She nodded, but her heart ached over what she had to leave behind. The silver music box with the pink ballerina, the shadow boxes of miniature dolls, almost everything her father had given her except the small ring on her finger. She convinced herself that riches would make their lives one long party, the way rich people lived happily ever after. Still, she couldn't stop wondering why her father had argued with their mother about spending money lavishly if she could have simply begged her wealthy parents for help. Slowly, she walked down the hall to her room, standing before the music box that played its tinkling tune. She could steal it if she could hide it. But she said goodbye to her pink and white room, to the bed that had seen her through childhood illnesses. She said goodbye again to her father, realizing she wouldn't be able to picture him there anymore. She didn't want to leave. She'd rather stay and keep his memory close. Their mother appeared at the door, urging her not to stand and cry. A room was just a room, she said. She'd live in many rooms before she died. The girl believed her. She would live in 1,000 rooms or more. The girl's older brother eagerly demonstrated his grasp of the situation, explaining their mother's disinheritance and the grandfather's unforgiving nature. He beamed with self-satisfaction at knowing more than she did, a familiar dynamic, as he was always reading indoors, though just as wild as any child when outside. He was right, of course. Their mother confirmed his words, adding that none of the wealth would come to her or to them through her. She mentioned her persistent letters home and her mother's silence. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she revealed herself as the sole surviving heir, her 2 brothers lost to accidents. She paused, then dropped another revelation. Their real surname wasn't Dollanganger, but Foxworth, a name of considerable weight in Virginia. The girl felt a sharp shock, questioning how names could be changed legally and why a false one would be used on birth certificates. Their mother's voice grew impatient, explaining that names could be legally changed, and the Dollanganger name had been borrowed from their father's ancestry as an amusing joke that served a purpose, though what purpose remained unclear. She pleaded exhaustion, overwhelmed by legal matters, promising to explain everything later. The girl sat stunned, reeling from the day's cascading revelations. First the threat of losing everything, then discovering their own name was a fabrication. The twins, half asleep, understood nothing. Even at 12, she sensed something amiss. Their mother didn't seem truly happy to be returning to parents she hadn't seen in 15 years. Secret grandparents they'd thought were dead until their father's funeral. It struck her sharply that their parents had lived full lives before having children, that they weren't as central as she'd always believed. Her brother tried to resist, arguing they liked their life in Gladstone and suggesting their father's attorney could help them stay. The girl added her own plea. In response, their mother dropped to her knees, her eyes level with theirs, and confessed the harsh truth. There was no way to stay. They had no money. She was a pretty, useless ornament who'd always relied on a man to care for her. She couldn't type or do arithmetic. Her only skills were needlepoint and embroidery. Love didn't make the world go round. Money did. Their mother painted a vivid picture of the grandfather's vast empire, spanning banks, airlines, and shipping lines. At 66, he was dying of heart disease, with only months left, according to a secret note from her mother. She was certain she could charm her way back into his affection, securing the inheritance that would free them all forever. Millions, possibly billions. Her eyes gleamed as she spoke. The girl was overwhelmed by her mother's passion, glancing at her brother to see him staring back with disbelief. She thought about the future, a palace, servants, unimaginable riches. She would be a princess. But a small voice inside asked why she didn't feel truly happy. Her brother tried to cheer her, reminding her she could still be a ballerina and they'd have a wonderful time. She nodded, but her heart ached over what she had to leave behind. The silver music box with the pink ballerina, the shadow boxes of miniature dolls, almost everything her father had given her except the small ring on her finger. She convinced herself that riches would make their lives one long party, the way rich people lived happily ever after. She couldn't stop wondering why her father had argued with their mother about spending money lavishly when she could have simply begged her wealthy parents for help. Slowly she walked to her room, standing before the music box that played its tinkling tune. She could steal it, if she could hide it. She said goodbye to her pink and white room, to the bed that had seen her through childhood illnesses. She said goodbye again to her father, realizing she wouldn't be able to picture him there anymore. She didn't want to leave. She'd rather stay and keep his memory close. Their mother appeared at the door, urging her not to stand and cry. A room was just a room, she said. She'd live in many rooms before she died. The girl believed her. She would live in 1,000 rooms or more. The girl's older brother eagerly showed off his understanding, explaining that their mother had been disinherited for some past offense against their grandfather. He wore a self-satisfied look, clearly proud of knowing more than she did. A familiar pattern, since he was always reading indoors, though just as wild as any child when outside. He was right, of course. Their mother confirmed his words, adding that none of the wealth would come to her or to them through her. She mentioned her persistent letters home and her mother's silence. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she revealed herself as the sole surviving heir, her 2 brothers lost to accidents. She paused, then dropped another revelation. Their real surname wasn't Dollanganger, but Foxworth, a name of considerable importance in Virginia. The girl felt a sharp shock, questioning how names could be changed legally and why a false one would appear on birth certificates. Their mother's voice grew impatient, explaining that names could be legally changed and the Dollanganger name had been borrowed from their father's ancestry as an amusing joke that served a purpose, though what purpose remained unclear. She pleaded exhaustion, overwhelmed by legal matters, promising to explain everything later. The girl sat stunned, reeling from the day's revelations. First the threat of losing everything they owned, then discovering their own name was a fabrication. The twins, half asleep, understood nothing. Even at 12, she sensed something was wrong. Their mother didn't seem genuinely happy to be returning to parents she hadn't seen in 15 years, secret grandparents they'd believed dead until their father's funeral. It struck her sharply that their parents had lived full lives before having children, that they weren't as central as she'd always assumed. Her brother tried to resist, arguing they liked their life in Gladstone and suggesting their father's attorney could help them stay. The girl added her own plea. In response, their mother dropped to her knees, her eyes level with theirs, and confessed the harsh truth. There was no way to stay because they had no money. She was a pretty, useless ornament who'd always relied on a man to care for her. She couldn't type or do arithmetic. Her only skills, needlepoint and embroidery, wouldn't pay the bills. Love didn't make the world go round, she insisted. Money did. Their mother painted a vivid picture of the grandfather's vast wealth, an empire spanning banks, airlines, and shipping lines. He was dying of heart disease at 66 with only months left, according to a secret note from her mother. She was certain she could charm her way back into his affection and secure the inheritance, which would free them all forever. Her eyes gleamed as she spoke of millions, possibly billions. The girl was overwhelmed by her mother's passion, glancing at her brother to find him staring back with disbelief. She thought about the future they were stepping into. A palace, servants, unimaginable riches. She would be a princess. But a small voice inside asked why she didn't feel truly happy. Her brother tried to cheer her, reminding her she could still be a ballerina and they'd have a wonderful time. She nodded, but her heart ached over what she had to leave behind. The silver music box with the pink ballerina, the shadow boxes of miniature dolls, almost everything her father had given her except the small ring on her finger. She convinced herself that riches would make their lives one long party, the way rich people lived happily ever after. Still, she couldn't stop wondering why her father had argued with their mother about spending money lavishly when she could have simply begged her wealthy parents for help. Slowly, she walked down the hall to her room, standing before the music box that played its tinkling tune. She could steal it if she could hide it. But she said goodbye to her pink and white room, to the bed that had seen her through childhood illnesses. She said goodbye again to her father, realizing she wouldn't be able to picture him there anymore. She didn't want to leave. She'd rather stay and keep his memory close. Their mother appeared at the door, urging her not to stand and cry. A room was just a room, she said. She'd live in many rooms before she died. The girl believed her. She would live in 1,000 rooms or more. The girl and her brother followed their mother's orders, rousing the twins and forcing them to walk despite their whining protests. Carrie screamed defiantly, trying to pull free, while Corey wailed in solidarity. The girl's arms ached too much to carry them, and her brother had run ahead to help their mother with the heavy suitcases, leaving her to drag both unwilling twins through the darkness. The air felt cool and sharply fragrant. Though their mother called it hill country, the shadowy shapes in the distance looked like real mountains to the girl. The sky seemed like an inverted navy blue bowl, scattered with starlight crystals. Or maybe tears of ice, she would someday cry. The stars appeared to look down with pity, making her feel insignificant, and the vastness filled her with foreboding, even as she recognized she could love this landscape under different circumstances. They finally reached a cluster of grand homes on a steep hillside. Silently, they approached the largest. Foxworth Hall, their mother whispered, more than 200 years old. Her brother asked about a lake for skating and swimming, and their mother confirmed one existed a quarter-mile away. They circled the enormous house on tiptoe, entering through a back door opened by an old woman who must have been waiting. She ushered them wordlessly up a narrow staircase, through halls, into an end room with a single lamp lit. As she closed the door and leaned against it, she spoke, and her words struck the girl like ice. She called them beautiful, but her voice held no warmth. She questioned their intelligence and possible hidden afflictions, and their mother flared up in defense. The girl studied the woman as she helped Corey undress. Steel blue hair pulled severely back, eagle's beak nose, wide shoulders, thin lips like a knife slash. Her gray taffeta dress and diamond brooch gave her a rigid, unyielding appearance. The girl felt no warmth from her. She missed her father, wondered how such a woman could have produced their mother. She blinked back tears, afraid her brother would mock her. Their mother tucked the sleeping twins into bed, kissing them tenderly. But the grandmother's disapproval was palpable as she fixed her gaze on the girl and her brother huddled together. She insisted the older children could not sleep in one bed. Their mother argued they were just children, innocent, but the grandmother retorted with a cutting reference to their mother and her half-uncle. The girl felt the tension crackle between them, saw her brother shrink into himself. Their mother demanded separate rooms, but the grandmother refused. This was the only room where her husband wouldn't hear noise from above. She laid down harsh rules. The older children would keep the younger ones quiet. They would stay in this room until their grandfather died. They would not exist until then. The girls' panic surged, but their mother soothed her, promising her father would welcome them soon. The grandmother gave in slightly, allowing their mother to plead for more space, but remained firm about locking the door. She made it clear the north wing would be cleaned only once a month, and the children would have to hide in the attic on those days. The girl felt the walls closing in, the house a monster ready to swallow them. Finally, they were allowed to undress and climb into bed. Their mother kissed them, tears in her eyes, and promised she would win back her father's affection soon, maybe a week, maybe less. The girl heard the desperation in her voice, the uncertainty. She promised to be good, to make this a game for the twins, to obey every rule. Her brother added his assurances, and then the grandmother shoved their mother out, locking the door behind them. Alone in the dark, the girl felt the house loom around them like a living creature. Her brother tried to comfort her, insisting the grandmother couldn't be as mean as she seemed. They whispered in the dimness, she exaggerating the woman's size, he trying to stay optimistic. He mentioned the half-uncle, but didn't understand what was meant. She prayed for their mother's success and for the grandfather to be kind. Sleep finally came as she curled around Carrie, the dark and the silence pressing in. Morning dawned dim behind the forbidden draperies. Her brother was already awake, his hair as tousled as hers, and she envied his curls. The room was cluttered with heavy furniture, faded oriental rugs, and grotesque paintings of demons and tormented souls. Her brother identified them as Goya's work, meant to intimidate. She felt the oppression of the room, the sense of being trapped. The twins woke up with the same restless energy, Carrie declaring she didn't like it here, Corey asking how they'd arrived. The girl tried to soothe them, but a knock at the door interrupted. Their grandmother, carrying a tray of food. She explained the daily routine. 1 meal delivery, 3 portions to divide, no candy to prevent cavities. She warned them to be clean and modest, especially in the bathroom, and reminded them, as she would endlessly, that God saw everything and would punish when she did not. The girl felt the weight of it all, the injustice, the fear, but she held on to the hope that their mother would return, that this was only temporary, that soon they would be free. She forced a smile for the twins, determined to make this nightmare bearable. The grandmother produced a typed list of rules from her dress pocket, ordering them to read and memorize it. She then showed them the closet's hidden door leading to attic stairs, explaining they could play there but only after 10 in the morning, when servants were done on the 2nd floor. On the last Friday of each month, they would hide in the attic early and remain absolutely silent while maids cleaned the room. She left, locking them in again. The girl decided to make a game of their situation, appointing her brother as the father. He played along with mock arrogance, declaring himself their lord and master. She challenged him with sarcastic wit, and they bantered until she led Carrie into the bathroom, ignoring Corey's urgent pleas. When they emerged, her brother had dressed Corey and solved his emergency with a blue vase, a resourceful solution she found both appalling and practical. They sat down to breakfast near the windows, the room dim despite all lamps lit. Her brother dropped his lordly act, helping pour milk from a heavy thermos. The twins complained about the cold fried eggs and bacon, demanding cold cereal, but their brother asserted his authority, and they complied without further protest, a surprising success that made her uneasy. After the meal, she realized they'd forgotten grace, so they hastily bowed their heads and asked forgiveness before she handed her brother the list of rules. He began reading them aloud, mimicking the grandmother's harsh tone with theatrical flair, and she felt the weight of each commandment pressing down on her. The rules were relentless. Always be fully dressed, never take the Lord's name in vain, never open the draperies, never speak unless spoken to first, keep the room neat, devote 5 hours daily to study, read the Bible if you lacked other skills, clean your teeth twice daily, and never use the bathroom with the opposite sex, or face the threat of skin peeled from your backs. She was horrified by the grandmother's obsession with modesty and purity. No handling of private parts, no looking at them in mirrors, no wicked thoughts, no looking at the opposite sex unless absolutely necessary. They must read the Bible aloud, bathe daily, memorize Bible quotes, eat all their food, and never appear in night clothes without a robe. They were to stand at attention when the grandmother entered, never meet her eyes, and never hope for her love or compassion. She considered them unwholesome. The sting of those words hit hard, and even her brother paused before masking his despair with a grin. He tickled the twins to distract them, but she couldn't shake her alarm. If this was how the grandparents saw them, how could their mother ever win them over? Why did they hate children who had done nothing wrong? Her brother urged her to stay calm, dismissing the grandmother as crazy and insisting their grandfather had to have some intelligence to build a fortune. But she felt the walls closing in, the weight of their situation pressing down, and she clung to the hope that their mother would find a way to save them. The grandmother produced a typed list of rules, ordering them to read and memorize it. She showed them the closet's hidden door to the attic, explaining they could play there after 10 in the morning when servants were gone, but on the last Friday of each month, they would hide early and remain silent while maids cleaned. She left, locking them in again. The girl decided to make a game of their situation, appointing her brother as the father. He played along with mock arrogance, declaring himself their lord and master. She challenged him with sarcastic wit, and they bantered until she led Carrie into the bathroom, ignoring Corey's urgent pleas. When they emerged, her brother had dressed Corey and solved his emergency with a blue vase. They sat down to breakfast, the room dim despite all lamps lit. Her brother dropped his lordly act, helping pour milk. The twins complained about cold fried eggs and bacon, demanding cold cereal, but he asserted his authority and they complied. After the meal, she realized they'd forgotten grace, and they hastily prayed before she handed him the rules. He read them aloud, mimicking the grandmother's harsh tone. The rules were relentless. Always be fully dressed, never take the Lord's name in vain, never open draperies, never speak unless spoken to first, keep the room neat, devote 5 hours to study, read the Bible if you lacked skills, clean teeth twice daily, and never use the bathroom with the opposite sex, or face severe punishment. The grandmother's obsession with modesty and purity extended to handling private parts, wicked thoughts, and even looking at the opposite sex. They must read the Bible aloud, bathe daily, memorize quotes, eat all food, and never appear in night clothes without a robe. They were to stand at attention, never meet her eyes, and never hope for love or compassion. She considered them unwholesome. The sting of her words hit hard, even making her brother pause before masking his despair with a grin. He tickled the twins to distract them, but she couldn't shake her alarm. If this was how the grandparents saw them, how could their mother ever win them over? Why did they hate children who had done nothing wrong? Her brother urged her to stay calm, dismissing the grandmother as crazy and insisting their grandfather had intelligence. She clung to hope that their mother would find a way to save them. The morning hour of 10 came and went. They stored leftover food under the highboy and, tired of the room, decided to explore the attic. Leading the twins by the hand, they climbed the narrow, dark stairs and emerged into an enormous, dim, dusty space that seemed to stretch for miles. The air was murky with decay, and small creatures scuttled across rotting floorboards. Massive furniture was draped in dingy sheets, giving the impression of ghostly forms. Old leather-bound trunks lined the walls, covered in travel labels. giant armoire held ancient clothes, including Union and Confederate uniforms, sparking speculation about their ancestors' loyalties. Her brother pulled out a cream-colored wool suit, and moths scattered. He dismissed her disgust, explaining they were harmless. She imagined herself in the elegant fashions of olden days: frilly chemises, petticoats, wire hoops, parasols, but Carrie's howl brought her back to the oppressive heat of the present. The girl hated the attic, and Corey clung to her, scared. They wandered through the vast space, discovering thousands of books, ledgers, office desks, pianos, phonographs, dress forms, bird cages, and framed photographs of pale, sickly-looking relatives. Their eyes were uniformly cold, cruel, or sad, never happy. She was drawn to a pretty girl with an enigmatic smile, and her brother pointed to a dress form, declaring it must have been hers. The girl looked where her brother pointed, taking in the hourglass figure of the young woman in the photograph. He admired the wasp waist, ballooning hips, and swelling bosom, suggesting she inherit such a shape to make a fortune. She dismissed his ignorance, explaining the corset that squeezed flesh out at top and bottom, which was why women fainted and needed smelling salts. He argued she couldn't squeeze out what wasn't there, and remarked the girl resembled their mother, though he concluded their mother was more beautiful. The silence of the attic pressed in on her, deep enough to hear her own heartbeat. She wanted to explore every trunk and try on the old clothes, but the heat and stuffiness clogged her lungs. Spider webs draped corners, and unseen things crawled. She thought of movies where people died in attics, and she eyed the trunks with unease, wondering what secrets they held. Her brother watched her reactions curiously, then stepped closer and took her hand, offering comfort like their father used to. She turned to him, surprised he wasn't teasing. She asked why the grandparents hated them, what they had done. He shrugged, as baffled as she was, and they both looked over the attic again. Even their untrained eyes could see where new sections had been added. The twins began coughing and sneezing, fixing resentful blue eyes on them. Her brother suggested opening windows an inch for fresh air, then ran ahead, leaping over boxes and furniture. He called out excitedly, and they followed to find a schoolroom with plaster walls, 5 desks, and blackboards lined with low bookcases. The old volumes caught his attention immediately, and he crawled around reading titles aloud. She was drawn to the small desks with etched names and dates. Jonathan, age 11, 1864, and Adelaide, age 9, 1879. The house was so old, and those children had long been dust. She wondered why parents would send their children to an attic to study. They must have been wanted, unlike them. Maybe for those children, windows were opened wide and servants brought coal for the stoves. An old rocking horse with a missing eye and matted yellow tail caught Corey's attention, and he clambered on, crying out with delight. Carrie demanded a turn, and the girl lifted her behind Corey, watching the creaky horse gallop along. She then turned to the books, heedlessly pulling one out and releasing a swarm of flat, centipede-like bugs. She dropped it, horrified, as her brother laughed at her squeamishness. She quickly regained her composure, reminding herself that pretend mothers didn't squeal at bugs. Her brother dismissed the bugs as part of life and saw the room as full of possibilities: space, windows, books, and even toys for the twins. She saw the rusted wagon and broken scooter, feeling the weight of their imprisonment. How could they turn this attic into paradise when they couldn't step on the grandparents? She ran to the dormer windows, climbing on a box to see outside. She needed to see the ground, the trees, the grass, the sunlight, but all she saw was a black roof blocking the view. Beyond were treetops and mountains shrouded in blue mist. Her brother climbed beside her, his shoulder brushing hers, and tried to find comfort in the sky and stars, even suggesting an owl might fly in. She dismissed the idea, arguing no wise owl would want to live locked up with them. The twins demanded pets, a kitty, a puppy, and then shouted for outside, the garden, the swings. Carrie beat her fists against her chest, demanding to know where their mother was, where the sunshine and flowers had gone. Her brother suggested they could swing in the attic like a garden, and they searched for rope, finding some in an old trunk. He worked diligently to make swings for both twins, using boards from a trunk lid and smoothing splinters. She found an old ladder and watched him climb to the rafters, risking his life to hang the swings. Her heart pounded with terror as he showed off his balance, but she kept quiet, knowing he'd only do more foolish things if she protested. When he finally came down, the twins sat on the swings, satisfied for perhaps 3 minutes before their demands resumed. The twins erupted again, Carrie declaring she hated the swings and the attic, calling it a bad place, while Corey joined in with demands for outside. The girl forced herself to stay calm, suppressing her own desperate longing for freedom. Her brother silenced them with firm authority, insisting they were playing a game with rules, the main one being to stay inside and quiet. He softened his tone, encouraging them to pretend the attic was a garden under a bright sky, and promised that when they were rich, they'd never see this place again. He smiled whimsically, painting a future of princesses and princes, and she wondered if the Foxworths were as wealthy as the Rockefellers. The thought of having everything excited her, but the grandmother's cruel words echoed, "You don't really exist," and she felt a deep unease. They wandered the attic half-heartedly until hunger struck. She announced lunchtime, and they filed down to the dim room. She wished they could open the draperies, but her brother noted the north-facing room would never see sunlight anyway. She tried to cheer the twins by comparing their dirty faces to chimney sweeps from Mary Poppins. They bathed the twins together, reasoning it wouldn't offend God since they came from the same womb. Her brother talked to her while she bathed, and she felt a flash of fear at the grandmother's imagined disapproval. She told him they couldn't do this again, and he comforted her when she cried, soothing her with talk of their future riches. He wanted to be a playboy before settling into medicine. She dreamed of a horse, a career as a prima ballerina, endless ice cream and cheese, and new clothes every day. He stroked her wet back, looking dreamy, and assured her this confinement would be brief. He asked her to call him Chris from now on, and she agreed. She worried about the grandmother's reaction if they were caught together, and he predicted severe punishment. When she emerged from the tub, she started to tell him not to look, but he wasn't looking. They'd seen each other naked for years. She privately thought her body was neater. They ate their ham sandwiches and lukewarm soup, and she missed having cookies. After lunch, the twins grew restless and cranky, kicking at things and scowling. Her brother headed to the attic for books, and she started to follow, but Carrie screamed, demanding her real mother and beating against the locked door. The girl caught her wildcat struggles, and her brother seized Corey. They put the twins on the bed with storybooks, suggesting naps. Carrie whimpered, hoarse from screaming, asking why their mother wouldn't come. The girl read Peter Rabbit to them, and soon both twins fell asleep, clutching the book. A warm ache filled her chest. They needed a grown-up mother, not a 12-year-old. She felt no more capable than at 10, and fear gnawed at her. What if they got sick or had an accident? Who would hear them in this remote locked wing? Her brother returned from the attic with dusty books, and she wanted to play checkers, but he insisted on reading, saving games for later. He handed her an old book, promising it was free of bugs, and settled into Tom Sawyer. She reluctantly opened King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, and discovered a world of chivalry and romantic love that captivated her. She'd always believed in fairies and magic, and now she realized she was living in a dark castle ruled by a witch and an ogre, unaware that modern wizards could weave spells with money. The twins erupted again, Carrie declaring she hated the swings and the attic, calling it a bad place, while Corey joined in, demanding outside. The girl forced herself to stay calm, suppressing her own desperate longing. Her brother silenced them with firm authority, insisting they were playing a game with rules, the main one being to stay inside and quiet. He softened, encouraging them to pretend the attic was a garden under a bright sky, and promised that when they were rich, they'd never see this place again. He smiled whimsically, painting a future of princesses and princes, and she wondered if the Foxworths were as wealthy as the Rockefellers. The thought excited her, but the grandmother's cruel words echoed, "You don't really exist," and she felt a deep unease. They wandered the attic half-heartedly until hunger struck. She announced lunchtime and they filed down to the dim room. She wished they could open the draperies, but her brother noted the north-facing room would never see sunlight anyway. She tried to cheer the twins by comparing their dirty faces to chimney sweeps for Mary Poppins. They bathed the twins together, reasoning it wouldn't offend God since they came from the same womb. Her brother talked to her while she bathed, and she felt a flash of fear at the grandmother's imagined disapproval. She told him they couldn't do this again, and he comforted her when she cried, soothing her with talk of their future riches. He wanted to be a playboy before settling into medicine. She dreamed of a horse, a career as a prima ballerina, endless ice cream and cheese, and new clothes every day. He stroked her wet back, looking dreamy, and assured her this confinement would be brief. He asked her to call him Chris from now on, and she agreed. She worried about the grandmother's reaction if they were caught together, and he predicted severe punishment. When she emerged from the tub, she started to tell him not to look, but he wasn't looking. They'd seen each other naked for years. She privately thought her body was neater. They ate their ham sandwiches and lukewarm soup, and she missed having cookies. After lunch, the twins grew restless and cranky, kicking at things and scowling. Her brother headed to the attic for books, and she started to follow, but Carrie screamed, demanding her real mother and beating against the locked door. The girl caught her wildcat struggles, and her brother seized Corey. They put the twins on the bed with storybooks, suggesting naps. Carrie whimpered, hoarse from screaming, asking why their mother wouldn't come. The girl read Peter Rabbit to them, and soon both twins fell asleep, clutching the book. A warm ache filled her chest. They needed a grown-up mother, not a 12-year-old. She felt no more capable than at 10, and fear gnawed at her. What if they got sick or had an accident? Who would hear them in this remote, locked wing? Her brother returned from the attic with dusty books, and she wanted to play checkers, but he insisted on reading, saving games for later. He handed her an old book, promising it was free of bugs, and settled into Tom Sawyer. She reluctantly opened King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table and discovered a world of chivalry and romantic love that captivated her. She'd always believed in fairies and magic, and now she realized she was living in a dark castle ruled by a witch and an ogre, unaware that modern wizards could weave spells with money. As daylight faded, they ate their cold fried chicken, warm potato salad, and greasy string beans. The twins picked at their food, complaining, but Chris turned oranges into liquid sunshine, and they ate with pleasure. Night fell, and they turned on lamps, trying to fill the hours with puzzles, stories, and toy cars. The twins grew bored quickly, and Chris suggested checkers, but she sulked, refusing to play. She fell onto a bed, her mind spiraling into dark fears, fire, ghosts, monsters. She wondered if their mother had told the truth. Time crawled, and Chris kept glancing at his watch. She told him her idea of knotting sheets into a ladder for escape, and his eyes lit up with admiration. For the first time, she felt she'd won his respect. But their fragile peace shattered when their mother entered, walking stiffly, her face pale and swollen. The grandmother followed close behind, her gray eyes hard and mean. Something dreadful had happened. She knew it. They'd broken rules, rumpling the bedspread, looking at each other, leaving the room untidy. And they'd been in the bathroom together. Their mother stood in the center of the room, defeated and humiliated, unable to meet their eyes. The twins ran to her, but she winced at their embraces. Tears slid down her pale cheeks, and she asked how their day had gone. Corey pouted mutely, but Carrie screamed that Chris and Kathy were mean, that they'd kept her inside all day. Their mother tried to soothe her, but Carrie grew more enraged, hitting and screaming for home. The grandmother commanded silence, and Carrie planted her feet, threw back her head, and let out a tigress roar that silenced them all. The scene erupted into chaos, and from her spot on the bed, Kathy watched, her breath caught in her throat, as the grandmother's hand shot out and seized Carrie by her hair. The little girl was yanked upward, and in that same instant, Corey launched himself from their mother's lap, a small, furious projectile. He lunged at the grandmother's leg, his teeth sinking in before anyone could react. Kathy flinched inwardly, a cold dread washing over her. She knew, with absolute certainty, that this act of defiance would cost them all dearly. The grandmother, with a look of cold disgust, shook him off as if he were a bothersome insect, but the bite had served its purpose. Carrie was released, dropping to the floor before scrambling up and aiming a futile kick that missed its mark. Not to be outdone, Corey drew back his small white shoe and delivered a solid kick to the grandmother's shin with all his might. Carrie had retreated to the corner, her wails rising to a piercing, inhuman shriek that seemed to fill the entire room. Kathy watched Corey, who had not made a sound, his silence a stark contrast to the mayhem. He stood his ground, his small defiant face tilted upward, a fierce scowl replacing any sign of fear. The grandmother's lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line, her patience clearly at an end. Her hand, large and heavy and glittering with diamonds, rose, and Corey did not flinch, his own small fists nodding in a clumsy imitation of a boxer's stance. Kathy could scarcely believe the audacity. From their mother, a choked whisper of his name escaped. The grandmother's hand came down. The slap sent Corey reeling, his small body stumbling backward to the floor. But he was up in an instant, his eyes wild, contemplating another attack before common sense, or perhaps the sheer hopelessness of it, overtook him. He half crawled, half ran to his twin, and they collapsed together in the corner, their faces pressed together, their wails now a duet of pure despair. Beside Kathy, she heard Chris mutter something under his breath, a sound that might have been a prayer. The grandmother's voice cut through the noise, a sharp command for their mother to silence the children. But the twins were beyond reach. Kathy knew this pattern. In the past, their father had been able to quell these tantrums by removing them from an audience, but he was gone, and there was no other room, no escape. The twins screamed on, their faces cycling through shades of pink to red to a frightening magenta and then purple, their eyes glazed and unfocused. The grandmother, who had stood momentarily transfixed by the spectacle, seemed to snap back to life. With a grim purpose, she strode to the corner and seized both children by the scruffs of their necks, lifting them as if they weighed nothing. They kicked and flailed, their cries muffled as they were held at arm's length, before being dumped unceremoniously onto the floor. The threat that followed, delivered in a voice that cut through the noise, was cold and absolute. She would whip them until their skin bled if the screaming did not cease. The sheer brutality of the threat, the chilling promise of pain, brought the twins up short. They stared up at her, their mouths open, their cries choked off in horrified disbelief. The grandmother wasted no time, turning her venomous gaze on their mother. She declared the children spoiled and unruly, in desperate need of discipline, and then gave a direct order. Corinne was to remove her blouse and show the children exactly what punishment looked like. Their mother, who had been sitting, rose slowly, seeming to shrink into herself. Her face was ashen as she tried to protest, gesturing to the now silent twins. But the grandmother was relentless, her voice rising with cold fury. She spoke of the children's weakness, of their need for an object lesson, and of how there was no mercy for those who disobeyed. A flicker of defiance sparked in their mother's eyes. She straightened, her voice trembling but firm as she threatened to leave with her children that very night. But the grandmother merely sneered, challenging her to do so. Kathy's heart surged with a desperate hope. This was it, they would leave. But as she watched her mother's face, she saw that flicker of resistance die. Her mother's head bowed in defeat. The grandmother's victory was a cruel smile. She repeated the order, "Take off the blouse." Slowly, as if she were moving through deep water, their mother turned, presenting her back. Her hands rose, fumbling with the buttons of her white blouse, and she eased it down, baring her flesh. Kathy heard Chris's sharp intake of breath, and then the whimpering of the twins. The truth of why their mother had moved so stiffly, why her eyes had been so red, was laid bare. Her back was a nightmare of angry, livid welts, some crusted with dried blood, crisscrossing from her neck to her waist. The grandmother's voice, flat and relentless, instructed them all to look closely. She itemized the punishment: 33 lashes for each year of her life, and 15 more for each year she had lived in sin with their father. She called their mother's marriage a sacrilege, an abomination, and their children, all 4 of them, the spawn of the devil, evil from the moment of conception. Kathy's eyes were fixed on the brutal marks on her mother's back, a map of pain inflicted by the woman before her. It was the final blow to her fractured faith. She had lost her father, her home, her friends, her possessions, and now, in that moment, she lost God as well. A profound, consuming hatred burned within her, a desire for revenge so visceral she could taste it. She wanted a whip in her own hands to strike back at the old woman who had done this. Their eyes met. The grandmother seemed to sense her rage, to see it written on her face. Kathy returned her stare with a defiant glare, silently disowning her, and the man downstairs, and vowing to pity neither of them ever again. Kathy wondered if her own eyes had betrayed the storm of vengeance raging inside her, the intricate plans for retribution she was already weaving. If the old woman could read her thoughts, she gave no sign, but her next words, though directed at all the children, felt like a personal lash. She laid out the terms of their existence. Food and shelter would be provided, but kindness, sympathy, or love would never be part of the bargain. They were, in her eyes, fundamentally unwholesome, and revulsion was the only appropriate response. Obedience would ensure survival. Defiance would bring swift and severe consequences, a lesson in the full extent of her power. Kathy understood the grandmother's intent. This was a calculated assault on their very souls, designed to wither their pride and break their spirits. She wanted them undone, to erase the innocence and trust they had known. But Kathy refused to be broken. A fierce, defiant core within her hardened. No one would make her hate her parents, and no one would hold the power of life and death over her while she still drew breath. She shot a look at Chris. He was staring at the grandmother, his young face a mask of cold fury. Kathy could see him calculating, measuring the woman's size against his own, wondering what damage he could do. But he was only 14, and the realization of his own powerlessness was a bitter pill. His hands, clenched at his sides, were the only outward sign of his rage, his lips pressed into a thin, hard line. His eyes, however, were chips of blue ice. Of all of them, he had loved their mother the most, placing her on a pedestal, and now he could only watch, helpless. The grandmother gave them one last lingering look of contempt before pressing the door key into their mother's hand and leaving. The silence she left behind was filled with a single, overwhelming question. Why? Why had their mother brought them to this place, this house that was no refuge but a prison? Surely she must have known what awaited them, yet she had led them here in the dead of night. The question hung in the air, unanswered and unbearable. Their mother, with trembling hands, began to button her blouse. She turned to face them, a tremulous, unconvincing smile on her lips, trying to reassure them. She dismissed the whipping as a minor thing, her pride more wounded than her flesh. She insisted it would never happen again, and that she would endure 100 such punishments to have lived those 15 years with their father. She sat on the bed, opening her arms to them, and Kathy and the others, careful not to hurt her, crowded close. She lifted the twins onto her lap and began to speak, her words clearly difficult to voice and even harder to hear. She asked them to listen carefully, to remember every word. She described her parents as fanatically religious, but hypocrites who twisted scripture to suit their own ends. Her father, though dying, was a pillar of the church, using his wealth to buy his way to heaven, believing his tithes absolved him of any sin. He was treated like a saint, and in his self-righteousness, he felt justified in any cruelty. She described her own childhood, a strict, joyless existence where every normal pleasure was forbidden. Dancing, swimming, card games, all were deemed sinful. The constant pressure to be good, to be pure, only bred rebellion in her and her brothers. Their parents' efforts to create saints had only succeeded in creating the opposite. Then, she spoke of a young man who came to live with them, a beautiful boy who was her half-uncle, but only 3 years older. She told the story of his origins. His father, her grandfather, had died when the boy was 3, and her father, Malcolm, had seized control of the estate, kicking the young widow and her son out. The boy, Garland Christopher Foxworth, the 4th, grew up in poverty, losing his mother to cancer as a teenager. He was the one who had come to live with them. Kathy felt a shiver run through her. She whispered the realization. They were talking about Daddy. Their mother confirmed it with a heavy sigh. She went on, describing the first time she saw him. She was 14 and he was 17. He had stood in the grand hall, dazzled by the wealth, his worn clothes and shabby shoes, a stark contrast to the opulence around him. In that moment, Kathy's mother had felt the stirrings of love, and a spark had been lit between them. A spark that would grow into an all-consuming flame. She recounted how they met in secret, talking for hours, their love blossoming in the gardens. She confessed that the marriage was inevitable, and they had eloped on her 18th birthday. Her father had been furious, disinheriting her on the spot. His greatest fear, that she would be taken from him, had come true. The irony was that her mother, the grandmother, had never shown her any love, but her father had, and in his possessiveness he had lost her. Kathy listened as her mother continued, describing her grandfather as a collector who didn't appreciate art for its beauty, but for the mere possession of it, and she herself had been part of that collection, a prized object to be kept from others. The story of her father's arrival unfolded like a fairy tale, but one with a bitter edge. He had come to them innocent and trusting, having known only love and poverty, dazzled by the wealth and grateful for what he thought was a stroke of good fortune. But half of what he saw should have been his by right, and her parents had done everything to make him feel like a poor relation. Kathy could picture the scene her mother painted, the young man standing in a shaft of sunlight, his golden hair haloed, his beauty so much more than mere handsomeness, a radiance that came from within. Their eyes had met, a spark igniting between them, a love that grew from stolen moments in the garden, on a swing, sharing secrets until they could deny it no longer. Her mother spoke of their escape, the elopement, and the fury of her father, who had disinherited her on the spot. The grandparents had sent her father to Yale, but his degree was worthless in the life they had to live, and he had to deny his education to hide their identities. It was a story of sacrifice for love. Her mother's voice grew more serious as she explained the purpose of their return to this house. She was here to win back her father's forgiveness, to play the role of the chastised, dutiful daughter. She confessed she was not strong-willed, that she had only been strong with her husband's support. Now, without him, she was adrift, forced to do whatever her father required to be reinstated in his will. The uncertainty of what he might demand made Kathy uneasy, though Chris questioned what else could be asked but respect and obedience. Her mother insisted that her marriage had not been immoral. They had been properly wed. The rules of society were made by people, not God, and in some places, such unions were acceptable. She reminded them that their grandfather had predicted they would be born deformed, but instead, they were perfect. She brought them back to their identity as the Dresden Dolls, the beloved children of Gladstone, insisting they must never let the grandmother convince them otherwise. Chris, ever the protector of his mother's honor, affirmed his belief in her. Kathy sat in the aftermath of the revelation, absorbing the story of her parents' forbidden love and the painful legacy it had created. The shadow of her mother's suffering, the welts on her back, still loomed large, a brutal testament to the price of that love. Kathy's own heart was a tangle of conflicted emotions. She was drawn to the romance of the tale, the idea of love at first sight, and the courage to defy the world. but the reality of their present circumstances was a cold, suffocating weight. Her mother's confession of weakness, of being a self-starter only with her husband's backing, lodged in Kathy's mind like a warning. A part of her was still clinging to hope, desperate to believe the fairy tale version, to think her mother could charm her way back into her father's favor and set them all free. But another part, the part that watched the twins' sunken eyes and felt the sting of their imprisonment, was already building its own armor of suspicion and resolve, a belief that she would have to forge her own strength, because no one else would. Kathy watched as Chris pledged his unwavering love and understanding to their mother, promising to always forgive her, no matter what. Their mother's response, a murmured assurance that he would, felt like a secret shared between them, and Kathy sensed a flicker of unease in the way her mother glanced at her. She went on to explain the nature of love, how it could arrive unbidden, and then spoke of her father's possessive adoration for her, a love that had kept her as a prized possession he never wanted to share. Suddenly, as if sensing Kathy's doubt, she turned and ordered them all to join hands and repeat a litany. They were perfect, wholesome, godly children, with as much right to live and love as any other. Kathy repeated the words haltingly, feeling the need for such a ritual to ward off the creeping despair. Their mother's plans for the future unfolded. She would leave tomorrow to enroll in a business school, learn to be a secretary, and then find a job to support them, to get them out of this room and into a home of their own. Chris was jubilant, his faith in her restored completely. But Kathy's mind snagged on her mother's earlier confession of weakness, her lack of initiative without a man to lean on. She asked how long it would take to learn such skills, and her mother's quick, defensive answer, perhaps a month, perhaps longer, only deepened Kathy's unease. She listened as her mother explained her upbringing, how she had been educated for romance and society, not for practical survival, always expecting a husband or her father to provide. In that moment, Kathy absorbed a powerful lesson. She would never become so dependent on a man that she couldn't make her own way in the world, no matter what life threw at her. Their mother prepared to leave, and the twins clung to her legs, wailing for her to stay. She promised to return early the next morning and swore she would do her best. She reminded them again of the grandmother's cruelty and urged them to follow her rules. She embraced them all, sobbing that she loved them, that she felt as trapped as they did. Kathy clung to the hope that love, once held so deeply, could be rekindled, and she fervently prayed for her mother's success. But even as she listened to the rustling wind outside, a cool breeze that refused to enter their stifling room, she felt the weight of her doubts. Her mind turned to her brother, now drowsy beside her, and she voiced her fears about the whispering wind. He teased her for her gloomy thoughts, but then, in a moment of shared quiet, he asked her about the story of their parents' marriage. She questioned him, the future doctor, about the medical truth of such unions, and he dismissed the idea of monsters, a reassurance she desperately needed to quiet the grandmother's vicious words echoing in her mind. Kathy confessed that she saw devils in her dreams, but Chris scoffed at her wild imagination, turning the conversation to the twins' defiant stand against the grandmother. He admitted he was proud of their spunk, though he worried the old woman might do worse. Kathy, still smarting from the brutality of the scene, questioned what more she could have done. Picking Carrie up by the hair and slapping Corey were already awful. Chris conceded it could have been worse, and Kathy suggested the grandmother was simply crazy, a notion he sleepily agreed with. A heavy silence fell between them, broken only by Kathy's hesitant question about their parents' forbidden love and whether they could have stopped it. Chris grew uneasy, not wanting to dwell on it, but Kathy observed it was the only explanation for their uniform blue eyes and blonde hair. They retreated into the safer ground of their shared identity, the Dresden dolls. The days that followed stretched into a monotonous, dragging blur. Time, once so full of promise, became an enemy to be filled and killed. The only spark of joy was hope, a fragile thing that Kathy clung to. Their mother kept her promise, arriving each evening with new games and toys, and on weekends she would stay longer, sharing meals with them. One Sunday, she brought melted ice cream and cake, and Kathy, yearning for her presence, begged her to stay the night. But their mother refused, citing the servants and the practical concerns of her new life in the house. When Kathy pressed for how much longer they would be confined, their mother grew evasive, admitting she still hadn't told the grandfather about them, that she was waiting for the right moment. The days were structured by small rituals. They rose early, dressed fully before the grandmother's arrival, and endured her daily interrogations. Chris, tired of her hypocrisy, began to use scripture against her, quoting verses that subtly challenged her authority. Kathy followed suit, throwing her own stinging quotes, and the grandmother eventually stopped asking them to recite. In the evenings, their mother would arrive, breathless and hurried, bringing gifts and news of the grand dinners downstairs. Kathy ached for the old days, for the feeling of being a real family. She spent her days trying to fill the endless hours, exploring the attic, playing records on a broken Victrola, enduring Carrie's incessant complaints, and Corey's obsessive obsession with music. They peeled apples and oranges, took long baths, and played a dangerous game of mimicking the grandmother, a game the twins were too terrified to join. Through it all, Kathy felt the weight of their imprisonment, the slow, creeping decay of hope, and the gnawing suspicion that their mother's promises were as fragile as the cobwebs of her daydreams. Chris launched into a theatrical impersonation of the grandmother, his voice sharp and commanding as he berated them for the room's disorder, threatening imaginary punishment. Kathy, catching the spirit of the game, dropped to her knees, pleading exhaustion from scrubbing walls in the attic. He responded with a fierce, echoing proclamation that there was no rest for the wicked, only endless labor until death and eternal damnation. The twins, unable to distinguish the performance from reality, shrieked in terror as Chris, still wrapped in a sheet, made grotesque gestures before letting the disguise fall, revealing only himself, grinning at them. The first weeks of their imprisonment had felt like hours stretched into agonizing months, filled with a ceaseless cycle of doubt and fear. Yet amidst the monotony, they carved out small routines. The twins, who were more like 3-year-olds in their emotional needs than children of 5, constantly sought comfort for minor injuries, demanding cuddles and lullabies. Their tantrums, which involved holding their breath until they turned purple, were a terrifying ordeal that Kathy found impossible to ignore, though Chris insisted they wouldn't die from it. He was proven right, and the tactic was abandoned. Carrie, with her charmingly defiant spirit, loved to flaunt her ruffled panties, while Corey, in his briefs, took pride in his new independence, though his urgency often led to accidents, burying his face in Kathy's lap in shame. Kathy, in turn, was the one who tended to his needs, using a blue vase in emergencies. The confinement had made them hyper-aware of each other's habits, and the small dramas of daily life played out in the cramped space. Then came a Sunday when their mother didn't appear. The day dragged on, oppressive and heavy, until she finally arrived in the evening, glowing with a tan and wearing sailing clothes. She looked vibrant and happy, a stark contrast to their own pale, wilted state. Kathy's resentment boiled over. She confronted her mother with an ugly tone, demanding to know why she was enjoying herself while they were locked away. Their mother's face paled, and she weakly apologized, explaining she had been sailing, trying to recapture a pleasure from her youth. Chris, ever the peacemaker, rushed to her defense, admiring her outfit and trying to ease the tension. But Kathy was relentless, demanding to know when the grandfather would be told about them and why they couldn't be set free. Their mother, cornered, finally admitted she had not been completely honest. She revealed the grandfather's note at the bottom of the letter, which had expressed gladness that their father was dead and had called them the devil's issue. The weight of this revelation hung in the air, and Kathy felt a cold dread settle in her heart. She understood now that the grandfather's hatred was a deep, unwavering thing, and their mother's promises of a quick reconciliation seemed more hollow than ever. She wanted to scream, to shake her mother, to make her see the reality of their situation, but the shock of the truth left her momentarily speechless, her world shrinking further into the shadows of the attic. Kathy watched as her mother struggled with the words, her fingers rasping together as if trying to physically scrub away the truth she was about to reveal. The confession came out in fragments. The grandfather had written a note on the letter, expressing gladness that their father was dead and declaring the only good thing about the marriage was that it had produced no devil's issue. Kathy understood now what that meant. They were seen as evil, rotten, born to be bad. She looked at Chris, a vision of their father flashing in her mind, tall and golden in his tennis clothes, and she knew that evil could not stand so straight and smile with such clear, honest eyes. Their mother, her face flushed with shame, admitted that the plans for their concealment were on a page her father hadn't read. Chris pressed for clarity, asking if their father was considered evil only because he had married his half-niece. Their mother's relief was palpable as she confirmed it, pleading with them not to condemn her, insisting that their father had committed only one sin in his life, falling in love with her. She argued that good and evil were in the eye of the beholder, that their grandfather could find faults in an angel. Her voice trembled as she admitted she had once hoped that Chris's brilliance and Kathy's talent for dancing would be enough to win him over, but she now realized the depth of his hatred. Kathy voiced the fear that was growing in her heart. The grandfather would never accept them, no matter what they did. Their mother, falling to her knees, wrapped her arms around them all, pleading for patience. She promised it wouldn't be long, that the grandfather was dying, and that once he was gone, they would have riches beyond measure. Chris, ever the optimist, drew her into an embrace, accepting the sacrifice as a small price to pay for their future fortune. Kathy, feeling the weight of her mother's desperate hope and Chris's unwavering trust, found herself unable to protest further. The full truth settled over them like a shroud. They would remain in this room until the grandfather died. In the dark hours of the night, Kathy wondered if their mother had known from the beginning that her father would never forgive. Chris tried to cheer her with the grim hope that a fatal clot could take him at any moment. They said cruel things to each other as a way to numb the pain, but their hearts ached with the wrongness of it. To pass the endless days, they turned to the attic's treasures, staging elaborate plays using the old costumes. Kathy, as Scarlett O'Hara, and Chris, as Rhett Butler, performed for an audience of the twins, who were soon bored. A pratfall and a cry for food ended the performance, but a wistful comment from Corey sparked a new idea. They would transform the dreary attic into a beautiful garden. Their mother, when she heard the plan, agreed to help. She sneaked in cleaning supplies and worked alongside them, scrubbing floors on her hands and knees, her laughter and determination inspiring them. In a week, they had cleaned the attic and killed the insects that had made it their home. Then she brought them plants, including an amaryllis that was supposed to bloom at Christmas. Kathy frowned at the thought of still being there, but their mother, stroking her cheek, promised they would take it with them when they left. Their new plants found a home in the attic schoolroom, where the east-facing windows gave them morning light. After the work, they all trooped down the narrow stairs, their mother washing up in the bathroom before collapsing into her special chair, exhausted. The twins clambered onto her lap, and Kathy set the table for lunch. It was a good day, one of the rare ones where their mother stayed until dinner, only leaving with a sigh, explaining that her father demanded to know her whereabouts. When Chris asked if she could sneak back before bedtime, she revealed she was going to the movies with an old friend. Kathy's suspicions flared, and she pressed for details, learning about the friend's two unmarried brothers. Their mother laughed off the idea of dating, insisting she was too tired and preferred to be with her children, but she felt pressured to get out occasionally to avoid awkward questions. The project to transform the attic grew more ambitious. Their mother, now fully invested in the idea, brought supplies daily: coloring books, paints, crayons, and craft paper. She appointed Chris and Kathy as the twins' kindergarten teachers, and they set to work cutting and pasting flowers. Their mother's own appearances became a source of wonder. She arrived each day glowing with health, her clothes and jewelry more beautiful, though she dismissed the rhinestones as junk. She confided her struggles with typing, her slow speed, and the confusing shorthand, but remained optimistic. When Chris asked about her teachers, she launched into an amusing tale about her typing instructor, a large woman with a remarkable bosom and slipping straps, who flirted with a younger man in the class. The man, however, kept looking at their mother. She dismissed him as too short, a man she could pick up herself, and the story prompted laughter from them all. Chris's voice grew tight as he asked if she was considering remarrying, and she swiftly reassured him, her arms around him, that she loved their father too much to settle for anyone less. The days settled into a routine of crafting, and though the twins initially resisted, their enthusiasm grew as the attic transformed. Their mother was pleased with their progress and brought more supplies, including beads and sequins for added sparkle. Kathy and Chris worked with fervid zeal, and the twins, once reluctant, began to participate with renewed energy. Their mother, seeing their dedication, brought art instruction books that taught them to reduce complex shapes to basic forms, a lesson that revolutionized their creations. They began making animals, peculiar and endearing, and decorating them with whimsical details. One afternoon, Corey presented Kathy with a lopsided orange paper snail he had labored over for hours. She praised it, and Chris, ever the pedant, corrected her terminology, calling the feelers antennae. Kathy dismissed him with a retort, and they moved on to admire Carrie's creation, a long, undulating purple worm with a single red eye and black spider-leg lashes, which she named Charlie. They hung the snail and the worm in their paper garden, adding signs that declared a warning and a plea for a doctor. Their mother, when she saw it, laughed and praised their work, kissing Chris's cheek and complimenting Corey's sensitive snail and Carrie's effective worm. It was a moment of warmth, a rare feeling of being a family again, until Kathy, unable to suppress her doubts, pressed their mother about her typing progress. The answer was evasive, and the question hung in the air, a reminder of the uncertain future that lay beyond the paper walls of their garden. The days stretched into an endless, dragging monotony that seemed to age them all by years in a matter of weeks. The dreaded Friday arrived, forcing them into a frantic dawn ritual of erasing every trace of their existence from the bedroom and bathroom. Kathy stripped the sheets, rolled them into a ball with the blankets and pillowcases, and covered the mattresses with the bedspreads, just as the grandmother had instructed. Chris had dismantled the train tracks the night before. They worked like mad, polishing the furniture until it gleamed, only to have the grandmother deliberately dull it with dust from a vacuum cleaner bag. She ordered them to take their breakfast into the attic, and they ate cold cereal with raisins while listening to the muffled sounds of the maids working below. Huddled on the top step of the stairwell, they clung to each other, terrified of being discovered, but the maids never ventured near the closet, never questioned the grandmother's constant presence. The experience left them all feeling strangely diminished, as if they had shriveled in their own estimation. Despite the hollow feeling that followed, hope, stubborn and deep-rooted, began to reassert itself, especially when they retreated to their growing paper garden in the attic. They played among the flowers, pushing the twins on the swings and hiding behind cardboard trees. Carrie, delighted with her new ruffled panties, spun like a ballerina until she fell and scraped her knee, a painful reminder that even pretend worlds had sharp edges. In quieter moments, they created a fairy ring of white chalk daisies on the floor, a circle of protection against the evils that lurked beyond. They sat within it, telling stories of good fairies and wicked witches by candlelight. Corey, ever the questioner, asked where the grass had gone, and Carrie, with a child's simple logic, said God had taken it to heaven for their father, who liked to mow the lawn. The revelation that the twins still remembered their father, that they understood his love for the outdoors, sent a pang of sorrow through Kathy. She hated lying to them, telling them this was all just a game. The grandmother continued her daily visits, her eyes sharp and cruel, always asking the same questions about sin and modesty. Kathy grew curious about why the old woman never entered the attic herself. When she asked their mother, she learned that the grandmother suffered from claustrophobia, a fear born from being locked in a closet as a child. It was a strange twist of fate that gave Kathy and Chris the freedom to move about the narrow stairwell without fear of her following. One September afternoon, in her haste to fetch water for Chris's painting, Kathy collided with the grandmother in the hallway. The old woman seized her, her fingers like steel, and demanded to know what they were really doing. Kathy stammered about Chris's art, and the grandmother sneered, asking if he had made her pose without clothes. The question shocked Kathy, and she protested, but the grandmother dismissed her, insisting that the male was born knowing everything evil. Later that day, the grandmother returned with a pot of yellow chrysanthemums, a gesture so unexpectedly kind that Kathy was stunned. She thanked her effusively, but the grandmother spun around and stalked out as if embarrassed. The flowers were placed on the attic windowsill, a small living piece of the outside world that would greet them each morning. The memory of childhood was forever tangled with that view, the blue misted mountains and the regimented trees marching up and down the slopes. She could still taste the dry, dusty air they breathed every day and feel the attic shadows that seemed to seep into her very thoughts, mingling with the unspoken questions that haunted her. Why? When? How much longer? She had once placed so much faith in love, in truth, in the belief that honesty came from the lips of those you trusted most. Now she couldn't untangle where faith ended and love began, or recognize the moment when love became the blindest of all. More than 2 months had passed, and still the grandfather clung to life. They spent their days perched on the wide attic window ledges, watching the world they couldn't touch. The dark green of summer's treetops transformed overnight into autumn's brilliant scarlets, golds, and browns. The sight moved her deeply. She sensed it moved them all, even the twins, this quiet passing of seasons they could only observe, never experience. Her thoughts grew frantic, desperate to break free, to feel wind on her skin, to feel alive again. She ached for the children outside, the ones running wild on browning grass, scuffling through dry, crackling leaves, doing all the things she used to do. Why hadn't she recognized happiness when she had it? Why had she always assumed it lay ahead, in adulthood, in independence? Why had childhood never seemed enough? Beside her, crowded close on the window ledge, Chris noticed her sadness. He tried to draw her out, asking why she looked so troubled. He pointed out the beauty of the trees, declaring his love for each season as it came. Summer best in summer, autumn best in autumn, and so on. That was his way. Making peace with the present, always finding something to appreciate. She admitted she'd been thinking of their old school, of boring history lessons, of feeling bored and restless, and how desperately she'd welcome that boredom now. Chris agreed, recalling how tedious American history had seemed, except for the stories of Indians and the Old West. But at least then they'd been doing what other children their age did. Now they were just wasting time, doing nothing. He urged her not to waste a single minute, to prepare for the day of their release, to set firm goals and strive toward them. He'd convince himself that if he couldn't be a doctor, he'd want nothing else, nothing more than money could buy. She wanted to be a prima ballerina, though she'd settle for something else. Chris seemed to read her mind, scolding her for neglecting her ballet exercises. He announced he'd attach a bar in the decorated part of the attic, and she'd practice 5 or 6 hours daily, just like in real ballet class. She protested defiantly, claiming she needed proper attire to practice positions, an excuse he dismissed as stupid. She flung back that he had all the brains, and she was the stupid one, before bursting into tears and fleeing through the paper garden. She raced down the steep wooden steps, half wishing she'd fall, break a leg, a neck, end up dead, just so everyone would be sorry, everyone would cry for the dancer she should have been. She threw herself on her bed, sobbing into the pillow. Nothing real existed here, only dreams, only hopes. She'd grow old and ugly, never seeing anyone again. That old man downstairs could live to be 110, with doctors keeping him alive forever. She'd miss Halloween. No trick-or-treating, no parties, no candy. She wallowed in self-pity, vowing that someone would pay for all of this. They came to her then, her 2 brothers and small sister, wearing their dirty white sneakers. Each tried to comfort her with small offerings, Carrie's red and purple crayons, Corey's Peter Rabbit storybook. But Chris simply sat and looked at her, and she'd never felt so small. Late one evening, their mother arrived with a large box she placed in Kathy's hands. Inside, nestled in white tissue, lay ballet costumes, one bright pink, one azure blue, complete with leotards and toe shoes to match the tulle tutus. A small card read from Christopher. There were records of ballet music too. She began to cry, throwing her arms around her mother, then her brother. These weren't tears of frustration or despair. Now she had something to work toward. Her mother explained she'd wanted most of all to buy a white costume, a stunning swan-like outfit with a feathered bodice and cap, but it was too large. She'd ordered it anyway. 3 costumes should be enough inspiration, she said. When Chris nailed the bar securely to the attic wall, she practiced for hours while music played. Though no real mirror stood behind the bar, she had a vast one in her imagination, and there she saw herself as Pavlova, performing before enraptured thousands, taking encore after encore, accepting dozens of red roses. Her mother eventually brought her every Tchaikovsky ballet, played on a record player connected by extension cords down to their bedroom socket. Dancing to beautiful music lifted her out of herself, making her briefly forget that life was passing them by. She pirouetted, pretending a partner supported her through the most difficult positions. She fell and rose again, dancing until she was breathless and aching, her leotards soaked with sweat. She'd collapse on the floor to rest, then return to the bar for pliés. Sometimes she was Princess Aurora in The Sleeping Beauty. Sometimes she danced the prince's part too, leaping high and beating her feet together. Once, near the end of her Dying Swan performance, she glanced up and saw Chris standing in the attic shadows, watching with the oddest expression. He'd soon turn 15. How had he already begun to seem like a man, not a boy? Was it only that vague look in his eyes, signaling his rapid departure from childhood? She glided over to him on full point, executing those tiny, even steps that created the illusion of a string of pearls. She held out her arms, inviting him to be her dancer. He smiled, bemused, but shook his head. Ballet wasn't for him, though he'd like to learn the waltz if the music was Strauss. She laughed, switching from Swan Lake to the Blue Danube. Chris was awkward, holding her with embarrassment, stepping on her pink point shoes. But he tried so hard to master the simple steps, and she couldn't tell him that all his talents resided in his brain and artistic hands, with none drifting down to his legs and feet. Yet there was something sweet and endearing about the Strauss waltz, easy, romantic, so unlike the athletic ballet waltzes that left you breathless and sweating. When her mother finally appeared with that smashing white Swan Lake outfit, a beautifully feathered bodice, tight cap, white slippers, and leotards so sheer her pink skin showed through, she gasped. Love, hope, and happiness could indeed be brought upstairs, wrapped in one giant satin box with a violet ribbon, given by someone who cared because another someone had put the idea in her head. And in time, Chris learned the waltz and the foxtrot. But when she tried to teach him the Charleston, he refused. He didn't need to learn every dance. He only wanted to step onto a dance floor with a girl in his arms and not make a fool of himself. She had always danced. There wasn't a dance she couldn't do or didn't want to do. She tried to teach him the Charleston, but he refused. He'd never let anyone force him into something that didn't fit his self-image. And in a way, she admired that. His stubborn resolve to be his own person, even if that person seemed outdated. Her Sir Christopher, the knight gallant. They became gods of their own small world, changing the seasons in the attic at will. Down came the paper flowers. Up went autumn leaves of brown, russet, scarlet, and gold. They prepared for winter too, cutting lacy white designs just in case they were still there when snow fell. They crafted wild ducks and geese from craft paper, sending their mobile birds southward in wide-arrowed skeins. Birds were simple, elongated ovals with spheres for heads, teardrops with wings. When Chris wasn't reading, he painted watercolor scenes of snow-covered hills with frozen lakes where skaters glided. He nestled small yellow and pink houses deep in snow, with smoke curling from chimneys and a misty church steeple in the distance. When finished, he framed it all with a painted dark window frame. Hung on the wall, they had a room with a view. They had changed up there, he and she, as much as they'd changed their attic world. They lay side by side on an old stained mattress for hours, talking endlessly, planning lives they'd live once free and rich as Midas. He would travel the world, falling in love with a woman who was beautiful, brilliant, understanding, charming, witty, and fun, a perfect housekeeper, a faithful wife, a devoted mother who would never nag, complain, doubt his judgment, or lose faith when he made mistakes. She'd understand he'd done his best, and he'd soon make another fortune. His vision left her feeling inadequate. How could she ever meet the needs of a man like Chris? She knew he was setting the standard by which she'd judge all future suitors. She asked if this paragon could have even one flaw. Why should she? She persisted. He defended their mother fiercely against her implied criticism, insisting Mama wasn't stupid, just shaped by a wrong environment, made to feel inferior because she was a girl. As for herself, after years as a prima ballerina, she'd marry and settle down, but she didn't know what kind of man she'd want if he didn't measure up to Chris or her father. She knew she wanted him handsome, for beautiful children, and brilliant, or she might not respect him. She'd test him with games before accepting his ring. If she won time and again, she'd send him back to the store. Meanwhile, their philodendron drooped. Their ivy yellowed and died. They fussed over their plants, pleading with them to revive, talking to them, trying to coax them back to health. After all, they were getting the healthiest sunlight, that eastern morning light. The weeks passed. Corey and Carrie stopped pleading to go outside. Carrie no longer beat her small fists against the door, and Corey gave up trying to kick it down. They docilely accepted what they'd once denied. The attic garden was their only outside. In time, pitifully, they forgot there was a world beyond their prison. Chris and Kathy dragged old mattresses to the eastern windows, opening them wide to sunbathe without dirty glass filtering the rays. Children needed sunlight to grow, a lesson reinforced by their dying plants. Unabashedly, they stripped naked and basked in the brief sun. They saw each other's differences and thought little of them. They even told their mother, who gave a weak smile of approval, but warned them to keep it from the grandmother. Kathy understood later that their mother was watching them for signs of innocence or awakening sexuality, and what she saw must have reassured her they were still children, though she should have known better. The twins loved being naked and playing like babies, laughing and giggling at their own bodies, pointing out differences, asking questions. Kathy tried to ignore the silly talk, burying herself in Wuthering Heights. But Chris answered honestly. Male creatures have sexual organs outside, females tucked neatly inside. She approved of her neat body. He approved of his unneat one. Their parents had accepted their bare skins, and so would they. Male birds, too, had organs neatly tucked inside. She asked how he knew. From books, he claimed, not from examining birds. She accused him of making a dull man and pressed him on why birds were different. Streamlined for flight, he explained. But when she pushed further, he floundered, face reddening, struggling to articulate that male birds could be aroused, bringing what was inside out. When she asked what aroused them, he told her to shut up and read. Some days were too chilly for sunbathing. Soon it grew frigid. Even in their heaviest clothes, they shivered unless they ran. The morning sun stole away too quickly, leaving them desolate, wishing for southern windows that stayed shuttered and locked. Their mother's reassurance that morning sun was healthiest didn't cheer them. Their plants were dying one by one in that healthy light. As November arrived, the attic turned Arctic cold. Teeth chattered, noses ran, they sneezed constantly and pleaded for a stove, but the schoolroom stoves were disconnected. Their mother feared an electric heater might start a fire with so many extension cords. A gas heater needed a chimney. She brought them long, heavy underwear, thick ski jackets with hoods, and bright, fleece-lined ski pants. Thus bundled, they escaped daily into the attic, running free from their grandmother's observant eyes. In their cluttered bedroom, they barely had room to move without bruising themselves. In the attic, they ran frantic, screaming, chasing each other, hiding, finding, staging plays with frenzied activity. They fought, argued, cried, then returned to fierce play. Hide-and-seek was a passion. Chris and Kathy made it thrilling, though only mildly threatening for the twins, who already saw monsters in the dark attic shadows. Carrie earnestly reported seeing monsters behind the shrouded furniture. One day in the attic's polar zone, they were searching for Corey. Carrie announced she was going downstairs, her small face resentful, lips pouted. She was too stubborn to force into exercise, so she sashayed off in her red ski outfit, leaving Chris and Kathy to hunt for Corey. He was usually easy to find. His hiding place was always the last spot Chris had used. They assumed he'd be in the third massive armoire, crouched under old clothes, grinning up at them. They indulged him, avoiding that wardrobe for a specific time before deciding to find him. But when they looked, he wasn't there. Chris expressed his surprise. Finally, Corey was showing some originality in finding a hiding place. Kathy wiped her runny nose and surveyed the vast, multi-winged attic. If he'd truly been innovative, he could be anywhere, and it might take hours to find him. She was cold, tired, and irritable. Sick of this game Chris insisted on to keep them active. She called out that it was time for lunch. That should bring him. Meals were cozy events that broke their long days into manageable portions. When he didn't answer, she added that peanut butter and grape jelly sandwiches were waiting, his favorite. Still nothing. Not a sound, not a cry. Suddenly she was terrified. She couldn't believe Corey had overcome his fear of the immense shadowy attic to take the game seriously. But suppose he was trying to imitate them? Panic seized her. She cried out to Chris. They had to find Corey, and fast. He caught her fear and spun around, running and calling Corey's name, ordering him to come out, to stop hiding. They ran and hunted, calling repeatedly. Hide-and-seek was over. Lunchtime now. No answer. She was nearly freezing despite all her clothes. Even her hands looked blue. Chris murmured a horrible thought. What if Corey had hidden in one of the trunks and the lid had accidentally latched? He'd suffocate. He'd die. They ran frantically, throwing open every trunk lid, tossing out pantaloons, shifts, camisoles, petticoats, stays, suits, all with insane terror. Kathy prayed desperately as she searched, pleading with God not to let Corey die. Chris found him, lifting Corey's small, inert form from a trunk that had latched and trapped him inside. Weak with relief, Kathy stumbled over and kissed Corey's small, pale face, which had turned a strange color from lack of oxygen. His eyes were unfocused, slitted. He was nearly unconscious. He whispered that he wanted his mother, but Mama was miles away, learning to type and take shorthand. There was only a pitiless grandmother they didn't know how to reach in an emergency. Chris ordered her to fill the bathtub with hot water, not too hot, they didn't want to scald him, and raced with Corey toward the stairwell. Kathy reached the bedroom first, then the bath. She glanced back to see Chris lay Corey on the bed, bend over him, hold his nostrils, and lower his mouth to Corey's blue, parted lips. Her heart jumped. Was he dead? Had he stopped breathing? Carrie saw her twin blue and unmoving and began to scream. Kathy turned on both faucets full blast. Corey was going to die. She always dreamed of death and dying, and most times her dreams came true. Just when she thought God had turned his back on them, she grabbed hold of her faith and prayed desperately, demanding he not let Corey die. Maybe her desperate prayers helped as much as Chris's artificial resuscitation. He announced Corey was breathing again, pale-faced and trembling as he carried him to the tub. Now all they had to do was warm him up. In no time, they had Corey undressed and in the warm water. He came to, whispering for Mama over and over. Kathy could have pounded her fists through the walls. It was so unfair. He should have his mother, not just a pretend mother who didn't know what to do. She wanted out of this, even if she had to beg in the streets. But she spoke calmly, suggesting he pretend she was Mama. She'd do everything his real mother would, hold him on her lap, rock him to sleep with lullabies, as soon as he ate a little lunch and drank some milk. She knelt beside the tub, rubbing his cold hands while Chris massaged his feet. When his flesh returned to normal color, they dried him dressed him in his warmest pajamas, and wrapped him in a blanket. In the old rocker, Kathy cuddled her small brother on her lap, covering his wan face with kisses and whispering sweet nothings that made him giggle. If he could laugh, he could eat. She fed him tiny bits of sandwich, sips of lukewarm soup, long drinks of milk. As she did this, she aged 10 years and 10 minutes. She glanced at Chris, who had sat down to eat his lunch, and saw he too had changed. Now they knew there was real danger in the attic beyond, slow withering. Threats much worse than the mice and spiders that persisted despite all their efforts. Chris stalked up to the attic alone, his face grim. Kathy rocked on and on, holding both Carrie and Corey, singing, "Rock-a-bye, baby." Fierce hammering came from above, a terrible clamor the servants might hear. Corey whispered that he didn't like not having a mother anymore. She assured him he had her. When he asked if she was as good as a real mother, she said yes. She loved him very much, and that's what made a real mother. He stared up at her with wide blue eyes, searching for sincerity. Then his small arms crept around her neck, and he cuddled his head on her shoulder, sleepy but asking her not to stop singing. She was still rocking and singing when Chris returned, wearing a satisfied expression. He'd smashed every last lock on the trunks and wardrobes. Never again would one lock inadvertently. She nodded. He sat on the nearest bed, watching the rhythm of the rocker, listening to her childish tune. A slow flush heated his face. He seemed embarrassed. He felt left out, he admitted, and asked if he could sit in the rocker first, then have all three of them pile on. Their father used to do that, holding all of them, even Mama, in arms long and strong enough to give the warmest feeling of security and love. She wondered if Chris could do the same. As they sat in the rocker with Chris underneath, she caught a glimpse of them in the dresser mirror. An eerie feeling stole over her. It all seemed so unreal. They looked like doll parents, younger editions of Mama and Daddy. Chris whispered that the Bible said there was a time for everything, to be born, to plant, to harvest, to die, and this was their time to sacrifice. Later would come their time to live and enjoy. She nestled her head on his boyish shoulder, grateful for his optimism and cheerfulness. His strong arms felt almost as protective as Daddy's had been. He was right, too. Their happy time would come the day they left this room and went downstairs to attend a funeral. On the tall stalk of the amaryllis, a single bud appeared, a living calendar reminding them that Thanksgiving and Christmas were approaching. It was their only surviving plant, their most cherished possession. They carried it down from the attic each night to keep it warm. Each morning, Corey rushed to see the bud, wanting to know if it had survived, with Carrie following close behind to admire the hardy, valiant plant. They checked the calendar for green-circled fertilizing days and felt the dirt for moisture, never trusting their own judgment, always asking Kathy whether they should water amaryllis. They named everything they owned, and amaryllis was determined to live. The twins were too weak to carry the heavy pot to the attic windows. Kathy carried it up, but Chris had to bring it down at night. Each night, they marked off another day with a big red X. Now they'd crossed off 100 days. The cold rains came. The fierce winds blew. Sometimes heavy fog shut out the morning sunlight. Dry branches scraped the house at night, waking her to lie breathless, waiting for some horror to come in and devour her. On a rainy day that might turn to snow, Mama arrived breathless with a box of pretty party decorations, a bright yellow tablecloth, orange linen napkins with fringe. She explained they were having guests for a midday dinner with 2 turkeys roasting, one for the family, one for the servants, but they wouldn't be ready early enough for the grandmother's picnic basket. She was determined her children wouldn't miss a Thanksgiving feast. She'd find a way to slip up hot food. She'd make a show of wanting to serve her father, preparing a tray for him while hiding food for them. They could expect her around 1. Carrie asked what Thanksgiving meant, and Corey answered it was the same as saying grace before meals. In a way, he was right, and since he'd said something voluntarily, she wasn't going to criticize. While Chris settled into one of the big lounge chairs with the twins on his lap, telling them the story of the first Thanksgiving, Kathy busied herself like a little homemaker, delighted to set a festive holiday table. The place cards were 4 small paper turkeys with honeycombed tails fanning out in orange and yellow. She had 2 large pumpkin candles, 2 pilgrim candles, and 2 Indian candles, but she couldn't bear to light such pretty things and watch them melt away. Instead, she put plain candles on the table and saved the special ones for future Thanksgiving meals, when they'd be out of this place. She carefully lettered their names on the little turkeys and placed one before each plate. Their dining table had a small shelf underneath where they stored their dishes and silverware. After each meal, she washed everything in the bathroom in a pink plastic basin. Chris dried and stacked them in a rubber rack under the table. She laid out the silverware with care. Forks on the left, knives on the right with blades facing the plates, spoons next to the knives. Their china was Lenox with a wide blue rim edged in 24-karat gold, old dinnerware the servants wouldn't miss. The crystal was footed, and she couldn't help stepping back to admire her own handiwork. The only thing missing was flowers. Their mother should have remembered to bring flowers. 1 o'clock came and went. Carrie complained loudly, wanting to eat lunch now, but Kathy urged patience. Their mother was bringing special hot food, turkey, and all the fixings, and this would be dinner, not lunch. With her housewifely chores done, she curled up on the bed to read more of Lorna Doone. Corey's stomach, he claimed, had no patience, pulling her back from the mid-17th century. Chris was deep in a Sherlock Holmes mystery that would be solved on the last page. If only the twins could calm their stomachs by reading. She suggested raisins, but Corey had none left. He corrected his grammar when she prompted him, then tried again. Peanuts were also gone. Carrie had eaten the last cracker. She scolded Carrie for not sharing, but Carrie insisted Corey hadn't wanted any then. 2 o'clock. Now all of them were starving. Their stomachs were trained to eat at 12 sharp. What was keeping their mother? Was she eating first herself and only then bringing their food? A little after 3, Mama rushed in with a huge silver tray laden with covered dishes. She wore a periwinkle blue wool jersey dress. Her hair waved back and caught low with a silver beret. She looked stunning. She apologized immediately. Her father had changed his mind at the last minute and decided to eat with them in his wheelchair. She praised Kathy's table setting, but admitted she'd forgotten the flowers. 9 guests had peppered her with questions about her long absence, and she'd had tremendous trouble slipping into the butler's pantry without John noticing. The man had eyes in the back of his head. She'd hopped up and down constantly, probably seeming rude or foolish, but she'd managed to fill their dishes and hide them away, dashing back to the dining table to smile and eat a bite before excusing herself again. She'd even answered 3 telephone calls she'd made to herself from her bedroom's private line, disguising her voice. She'd wanted to bring pumpkin pie, but John had already sliced it and put it on dessert plates. He'd have noticed 4 missing pieces. She blew them a kiss, bestowed a dazzling hurried smile, and disappeared. They rushed to the table. Chris bowed his head for a hasty grace, thankful for this belated meal, and then played host, dishing out the food. He gave the twins 1 slice of white turkey each and tiny portions of vegetables and molded salad. Kathy received medium portions, and he served himself last, huge amounts for the one who needed it most, the brain. He appeared ravenous, forking huge gobs of nearly cold mashed potatoes into his mouth. Everything was on the verge of cold. The gelatin salad was softening, the lettuce beneath it wilting. The twins wailed that they didn't like cold food, staring at their pretty plates with distaste as if they were looking at snakes and worms. Kathy felt sorry for their mother, who had tried so hard to bring them a hot meal and had messed up her own dinner in the process, making herself look silly in front of the guests. And now the twins weren't going to eat anything after complaining for 3 hours. Chris closed his eyes, savoring the deliciously prepared food, so different from the hasty picnic junk they usually ate. To be fair to the grandmother, she never forgot them. She must have gotten up in the dark to beat the chef and maids into the kitchen. Chris then did something that shocked her. He stabbed a huge slice of turkey and shoved the whole thing into his mouth. She scolded him for setting a bad example, but he was too hungry to care, never having been so ravenous in his life. She daintily cut her own turkey into small bits to demonstrate proper manners, then predicted his future wife would divorce him within a year. He ignored her, deaf to everything but enjoyment. Carrie told her not to be mean to Chris, since they didn't like cold food anyway and didn't want to eat. He retorted that his wife would adore him and be charmed to pick up his dirty socks, and reminded the twins they liked cold cereal with raisins, so they should eat. Carrie complained about the brown stuff on the potatoes. Gravy, Kathy explained, and Kathy added that Eskimos loved cold food. When Carrie asked if Eskimos really liked cold food, Kathy admitted she supposed they'd better, or starve. She couldn't understand what Eskimos had to do with Thanksgiving. Chris explained they were Indians, part of the tradition, and that the North American continent had once been connected to Asia, with Indians trekking over, some liking ice and snow so much they stayed, while others had better sense and moved south. Carrie asked about the lumpy bumpy stuff that looked like Jell-O. Kathy explained it was cranberry salad with whole cranberries, pecan nuts, and sour cream, and it was delicious. Carrie insisted they didn't like lumpy bumpy stuff. Chris grew tired of their fussing and told them to eat. Kathy added that cranberries and nuts were delicious, and birds loved berries. Carrie countered that birds ate dead spiders and bugs, not berries, and they couldn't eat what birds ate. Chris told them to shut up and eat. Here they were with the best food since coming upstairs, and the twins had barely touched their plates. Chris was demolishing everything like a prize-winning hog. The twins sampled the mashed potatoes with mushroom gravy, grainy and funny, and the stuffing, lumpy, grainy, and funny. Kathy nearly yelled at them to eat the sweet potatoes, pointing out how pretty they were, whipped smooth with marshmallows and flavored with orange and lemon juice. She prayed they wouldn't notice the lumpy pecans. Between the two of them, fussily stirring their food into mishmash, they managed to put away perhaps 3 or 4 ounces. While Chris longed for dessert, pumpkin or mincemeat pie, Kathy began clearing the table. Then, unbelievably, Chris began to help. He smiled disarmingly and even kissed her cheeks. If good food could do that for a man, she was all for learning gourmet cooking. He even picked up his socks before helping her wash and dry the dishes, glasses, and silverware. 10 minutes after everything was neatly stored under the table and covered with a clean towel, the twins simultaneously announced they were hungry, their stomachs hurt. Chris continued reading at his desk while Kathy set aside Lorna Doone and rose from the bed. Without a word, she retrieved peanut butter and jelly sandwiches from the picnic basket and handed one to each twin. She watched with genuine puzzlement as they nibbled. Why did they enjoy that junk so much? Being a parent, she realized, wasn't nearly as easy or delightful as she'd once presumed. She warned Corey not to sit on the floor since it was colder there than in a chair, but he didn't like chairs. Then he sneezed. The next day, Corey came down with a severe cold. His small face was flushed and hot, and he complained of aching all over, his bones hurting. He asked for his real mother. Oh, how he wanted her. Finally, she did appear, becoming anxious at his flushed face and rushing off for a thermometer. She returned unhappily, trailed by the detested grandmother. With the thermometer in his mouth, Corey stared up at his mother as if she were a golden angel come to save him. Kathy, his pretend mother, was forgotten. Their mother crooned over him, calling him darling baby, picking him up and carrying him to the rocker to kiss his brow. She promised she'd take care of him, make the pains go away. All he had to do was eat his meals and drink his orange juice, and soon he'd be well. She put him back to bed, hovering as she gave him aspirin and water. Her blue eyes were misty with troubled tears, her slim hands working nervously. Kathy narrowed her eyes, watching their mother's lips move in what looked like silent prayer. 2 days later, Carrie was beside Corey in bed, sneezing and coughing too, her temperature soaring with terrifying swiftness. Panic gripped Kathy. Chris looked scared as well. Listless and pale, the twins lay side by side, clutching the covers high under their rounded chins. They seemed made of porcelain, so waxy white, their blue eyes growing larger as they sank deeper into their skulls, dark shadows beneath them like haunted children. When their mother wasn't there, those eyes pleaded mutely with Chris and Kathy to do something, anything, to end their misery. Mama took a week off from secretarial school to be with her twins as much as possible. Kathy hated that the grandmother trailed after her every time, always putting her nose where it didn't belong, offering advice they didn't want. She'd already told them they didn't exist, had no right to be alive on God's earth, save for those saintly and pure, like herself. Did she come merely to distress them more, to steal the comfort of having their mother to themselves? The whisper of her menacing gray dresses, the sound of her voice, the tread of her heavy feet, the sight of her huge pale hands, soft, puffy, flashing with diamond rings, spotted brown with dyeing pigment. Just to see her was to loathe her. Their mother rushed to them often, doing what she could to help the twins back to health, shadows under her own eyes as she gave them aspirins and water, later orange juice and hot chicken soup. One morning she arrived with a big thermos of freshly squeezed orange juice, full of vitamin C and A, good for colds. She listed what she wanted Chris and Kathy to do: give the twins orange juice often, and they stored the thermos on the attic steps, as good as any refrigerator in winter. One glance at the thermometer from Carrie's lips sent frenzied panic through their mother. 103.6. She cried out that she had to take them to a doctor, a hospital. Kathy, holding lightly to the heavy dresser and exercising her legs since the attic was too cold for limbering, threw a quick glance at the grandmother, trying to read her reaction. The grandmother had no patience for those who lost control. She dismissed the fever as normal for sick children. A cold was just a cold. Chris jerked his head up from his book. He believed the twins had the flu, though how they'd caught the virus he couldn't guess. The grandmother continued her tirade. Doctors knew nothing about curing colds. They knew just as much. Only 3 things were needed: bed rest, liquids, and aspirins. And weren't they doing all those? She flashed Kathy a mean look, telling her to stop swinging her legs. Then she repeated her mother's saying. Colds took 3 days coming, 3 days staying, and 3 days leaving. When Chris asked about the flu, she turned her back and ignored him. She didn't like his face, which resembled their father too much. She hated it when people questioned those older and wiser. Everyone knew the rule: 6 days to start and stay, 3 days to leave. That's the way it was. They'd recover. As the grandmother predicted, the twins recovered. Not in 9 days, but 19. Only bed rest, aspirins, and fluids did the trick. No prescriptions from a doctor. By day, the twins stayed in the same bed. By night, Carrie slept with Kathy, Corey with Chris. Neither Chris nor Kathy caught whatever it was. All night long, they jumped up for water and orange juice. The twins cried for cookies, for Mama, for something to unstop their nostrils. They tossed and fretted, weak and uneasy, expressing their worries only through large, fearful eyes that tore at Kathy's heart. They asked questions while sick that they never asked while well. Why they stayed upstairs all the time, whether downstairs had gone away, whether it had gone where the sun hides, whether Mama liked them anymore. She corrected their grammar. They asked why the walls were fuzzy, and why Chris looked fuzzy too. He explained he was tired. He wished they'd go to sleep and stop asking so many questions. They protested they didn't make sounds when they slept. Chris sighed, picked up Corey, and carried him to the rocker. Soon Carrie and Kathy were on his lap too, rocking back and forth, telling stories at 3 in the morning. Other nights they read stories until 4. When the twins cried for Mama, as they incessantly did, Chris and Kathy acted as mother and father, soothing them with soft lullabies. They rocked so much the floorboards creaked. Surely someone below could have heard. The wind blew through the hills, scraping skeleton tree branches, squeaking the house, whispering of death and dying. In cracks and crevices it howled, moaned, sobbed, constantly reminding them they weren't safe. They read aloud so much, sang so much, both grew hoarse and half sick from fatigue. Every night they prayed on their knees, begging God to make the twins well again, to give them back the way they were. Finally, the coughing eased, sleepless eyelids drooped and closed in peaceful sleep. The cold hands of death had reached for their little ones and were reluctant to let go. Slowly, tortuously, the twins drifted back to health. But well, they were not the same robust, lively pair. Corey, who'd said little before, now said even less. Carrie, who'd adored the sound of her own constant chatter, became almost as truculent as Corey. And now that Kathy had the quiet she'd so often longed for, she wanted back the bird-like chit-chat that had rattled on incessantly to dolls, trucks, trains, boats, pillows, plants, shoes, dresses, underpants, toys, puzzles, and games. She checked Carrie's tongue, pale and white. Fearfully, she straightened to gaze down on two small faces side by side on one pillow. Why had she wanted them to grow up and act their proper ages? This long illness had brought instant age, put dark circles under their large blue eyes, stolen their healthy color. The high temperatures and coughing had left them with a wise look, sometimes sly, of the old and tired. Those who just lay and didn't care if the sun came up or went down. They scared her. Their haunted faces took her into dreams of death. And all the while the wind kept blowing. Eventually they left their beds and walked about slowly. Legs once plump and rosy, able to hop, jump, and skip, were now weak as thin straws. They crept instead of flew, smiled instead of laughed. Wearily, Kathy fell face down on her bed, thinking and thinking. What could she and Chris do to restore their babyish charm? There was nothing, though they'd have given their own health to restore theirs. Mama proclaimed vitamins were exactly what they needed, and what Chris and Kathy needed too. From now on, daily vitamin capsules. Her slim hand fluffed her beautifully coiffed hair. Kathy challenged her. Could fresh air and sunshine come in capsules? Would swallowing a capsule a day give them the radiant health they'd had when they lived normal lives and spent most of their days outside? Mama, wearing pink and looking lovely, tossed her a patronizing glance and insisted she was doing the best she could. Yes, if she wanted the truth, vitamins were exactly what the outdoors bestowed. That's why they were made. Her indifference cut deep. Kathy's eyes flashed to Chris, who had bowed his head low, taking it all in but saying nothing. She pressed for an answer. How long would their imprisonment last? Their mother promised it would be only a short while longer. Another month, possibly. Kathy asked if she could sneak the twins outside for a ride in her car, planning it so the servants wouldn't see. She insisted it would make an immense difference, and she and Chris didn't even have to go. Their mother spun around to gauge Chris's reaction, but his surprised expression betrayed that he wasn't in on the plan. She refused, citing the risk. 8 servants worked in the house, always someone looking out a window. They'd hear the car start and be curious. Kathy's voice turned cold as she requested fresh fruit, especially bananas. The twins loved them and hadn't had one since they arrived. Their mother promised to bring bananas tomorrow, explaining that her father didn't like them, which was why they were never purchased. Kathy countered that she drove to secretarial school every weekday. She could stop and buy bananas herself, plus peanuts and raisins. Why couldn't they have popcorn once in a while? That certainly wouldn't rot their teeth. Their mother nodded pleasantly and agreed, then asked what Kathy wanted for herself. Kathy exploded. Freedom. She was tired of the locked room, wanted the twins out, wanted Chris out, wanted their mother to rent a house, buy a house, steal a house. Just get them out of this house. Their mother pleaded that she was doing her best, bringing gifts every time, asking what they lacked besides bananas. Kathy reminded her she'd promised only a short while, and it had been months. Their mother spread her hands in supplication, asking if she expected her to kill her father. Kathy shook her head numbly. The moment the door closed, Chris exploded, defending their mother, telling Kathy to leave her alone. She did try, he insisted. It was a wonder she came to see them at all with Kathy's endless questions and distrust. How did Kathy know how much she suffered? Did she think their mother was happy knowing her 4 children were locked in one room, left to play in an attic? Kathy found it hard to tell what their mother was thinking or feeling. Her expression was always calm, though she often seemed tired. Her clothes were new and expensive, and she brought them many new expensive clothes too, though it didn't matter what they wore since no one saw them but the grandmother. They didn't go to the attic when it rained or snowed. Even on clear days the wind snarled fiercely, screaming through the old house's cracks. One night Corey woke and called to her, asking her to make the wind go away. She left Carrie's side and crawled under the covers beside him, holding his thin little body tightly in her arms. He felt too small, so fragile, as if the rampaging wind could blow him away. She kissed his sweet-smelling curly hair and explained she couldn't make the wind stop. Only God could do that. He asked her to tell God he didn't like the wind, that it wanted to come in and get him. She gathered him closer, holding tighter, vowing never to let the wind take him. He asked for a story to make him forget the wind. She told him her favorite invented story about a fantasy world where children lived in a cozy home with powerful parents who scared away frightening things. A family of 6, with a garden and swings, real flowers that knew how to die in fall and revive in spring, a dog named Clover, a cat named Calico, a yellow bird singing in a golden cage where everyone loved everyone. No one was ever whipped or yelled at, and doors were never locked. He asked her to sing him to sleep. She held him and sang lyrics she'd written to music she'd heard him hum, his own mind music, a song meant to ease his fear of the wind and perhaps her own fears too. It spoke of hearing the wind and the breeze, of longing for someone to show understanding, to touch tenderly, of climbing hills and finding another day. Her little one fell asleep in her arms, breathing evenly, feeling safe. Beyond him, Chris lay with eyes wide open, fixed on the ceiling. When her song ended, he turned to meet her eyes. His 15th birthday had come and gone with cake and ice cream, gifts arriving almost daily. Now he had a Polaroid camera, a new watch. How could he be so easily pleased? Didn't he see their mother wasn't the same anymore? Didn't he notice she no longer came every day? Was he so gullible he believed everything she said? Christmas Eve. 5 months at Foxworth Hall. They'd never been downstairs, much less outside. They kept the rules: grace before meals, prayers by their beds, modesty in the bathroom, pure thoughts. And yet, day by day, their meals grew poorer in quality. She convinced herself it didn't matter if they missed one Christmas shopping spree. There would be other Christmases when they were rich, when they could buy anything, when they'd be beautiful in magnificent clothes with stylish manners that declared them somebody special. She and Chris knew there was no real Santa Claus, but they wanted the twins to believe, to experience the enchantment. What would childhood be without Santa? Not the kind of childhood she wanted for them. Even locked away, Christmas was busy. Secretly, they'd been making gifts, stuffed animals for the twins, backstitched and filled with cotton, with faces embroidered while flat. Kathy was knitting Chris a scarlet wool cap in the bathroom, though she suspected Mama had forgotten to mention something about Gage. Then Chris made what she considered an idiotic suggestion: make the grandmother a gift too. She brought their food and milk, and a token might win her affection. How much more enjoyable their lives would be if she could tolerate them. Foolishly, Kathy agreed it might work. For hours they slaved over a gift for the old witch who hated them, who had never once said their names. They bonded tan linen to a stretcher frame, glued colored stones, applied gold and brown cording, redoing mistakes painstakingly to avoid any flaw. Chris believed they had a chance to win her over. People changed, no one was static. While Mama charmed her father, they must charm her mother. Even if she refused to look at Chris, she did look at Kathy. Not really, she only saw her hair, for some reason fascinated by it. Chris reminded her of the yellow chrysanthemums, a strong straw to grasps. Late in the afternoon, Mama arrived with a live balsam Christmas tree in a small wooden tub. She wore a bright red jersey dress that hugged her curves, laughing and gay as she helped them trim the tree with miniature ornaments and lights. She gave them 4 stockings to hang on bedposts for Santa. She promised brightly that next year they'd be living in their own house, and Kathy believed her. Their mother beamed with cheer, promising that next year life would be wonderful. They'd have plenty of money for a grand home, and everything they wanted would be theirs. Soon they'd forget this room, the attic, and all they'd endured would seem like it never happened. She kissed them, declared her love, and left. They watched her go without feeling bereft as before. She filled all their eyes, all their hopes and dreams. Mama came in the night while they slept. In the morning, Kathy woke to find the stockings stuffed full, gifts piled under the tree and scattered throughout the room, even the large awkward toys for the twins. Her eyes met Chris's. He winked, grinned, bounded from bed, and grabbed silver bells attached to red plastic reins, shaking them vigorously as he boomed Christmas greetings, calling everyone to wake up and see what Santa had brought. The twins came slowly out of dreams, rubbing sticky eyes, staring in disbelief at the toys, the wrapped packages with name tags, the striped stockings filled with cookies, nuts, candy, fruit, chewing gum, peppermint sticks, chocolate Santas, real candy at last, the colorful hard kind that made black holes in teeth but looked and tasted so Christmassy. Corey sat bedazzled, too bewildered for speech, rubbing his eyes with small fists. But Carrie could always find words, asking how Santa had found them. Chris explained Santa had magic eyes and would never overlook children deliberately. He'd written a long letter giving their address and a 3-foot list of things they wanted. Kathy thought how funny that was. The real list was so short and simple. They wanted outside. They wanted freedom. She sat up, feeling a sour-sweet lump in her throat. Mama had tried. It must have taken months to buy all this. She felt ashamed of her mean thoughts, of wanting everything at once with no patience or faith. Chris came to her, stretching out his hand, urging her to enjoy the only Christmas of her 12th year, to make it unique. She put her hand in his and laughed. Christmas was Christmas, no matter where you were. They opened everything, tried on new clothes, stuffed candy into their mouths before breakfast. Santa had left a note warning them to hide the candy from you-know-who. Candy still caused cavities, even on Christmas Day. Kathy sat on the floor in a stunning green velvet robe. Chris wore red flannel. The twins had bright blue robes. 4 happier children couldn't exist. Chocolate bars were devilishly divine, made sweeter by being forbidden. She held it in her mouth, letting it melt slowly, eyes squeezed tight to savor the taste. Chris had his eyes closed too. The twins ate with wide eyes full of surprise, as if holding paradise in their mouths. When they heard the doorknob rattle, they quickly hid the candy. The grandmother entered quietly with the picnic basket, setting it on the gaming table. She didn't greet them, didn't smile, showed no sign this was a special day. They weren't to speak unless spoken to first. Reluctantly, fearfully, yet with hope, Kathy picked up the long red package, their collage painting, the best artwork they'd ever produced. They'd used gossamer silk for pastel butterflies, bright yarn flowers, brown cording for trees, chicken feathers dipped in watercolors. The composition showed true artistry and charm, had brought tears to their mother's eyes. Trembling, Kathy waited to approach when the grandmother's hands were empty. Since she never looked at Chris and the twins shriveled in her presence, it was up to Kathy to give the gift, but her feet wouldn't move. Chris nudged her, urging her to go before she left. Kathy held the long package across her arms like a sacrificial offering, wanting to greet her properly, to say Merry Christmas, to express their appreciation, but she knew it would sound sarcastic. Just seeing Kathy approach with the gift took the grandmother by surprise. Kathy lifted her eyes bravely and held out their offering, wanting her to take it, like it, say thank you, even coldly, wanting her to think about them, to see they weren't so bad, to question how she treated them. But the grandmother's cold, scornful eyes lowered to the red-wrapped box, lingering on the card reading, "To Grandmother, from Chris, Kathy, Corey, and Carrie." Then she lifted her gaze to Kathy's hopeful, pleading eyes, and deliberately turned her back. Without a word, she stalked out, slamming and locking the door. Kathy stood in the middle of the room, holding the product of many long hours of striving for perfection. Fools. That's what they'd been. They'd never win her over. She'd always consider them devil's spawn. As far as she was concerned, they didn't exist. It hurt, aching down to her bare feet, her heart a hollow ball shooting pains through her chest. Behind her, Chris breathed raspily. The twins whimpered. This was her time to be adult, to keep the poise their mother used so well. She patterned her movements and expressions after her mother's, used her hands the way she did, smiled slow and beguiling. And then she hurled the package to the floor, swore words she'd never said aloud, stomped on it, screamed, jumped with both feet until the beautiful old frame cracked and shattered. She hated Chris for convincing her they could win over a woman of stone. She hated Mama for putting them in this position. She should have known her mother better. She should have sold shoes in a department store. Certainly there was something she could have done. The dry frame splintered. Their labor was gone. Chris cried for her to stop. They could keep it for themselves, but he was too late. The fragile painting was ruined forever. Kathy was in tears, bending down to pick up the silk butterflies Corey and Carrie had made so painstakingly, the pastel butterflies she would keep all her life. Chris held her fast while she sobbed, trying to comfort her. It didn't matter what the grandmother did. They were right. She was wrong. They tried. She never tried. They sat on the floor amidst their gifts, the twins quiet with big, doubting eyes, uncertain because they were mirrors reflecting whatever emotions Chris and Kathy showed. The pity of seeing them like that made Kathy ache again. She was 12. She should learn to act her age, hold onto her poise, and not be a stick of dynamite always ready to explode. Their mother entered, smiling and calling Christmas greetings, bearing more gifts, including a huge dollhouse that had once been hers and her hateful mother's. She set it down with care, and now there wasn't an inch of uncluttered space left. It was her present to the twins, so they could pretend house, and pretend parents, and pretend host and hostess, just as she used to do at 5. If she noticed none of them was excited, she didn't comment. With laughter and gay charm, she knelt and told them how much she'd loved this dollhouse. She gushed about its value. On the right market, it would bring a fortune. The miniature porcelain dolls with movable joints were priceless, their faces hand-painted. Everything was made to scale, handcrafted by an English artist who'd taken 12 years to complete it. She showed them the little doors and drawers, the pocket doors, the hand-carved moldings and wainscoting, the teensy books with print so small you'd need a microscope to read them. Chris had to pull out a tiny book, holding it close to squinting eyes. Kathy admired the skill and patience required to make such small furniture. The grand piano with its silken paisley shawl, the little silk flowers on the dining table, wax fruit in a silver bowl, crystal chandeliers with real candles, servants in the kitchen, a butler in white livery, beautifully gowned ladies and poker-faced men in the parlor. Upstairs in the nursery were 3 children and a baby in a crib with arms outstretched. A side building held a coach and 2 horses in the stables. Dishes, silverware, pots and pans, all tiny as peas. Their mother pointed out the genuine Persian silk rug and oriental dining room rug, extolling every virtue of the remarkable plaything. Kathy asked how it could look so new yet be so old. A dark cloud passed over their mother's face. When it belonged to her mother, it had been kept in a glass box. She could look but never touch. When given to her, her father broke the box with a hammer and let her play, on condition she swear not to break anything. She swore, and she did break something. She bowed her head so they couldn't see her eyes. A handsome young doll's arm had come off when she tried to remove his coat. She was whipped, not only for breaking the doll, but for wanting to see what was underneath the clothes. Chris and Kathy sat silent, but Carrie perked up at the little dolls, especially the baby. Corey moved to investigate too. Their mother turned to Kathy, asking why she looked so solemn. Didn't she like her gifts? Kathy couldn't answer, so Chris explained she was unhappy because the grandmother had refused their gift. Their mother patted Kathy's shoulder but avoided her eyes. Chris thanked her for everything, especially the dollhouse. The twins would have more fun with that than anything else. Kathy fixed her gaze on the tricycles for the twins to ride in the attic, strengthening their thin legs, and the roller skates for her and Chris to use in the soundproof schoolroom. Their mother rose from her knees, smiling mysteriously, said she'd be back in a second, and returned with the best gift of all, a small portable TV set, given to her by her father for her bedroom. Now they had a real window through which to view the world. Kathy's hopes soared. Her father had given an expensive gift? Did that mean he liked her now, had forgiven her for marrying Daddy? Could they go downstairs now? Their mother's eyes went dark and troubled again, with no joy, as she admitted her father was friendlier. had forgiven her sin against God and society. Then she said something that made Kathy's heart jump. Next week, her father was having his lawyer write her into his will, leaving her everything. The house would be hers after her mother died. The grandmother had her own inherited wealth. Kathy didn't care about money. All she wanted was out. She flung her arms around her mother, kissed her, hugged her tight. This was the best day since they'd come to this house, though she remembered Mama hadn't said they could go downstairs yet. But they were one step closer to freedom. Their mother sat on the bed, smiling with her lips but not her eyes, laughing brittle and hard at silly things they said. She admitted she'd become the dutiful, obedient daughter her grandfather always wanted. He spoke, she obeyed. He ordered, she jumped. She'd finally managed to please him. In fact, that he was giving her a party tonight to reintroduce her to old friends and local society. A grand affair, catered, with a small orchestra for dancing. A Christmas party, with dancing, and Mama being written into the will. Was there ever such a happy day? Chris and Kathy begged to watch, promising to be quiet, to hide so no one could see. It had been so long since they'd seen other people and they'd never been to a Christmas party. She finally relented, drawing them aside where the twins couldn't overhear. There was one place they could hide and watch, but she couldn't risk the twins. They were too young, couldn't sit still, and Carrie would probably scream in delight and draw attention. They swore on their honor not to tell. Of course they wouldn't. They loved their little twins and wouldn't hurt their feelings by letting them know they were missing out. They sang Christmas carols after Mama left, the day passing cheerfully enough, though the picnic basket held only ham sandwiches and icy leftover turkey from Thanksgiving. As evening came on, Kathy sat gazing at the dollhouse where Carrie and Corey played happily with the tiny porcelain people and priceless miniatures. She thought about the object lesson. A little girl once allowed only to look, never touch, until another little girl came along and the glass box was smashed so she could touch and be punished when she broke something. She shivered, wondering what Carrie or Corey would break and what their punishment would be. She shoved chocolate into her mouth, trying to sweeten the sourness of her roving, wicked thoughts. Mama appeared just as promised, not long after the twins had fallen into deep sleep. She was so breathtakingly beautiful that Kathy's heart swelled with pride and admiration, and a pang of envy, too. Her formal gown flowed with panels of green chiffon over a deeper velvet bodice cut low to reveal an impressive décolletage, delicate glittering straps beneath the streaming fabric. Diamond and emerald earrings dangled and sparkled with every movement, and her scent evoked a musky, moonlit garden in some distant Orient. No wonder Chris stared as if dazzled. Kathy sighed wistfully, silently praying that one day she might look like that, with all those swelling curves men so admired. When Mama moved, the chiffon panels floated like wings as she led them out of their sequestered prison for the first time. They followed close at her silver heels down the dark, wide halls of the northern wing. She whispered directions to a hiding place she'd used as a child to watch adult parties unseen. Cramped for two, but the only spot where they could see. She made them promise again to be quiet and to slip back to their room if they grew sleepy, warning them not to watch longer than an hour. The twins would be frightened waking alone, and God only knew what could happen if they wandered into the hall looking for them. They were secreted inside a massive oblong table with cabinet doors underneath. Uncomfortable and stuffy, but they could see well enough through the fine mesh screen on the back. Mama stole away silently. Below them stretched a mammoth room brilliantly lit by 3 gigantic crystal and gold chandeliers, each with 5 tiers of candles. Kathy had never seen so many candles burning at once. The flickering lights caught in sparkling prisms, scattering iridescent beams from the women's jewelry. It was a scene from a dream. Better than a movie, a ballroom where Cinderella and Prince Charming might dance. Hundreds of richly dressed people milled about, laughing and talking. In the corner towered a Christmas tree beyond belief, over 20 feet high, sparkling with thousands of golden lights. Dozens of servants in black and red uniforms carried silver trays of dainty party food to long tables, where a giant crystal fountain sprayed pale amber fluid into a silver bowl. Men and women held stemmed goblets to catch the sparkling liquid. 2 other silver punch bowls with matching cups were large enough for a child to bathe in. It was beautiful, glamorous, exciting, and so good to know happy living still went on outside their locked door. Chris whispered he'd sell his soul for 1 sip from that fountain. Kathy shared the thought. Never had she felt so hungry, thirsty, deprived. The dance floor gleamed like reflecting glass in its mosaic patterns. Huge gold-framed mirrors reflected dancers so you could hardly tell images from reality. Gold-framed chairs and sofas lined the walls in red velvet or white brocade. French, obviously Louis XIV or XIII. Chris and Kathy stared at the beautiful young couples, commenting on clothing and hairstyles, speculating on their relationships. But most of all, they watched their mother, the center of attention. She danced most often with a tall, handsome man with dark hair and a big mustache, who brought her goblets and food, sat too close on a velvet couch. Kathy looked away to the chefs cooking pancakes and little sausages, the aromas drifting up and making their salivary glands work overtime. Such a contrast to their monotonous meals of sandwiches, soups, cold fried chicken, and potato salad, their milk stored on the attic stairs where it sometimes iced over, their food nibbled by mice. Mama disappeared with that man from time to time. Even from their high remote place, Kathy could see his fascination. He couldn't take his eyes from her face or keep his hands off her. When they danced slow, he held her cheek to cheek. When they stopped, his arm stayed around her shoulder or waist. Once he even touched her breast. Kathy expected her to slap him. She would have, but Mama only turned and laughed, pushing him away with what must have been a warning, and he smiled, taking her hand to his lips, their eyes locked meaningfully. Kathy asked Chris if he saw Mama with that man. He acknowledged it, noting he was as tall as Daddy had been. When she pressed about what he'd just done, Chris dismissed it. They were eating, drinking, laughing, dancing like everyone else. He focused on the future. When Mama inherited the money, they could have parties like this, invite their Gladstone friends, surprise everyone. Mama and the man left, so they turned their attention to the second most attractive woman below, pitying her inability to compete with their mother. Then the grandmother strode into the ballroom, not in gray, astonishing them. Her ruby-red velvet gown was tight in front, flowing in back, her hair piled and curled elaborately, ruby and diamond jewelry sparkling. Reluctantly, they admitted she looked magnificent, impressive, like an Amazon, a warrior ready to do battle with a glare alone. Then they saw him, their unknown grandfather. It stole Kathy's breath to see a man so like her father, had he lived to become old and feeble. He sat in a shiny wheelchair, tuxedoed, his thinning silver blonde hair shining under lights, his skin unlined from their far view. Appalled and fascinated, they couldn't look away. He seemed fragile but still unnaturally handsome for a man of 67 near death. Suddenly, frighteningly, he raised his head and gazed directly at their hiding place. For one awful moment it seemed he knew they were there, a small smile playing on his lips. Yet he didn't look as heartless as the grandmother, bestowing gentle smiles on all who greeted him. Could he truly be the cruel tyrant who'd ordered their mother whipped from neck to heel and watched? How could they forgive him for that? Kathy whispered she hadn't known he'd look like Daddy. Chris reminded her that Daddy was his much younger half-brother. That was Malcolm Neil Foxworth, who'd kicked out his younger stepmother and her son. Poor Mama. How could they blame her for falling in love with a half-uncle as young, handsome, and charming as Daddy had been? With such parents, she needed someone to love and be loved in return. Love came unbidden. You couldn't help whom you fell in love with. Such were their whispered comments. Then they were hushed by approaching voices. A man remarked that Corinne hadn't changed, only grown more beautiful and mysterious. A woman responded that he'd always had a yen for her, but she'd chosen Christopher Foxworth instead, a man who was really something else. She marveled that the narrow-minded bigots downstairs would allow themselves to forgive Corinne for marrying her half-uncle. The man replied they had to forgive her. With only one child left out of 3, they were forced to take her back into the fold. From their cramped hiding place within the cabinet, Kathy and her brother overheard the drunken, bitter exchange between two partygoers. The woman's voice, slurred and cynical, remarked on the strange twist of fate that left only the once despised daughter to inherit everything, while her male companion recalled how the old man had once adored Corinne until she'd eloped with Christopher. He cast a wistful, envious eye toward Bartholomew Winslow, the lucky man who would soon claim such a rich and beautiful prize. The woman scoffed at his longing, reminding him that Corinne Foxworth would never look twice at a slob like him, and that he was, after all, stuck with her. Their bickering faded as they moved away, leaving Kathy and Chris alone again in the dark. The hours stretched on, and the two of them grew weary of their vigil. Their bladders ached with a desperate need, and a gnawing worry for the twins, left alone and vulnerable in the locked bedroom, began to take root. What if a guest wandered in and discovered them? It would expose everything, shattering the fragile secret that held their lives together. A noisy crowd eventually gathered near their hiding place, and they were forced to wait, breath held, until the group finally drifted away, giving them a chance to slip out of the cabinet and race back to the safety of their own room. They reached the bedroom unseen, and the twins lay exactly as they'd left them, sleeping deeply in their separate beds. To Kathy, they looked like identical, fragile dolls, pale and weak, like children from a history book, not like the vibrant, modern children they had once been. She made a silent vow that they would be again. Then came the inevitable argument over who would use the bathroom first, a dispute Chris settled with a shove and a slam of the door. Kathy fumed at his selfishness, irritated by how long he took. Finally, his needs attended to, they huddled together to dissect everything they'd heard and seen. Kathy asked if he thought their mother would marry Bartholomew Winslow, and Chris seemed deliberately unconcerned, pointing out that everyone else clearly expected it. His casual tone pricked at her. She knew he was masking a deeper hurt. He reasoned that people saw their mother in different ways. To them, she was a beautiful young widow on the verge of wealth, but to them, she was just their mother. He was trying to be philosophical, but Kathy could see the truth behind his facade, the same anxiety and jealousy she felt. Neither of them wanted her to remarry. They wanted her to remain faithful to their father's memory. And if she did, where would they fit in with a new husband, a man with his own life, who probably wouldn't want 4 children he hadn't fathered? Suddenly, Chris realized the perfect opportunity presented itself. With the grandparents downstairs and their door unlocked, he could explore the house. Kathy was terrified at the prospect, sure the grandmother would catch them, but Chris was determined. He insisted she stay with the twins, and that if he was caught, he'd bear the punishment alone. He even planned to disguise himself, and with a flash of inspiration, he remembered the old clothes in the attic. He disappeared and returned moments later, looking absurd in a baggy dark suit and a disheveled wig, a ridiculous figure that made her laugh despite her worry. He strutted around, mocking the performance, and then, with a final playful kiss on her cheek, he was gone, leaving her alone with the twins and her fears. Alone in the room, Kathy admired her new nightgown, a beautiful, white, lace-edged garment that made her feel like a princess. She thought of Chris and his newfound role as her protector, a knight on a quest. She prepared for bed, the music from the party drifting up through the floors. As sleep finally began to claim her, her fingers found the tiny garnet ring on her chain, a talisman from a father she missed with all her heart, and she whispered a final, private farewell to him into the darkness. Kathy was yanked from sleep by a violent shaking, her mother's face a mask of fury as she demanded to know where Chris had gone. Still groggy, Kathy saw the empty bed and, believing honesty was the safest path, confessed that he had gone to explore the floor. Her mother's rage intensified, her words sharp and biting as she blamed Kathy for corrupting her favored son, shaking her until Kathy felt her head would detach. She threatened to keep them locked up forever, a punishment that felt to Kathy like a profound betrayal, as if she was the one who had done wrong. Kathy tried to defend them, insisting they had been quiet and unseen, but her mother's anger had already found its target. In the moment of crisis, The door opened, and Chris slipped in, his face falling the instant he saw their mother. In a blur of motion, she was on him, slapping him twice, leaving red marks on his cheeks, and threatening that if he ever did such a thing again, she would whip them both. Chris stood stunned, all color drained from his face, and Kathy watched in horror as the woman before her, this stranger with the furious eyes, seemed to bear no resemblance to the mother who once only showed them kindness. The sudden realization struck her. The house was changing her, and their mother was slipping away, visiting less often, her love becoming a distant, unreliable thing. Then, as quickly as it had flared, the rage vanished. Her mother's arms were around Chris, pulling him close, raining kisses on his face, murmuring apologies, begging for forgiveness. She cradled him against her breast, and Kathy, sitting apart, watched the exchange of love and intimacy, a gesture she felt was meant for a much younger child. She heard her mother excuse her actions, blaming the pressure of circumstances, promising it would never happen again, before swiveling back to plant more kisses on Kathy, smoothing the moment over with a hurried promise of good news later. Then, with a last smile and a final round of goodbyes, she was gone, locking the door behind her. Christmas was over, and Kathy felt a new and unsettling truth had entered their lives. Their mother could be just as cruel as the grandmother. That night, in the dark, Kathy lay in bed with Chris beside her, her head on his chest. She could feel the steady beat of his heart as she confessed her shock at how complicated adulthood seemed. Her naive belief that parents had all the answers now felt like a long-gone illusion. Chris suggested their mother was caught between her parents and her children, torn in different directions, even as Kathy expressed her fervent hope that their mother would never marry again, that she would remain theirs. Chris tried to spin her perception of their mother's gifts, the television, the games, as blessings that had taught them more than they would have learned by simply watching. He claimed they had gained a unique education in the attic. When Kathy pressed him to recount every detail of his exploration, he began to describe the house, a strange and empty museum of unused wealth, pointing out his own mother and their dark-haired companion who appeared to be more than just a friend. The narrative became strained as Kathy sensed him holding back, first on the details of their mother's encounter with the man, then the nature of it. He admitted to seeing them kiss, but refused to elaborate, trying to shrug it off. Kathy, however, knew him too well. She could see he was hiding something far more intimate, and she pushed him to reveal that he had seen more than just a kiss. The question hung between them, her sharp demand cutting through his evasion. Were there only hand kisses, or the real, passionate, mouth-to-mouth kind? His body flushed beneath her, and she knew she had struck the truth. He finally confessed that he had seen passion, a touch, a caress that had turned his stomach, and he couldn't bear to speak of it further. His silence and his obvious disgust told Kathy more than any words could. It revealed a level of intimacy between their mother and this man that she had not dared to imagine. Kathy pressed Chris for more details about what he'd witnessed, pressing him on the nature of the encounter. He admitted he had only seen kisses, but his face flushed as he described how they made their mother's eyes glow, and he recounted the man's crude question about the swan bed's history. When Kathy asked what a courtesan was, Chris explained it was a woman who sold her favors to powerful men, a definition that hung awkwardly in the air between them. Their mother had dismissed the idea, claiming her grandmother's bed was no such thing, but she had made a bitter joke about her own corruption in her parents' eyes, a confession that made Chris ache for her. He went on to describe the trophy room he'd stumbled into, a macabre hall of mounted animal heads with glistening eyes and silent, roaring mouths, a room that felt more like a tomb than a display of hunting prowess. Above the stone fireplace, an oil portrait of a young man who looked almost exactly like their father, save for his hard, pitiless eyes, hung as a constant reminder of the house's brutal patriarch. Chris had finally found their mother's suite, a breathtakingly opulent palace of a room, anchored by the extraordinary swan bed, a massive, sculpted piece with a carved ivory head and wings that seemed to cup the oval mattress, surrounded by soft, transparent draperies and thick, expensive rugs. At its foot sat a smaller, matching infant swan bed, a detail that puzzled them both. When Kathy asked if this house was prettier than their old home in Gladstone, Chris took a long moment to answer. He admitted it was grand, big, and beautiful, but not pretty. He left the implication hanging. Their old life had been cozy and comfortable. This house was opulent, but cold. The conversation faded into a quiet good night, and Kathy was left in the dark, watching the tiny lights of the Christmas tree and reflecting on her brother's cautious, careful words. The house, she realized, was a monument to power and wealth, but it held no warmth. In the months that followed, the television became their window to the outside world, their primary source of entertainment and education during the long, bitter winter when the attic was too cold to enter. They adopted the sedentary habits of invalids, eating and sleeping in front of the glowing screen, losing themselves in the dramas and comedies of other people's lives. The twins were particularly mesmerized, and even the static after the late shows was a comfort to them. The TV shaped their understanding of the world, teaching them both practical lessons and absurd social anxieties, even as it fed Kathy's fear of the approaching adolescence and all its embarrassing changes. As the winter wore on, Kathy noticed strange physical transformations in both herself and Chris. Wiry, amber-colored hair where there had been none before. She tried to pluck it out, but it only grew back, and Chris, catching her in the act, mocked her efforts. He explained, with a knowing grin, that this hair was meant to grow, and that she should stop thinking of it as something childish and start seeing it as something sexy. His words hung in the air between them, a sign of the strange, unsettling changes that the years of confinement were bringing to their bodies and their minds. Kathy dismissed the idea that wiry hair could be sexy, reserving that quality for the full, womanly curves she was beginning to see in herself. She noticed with a mixture of pride and embarrassment that her own body was changing, and Chris, she realized, had noticed too, despite her attempts to hide her new shape. She felt strange new longings, a restless, pulsing sensation that woke her in the night, a desire for something she couldn't name, a man, a presence, an act that always remained unfulfilled just before she could grasp it. She was also disturbed by the stains she found on Chris's side of the sheets, which he explained were nocturnal emissions, a normal part of growing up that he had learned about in the school restroom. He scoffed at her concern, hinting that her own time to deal with such changes was coming. His superior knowledge irritated her. She hated that he always seemed to know more about everything than she did, dismissing her worries as childish. The twins, meanwhile, navigated their own confined world with a remarkable adaptability. Carrie chattered endlessly to her dolls and the miniature people in her elaborate dollhouse, while Corey built intricate structures from Tinker Toys, preferring to create his own designs rather than follow instructions. The television was a constant presence, a window into a world they could only observe, and they complained most about the food and their mother's increasing absence. Chris and Kathy, in turn, absorbed the dramas playing out on the small screen, learning about the fragile, fleeting nature of love and the disappointments of adult relationships. One afternoon in late March, their mother arrived with a single box, signaling for Chris to take the twins to the attic. Alone with Kathy, she launched into a woman-to-woman talk, explaining that Kathy would soon begin to menstruate. Kathy was horrified, unable to accept the idea of bleeding once a month for years to come. She tried to argue that dancers never had children, but her mother gently explained that this was a natural, unavoidable part of growing up. Kathy pressed for more details about Chris's own physical changes, but her mother was evasive, promising another talk another day. The conversation was a confusing mix of intimacy and evasion, leaving Kathy with a box of supplies she hoped she would never need and a deep, unspoken discomfort about the future. As the winter finally receded, the attic began to warm. They all ventured back up to take down the paper snowflakes and make the space bloom again with spring flowers. The ritual of the seasons, the relentless cycle of confinement and hope, continued. Kathy's April birthday brought her mother with gifts, ice cream, and cake, and an afternoon of learning crewel embroidery, a new skill to fill the endless hours. The twins' sixth birthday followed, and Corey's eyes lit up at the sight of a toy accordion. He squeezed out a tune almost immediately, then repeated the feat on Carrie's toy piano, a natural musicality that left them all astonished. Their mother, watching, seemed pained by the display, and she launched into a dark story about her own brothers, both musicians who had died young in tragic accidents, one in a motorcycle crash, another in a skiing accident in Switzerland. The grim tale left Kathy and Chris unsettled, their eyes meeting in shared unease. Her mother's words, and the implied fate of those with artistic souls, hung in the air. As soon as she left, Kathy and Chris retreated to the attic, desperate for something to do. Chris complained they had read everything, and Kathy suggested they teach the twins to read and write, a project that would save their minds from the television and give them a new purpose. The twins, however, were less than enthusiastic, wailing in protest as they were dragged to the attic. It took tricks, threats, and fairy tales to get them to cooperate, but eventually they began to labor over their letters, producing a short, crooked message for their mother, a plea for love and candy that went unacknowledged. Summer arrived, bringing with it a sweltering heat that was somehow more bearable than the previous years. The attic was filled with books, some random selections from the library downstairs, but they devoured them all, finding endless fascination in the details of history and the lives of people from a different time. Lying on the old mattress near the open window, Kathy and Chris discussed the peculiarities of the past, the lack of hospital births, the nakedness of royalty in their bedchambers. They wondered if nakedness itself was sinful, or only what you did while naked. Kathy, coping with her second painful menstrual cycle, asked Chris if he thought it was disgusting. He didn't. He framed it as the price of becoming a woman, just as she'd pay a price in pain for dancing. He confessed his own frustrations, a lack of a man to guide him through his own confusing changes. When Kathy pressed him, asking if he ever doubted their mother, he admitted he did, but that he clung to the memory of their father's optimism and his own deep, unshakable love for her. Kathy felt a bitter pang, recognizing that his loyalty to their mother was stronger than his trust in her. Their mother's visits became irregular, sometimes a whole week passing without a sign of her. When she finally did appear, she brought news that her father was very ill, possibly dying, a prospect that filled Kathy with a guilty hope. She hummed a hymn, waiting for the salvation his death would bring, even as she felt a shadow of remorse for her own eagerness. But his death, she knew, was the only key to their freedom. The news came as a bitter blow. Their mother appeared in the doorway, her face drawn and exhausted, to deliver the grim verdict. Her father had passed the crisis and would recover. The door closed, and they were alone again, their hopes of freedom dashed. Kathy tucked the twins into bed that night, a ritual their mother rarely performed anymore, and she and Chris shared the weight of their care. In the dim light, she marked another red X on the calendar. A full year had passed in their prison. Another year followed, much the same, with their mother's visits growing less frequent. The red X's on their calendars multiplied, spreading across 3 sheets, a bloody testament to their confinement. The grandfather, perpetually on the brink of death, lingered on while they remained trapped in limbo. Thursdays were their only respite, when the servants went to town and they could steal onto the black roof, soaking up precious sunlight and fresh air, bracing themselves against a chimney for safety. But the grandmother's punishments had not yet come, and in their carelessness, they had grown less modest, less vigilant. They should have remembered the welts on their mother's back, but the memory had faded, buried under the weight of the endless monotonous days. Kathy, now a teenager, had never fully seen her own naked body, the mirror in the bathroom placed too high. So one day, alone in the room, she stripped before the dresser mirror, twisting and preening, admiring the changes puberty had wrought. She was so absorbed that she didn't sense his presence until she felt a ripple of awareness on her neck. She spun around to find Chris standing in the shadows of the closet, his eyes glazed, staring at her as if he'd never seen her before. His gaze traveled slowly over her, from her face down to her toes, and she felt a strange, paralyzing mix of embarrassment and something else, a thrill that made her heart pound. He seemed a stranger, older, and when she reached for her dress, he told her not to, confessing she looked beautiful. The moment was frozen, charged, when the key turned in the lock. The grandmother entered, her eyes glittering with cold fury. She had seen Kathy naked, and she accused them both of sin. Chris, his voice deep and defiant, denied any wrongdoing, insisting they had done nothing wicked. But the grandmother's gaze was fixed on Kathy, and she smiled a terrible smile. She had caught them, and she intended to punish them. She left the room, and Kathy knew, with a sickening certainty, that she would return with a whip. But when she did return, it wasn't with a whip, but with a huge pair of scissors. She ordered Kathy to sit, declaring her intention to cut off her hair to the scalp, to destroy her pride. Kathy was frozen with terror, her dancer's legs refusing to move. This was her worst nightmare, far worse than a whipping, and she watched, paralyzed, as Chris lunged forward, grabbing a chair and threatening to strike the grandmother if she touched a single strand of Kathy's hair. The grandmother faced him, her eyes blazing with contempt, a silent, violent standoff unfolding. The grandmother dismissed Chris's threat with a scornful glance, then laid down her ultimatum. Kathy could lose her hair, or all of them would go without food for a week. Kathy pleaded for the twins and for Chris, trying to take the blame, but her confidence in their mother's intervention was hollow. The grandmother was unmoved, and with a cruel smile, she left the scissors on the dresser, ordering Chris to be the one to shear his sister's hair, promising that when she returned, they would eat, but only if it was done. Chris tried to reassure Kathy, insisting the grandmother was bluffing and that their mother would come. He reminded her of the crackers and cheese hidden in the attic, and they ate sparingly, saving what they could. But the day ended without a visit from their mother, and that night Kathy was plagued by terrifying nightmares. She dreamed she and Chris were lost in a dark wood, searching for the twins, only to find a gingerbread house. Inside, a witch, who transformed into their mother, held the twins captive, her hair coiling around them like snakes, whispering words of love that felt like a threat. Kathy woke in a panic, but the real horror was waiting. Morning came, pale and grim. Kathy woke feeling drugged, her head heavy, her body leaden. She tried to move, to feel for her hair, but her arms were numb. She whispered for Chris, her voice strange and gritty. He stumbled to her bedside, and the sight of her made him gasp. In the night, the grandmother had injected her with a drug and poured hot tar on her hair, leaving a black, crusted blob that streaked her face with black tears. The twins woke to see her, and they both began to cry, terrified by the transformation. Chris ordered Kathy into a tub of hot water and tried to shampoo the tar out, but it was a hopeless task. His fingers became clogged with sticky, matted hair. Kathy begged him to use the scissors, to cut it off, but he refused, determined to find a chemical solution in his chemistry set. He left her to go to the attic, promising to mix a compound that would dissolve the tar without dissolving her hair. She was left alone in the tub, the weight of the tar, the drug, and the grandmother's cruelty pressing down on her, a cold and terrible certainty settling in her bones that he would never get it out. Kathy stared at him in disbelief as the day's events took on a nightmarish quality. The idea of sitting in boiling water that had been used as a toilet, of washing her hair in that foulness, seemed unreal. But the twins' questions were real enough. They wanted to know why she had put tar in her hair, and she had to lie, inventing a clumsy story about doing it in her sleep, hating herself for the deception, but knowing the truth would terrify them. She sent them back to the TV, and Chris, working for hours, tried compound after compound, eventually clearing the tar from her hair, though it left it thin, fragile, and nearly platinum. When it was over, she sat wrapped in a towel, exhausted, and watched him eat the cheese and crackers he had saved for himself, knowing the grandmother wouldn't bring food until her hair was fully cut. The hunger began in earnest. Days passed without food, a grim endurance test. Chris cut off the front of her hair close to her scalp, and she wrapped the rest in a scarf, but the grandmother didn't come to check. There was no food, no clean linens, no soap, not even toilet paper. The toilet overflowed, and they had to mop the flood with old clothes from the attic, a desperate act that left them with filthy rags and a new, terrible secret to hide. They slept through the worst of it, trying to escape the pain and loneliness and unconsciousness. Kathy watched, dazed, as Chris slashed his wrist and fed the twins his blood, a desperate act to keep them alive. He prepared to do the same for her, but she stopped him, refusing to drain his strength further. Now, with the twins sagging in the corner of the attic, too weak to walk, Chris made a decision. They would escape using the sheet ladder, but first they would need strength. He pointed to the dead mice in the traps, a grim and revolting source of sustenance. He skinned and gutted them, preparing them to eat raw, a final, desperate act before the escape. Kathy stared at the skinned mice, the twins' frail forms, and felt the full weight of their predicament. But then, in the doorframe, Chris appeared, his face shining with relief, carrying the familiar picnic basket heaped with food. He filled thermoses with soup and milk, and they fed the twins, their own hunger a distant second to the desperate need to get some nourishment into the small bodies. Kathy fed Corey slowly, her mind racing with 1,000 questions. Why had the food come today? What was the grandmother's reasoning? But for now, the immediate crisis was averted, and they had a sliver of hope. The food sat heavy and unappealing, and even when her stomach finally stopped its hollow cramping, she couldn't muster any real relief, just a dull numbness shadowed by a persistent, gnawing suspicion. The moment Chris unwrapped the foil and revealed the 4 powdered sugar donuts, her eyes fixed on them, a gift of sweetness where none had ever come before. She wondered if the gesture was some twisted peace offering, and decided to treat it as such because the alternative was too dark to face. Something had shifted between them in that week of starvation, something that had been quietly crystallizing since the day he'd knelt beside the bathtub, patiently working the tar from her hair while she sat in the concealing foam. Before that moment, they had been playing at being parents to the twins. Now the pretense had burned away, leaving a raw, undeniable truth. They were the genuine guardians now, bound to Corey and Carrie in a way that no longer felt like a game. Their mother's indifference had finally become undeniable, and the realization hung in the room like a cold fog. She read the confirmation in Chris's eyes, in the heavy, listless way he moved. His mother's photograph, once kept so reverently beside his bed, had been placed away, a silent acknowledgement that stung more than any words could have. He had always believed more fiercely than she had, and his hurt ran deeper. She could feel his agony radiating off him, a quiet echo of her own. He reached for her hand, and without a word, they drifted down the stairs together like pale ghosts. The twins looked impossibly small, barely 30 pounds each, and the sight of them twisted something in her chest. She turned to the tall mirror over the dresser, bracing herself to see her own grotesque reflection, the ragged crown of hair, the lank strands falling behind. But the mirror was gone. She stumbled to the bathroom and found the medicine cabinet glass smashed to splinters. Back in the bedroom, the dressing table mirror, too, had been shattered. She looked into the broken shards and saw her face fractured into disjointed pieces, a distorted mosaic. She already knew why. Pride was a sin, and in the grandmother's eyes, she and Chris had committed the worst kind. The twins would be made to suffer as punishment for their sin, and yet the grandmother had still brought food. The contradiction unsettled her, but she didn't dwell on it. The grandmother's visits continued, each morning another basket of food appearing on the table. She would never meet their eyes, never speak a word, just turn and leave as quickly as possible. Kathy wore a pink towel wrapped around her head, hiding the jagged evidence of her shame, but the grandmother didn't seem to notice or care. They never asked about their mother, never spoke at all unless spoken to, a lesson learned the hard way. They stared, letting their hostility fill their eyes, willing her to see their anger, their hatred, but she refused to look. She wouldn't acknowledge the twins either, wouldn't see how thin they'd become, how dark the hollows beneath their eyes. She lay in bed beside Carrie, staring at the ceiling, and realized with a jolt that she herself had become what she once hated, Chris, once the eternal optimist, had turned into a gloomy, slumped version of her. She wanted him back. The smile, the brightness, the way he could always find something good in even the worst situation. He sat at the dressing table now, medical books open before him but his shoulders sagging, his gaze fixed on nothing. She sat up and began to brush her hair, forcing lightness into her voice as she asked him what percentage of teenage girls had ever fallen asleep with clean hair and woken up as a tar baby. He turned, surprised she would bring up that horrible day, and drawled that she might very well be the only one. She pressed on, reminded him of the time Mary Lou Baker and her had turned over a tub of asphalt in their old neighborhood, making tar babies and getting bawled out by the street repair foreman. He remembered and added that she had come home filthy, chewing a wad of tar to whiten her teeth, only to pull out a filling. She laughed and said at least they didn't have to visit dentists here, and then suggested they finally finish a Monopoly tournament. The champion, she declared, would have to wash everyone's underwear in the bathtub, and she could see that prospect appealed to him immediately. They set up the game, but when they looked for the twins, both had vanished. A search of the bedroom and bathroom revealed nothing, but they heard soft twittering from behind the TV set, where Carrie and Corey crouched, waiting for the tiny people inside to appear. Carrie thought maybe their mother was in there. Kathy brushed it off, announced she was going to the attic to dance. Chris called her a coward, taunted her into staying, and she sank to the floor, determined to beat him for once. They played for hours, stopping only for meals and bathroom breaks. The twins grew tired of banking, but they counted the money themselves, watching each other warily. Even so, Chris still won, ending up in jail so many times she thought she might finally have him, but his luck held. Later that night, as August heat pressed down on the room and the twins slept soundly, Chris whispered to her, his voice full of reckless longing. He wanted to go swimming. She dismissed the idea, still sulking from her losses, but he wouldn't let it go. He mentioned the lake their mother had told them about, the rope they'd made for emergencies, the need to test it. He pleaded with a desperate energy she hadn't seen in months, as if escaping just once, even briefly, could prove they were still alive. She argued, thinking about the twins waking up alone, but Chris had an answer for everything. They would leave a note, say they were in the attic. The twins never woke until morning anyway. She gave in, and together they crept to the attic, then out onto the roof. He secured the sheet ladder to a chimney, checked every knot, and gave her instructions: where to place her hands, how to keep the rope twisted between her legs, how to descend without looking down. He went first, moving with careful confidence, and she watched from the roof's edge, her heart tight with fear. The moon hung bright overhead. When he reached the ground and waved, she began her own descent, forcing herself not to think about how far she had to go. In less than 10 minutes, she was standing beside him. He hugged her, thrilled, saying she'd done it better than he had. They were in the back gardens, the house dark, the servants' quarters bright and yellow. She whispered for him to lead the way, and he caught her hand as they moved away from the house. The ground felt strange beneath her feet, the night air unreal. They crossed a small footbridge, leaving Foxworth property behind, and ran for the woods. The lake was still untouched, water smooth as glass under moonlight. She had never seen anything so beautiful. He asked if they were going in skinny dipping, and she shook her head, said they'd swim in their underwear. The thought of her own lack of a bra flickered in her mind, but she pushed it aside. She wouldn't let modesty steal this moment. She challenged him, calling out, "Last one in is a rotten egg," and ran for the dock. But at the water's edge, she hesitated, sensing the cold. She dipped a toe in and found it icy. Then Chris, fast and reckless, shoved her from behind, sending her sprawling flat into the lake. She broke the surface gasping, the cold shock of the water stealing her breath as she paddled, scanning the moonlit lake for Chris. Then she spotted him, a silhouette clambering up a pile of rocks, arms lifting in a graceful arc before he cut into the water with a perfect swan dive. Her heart lurched. What if it was too shallow? What if he hit bottom and broke his neck? Then the surface didn't break again. He didn't come up. Panic seized her, a cold knot tightening in her chest. She sobbed his name, churning toward the spot where he'd vanished. Then hands clamped around her legs, dragging her under. She screamed into the water, kicking wildly, and then they were both surfacing, laughing, and she splashed his face in retaliation for the cruel prank. He spun and frolicked like someone half mad, the freedom going to his head like strong wine, making him reckless and giddy. He circled her, trying to catch her legs again, but she was quicker now. He showed off, backstroke, breaststroke, crawl, side stroke, calling out each technique as he performed it, a boy drunk on the sheer joy of movement. Then he treaded water and crooned the lyrics to Dance Ballerina Dance, between splashes of water, and she splashed back, laughing. He grabbed her, pulling her into a tight embrace, and they wrestled in the water like wild children, the strain of years unraveling in a single, delirious moment. Then fatigue hit her hard, a sudden weakness that left her boneless. He helped her to shore, arm around her waist, and they collapsed onto the grassy bank, lying side by side, staring up at the vast, glittering sky. A silver-gold quarter moon played hide-and-seek behind drifting clouds. He said they'd have one more swim and then go back, and she wondered aloud what if they couldn't make it up the rope. He replied with simple certainty, they would, because they had to. She studied him as he lay there, glistening and wet, his hair plastered to his forehead. He had his father's nose, his father's strong chin and cleft, his full lips. His chest was broadening, and she noticed the growing swell of his maleness below his waist, his strong thighs. The sight stirred something in her, a mix of excitement and shame, and she turned away, unable to keep looking. Birds twittered sleepily overhead, and the sound made her think of the twins, and the thought was sharp with sadness. Fireflies blinked their yellow signals in the grass, and she asked him which one lit up, male or female. He said he didn't know, maybe both, but the female stayed on the ground while the male flew. She teased him about not knowing everything, and their eyes locked, held, unable to break away. The soft southern breeze dried the wisps of her hair, tickling her face like tiny kisses. She felt the ache of romantic yearning, the fear that no one would ever say the words she longed to hear. The night was enchanted, too beautiful, and a strange feeling washed over her, as if she'd been here before, on this same grass near this same lake. Somewhere an owl hooted, dragging her back to that first night they arrived as fugitives, hidden from a world that didn't want them. She noted the parallels. He was almost 17, the same age their father had been when he met their mother. She was 14, the same age their mother had been. She asked if he believed in love at first sight. He hedged, saying he'd felt instant attraction in school, but it faded when a girl turned out to be stupid. If beauty was matched by other qualities, maybe it could be real, but he'd read that kind of love was only physical. She asked if she was stupid, and he laughed, said no. Her trouble was having too many talents, wanting to be everything. She asked how he knew she wanted to be a singer and actress, and he said she was acting 90% of the time and only sang when contented, which wasn't often. She asked if he was contented often, and he admitted no. They fell into silence, watching fireflies mate, leaves whisper, clouds drift. The night felt enchanted, setting her mind wandering through nature's strange ways, through her own dreams and the nameless yearning that woke her at night. She was glad he'd convinced her to come. It was wonderful to feel grass again, to feel cool and alive. Then she asked, carefully, where he thought their mother was. He kept staring at the North Star. He said he had no idea, only suspicions. She pressed. Was she sick? Away on business? He said maybe, and she shot back that their mother was never sick, and why hadn't she told them she was leaving? He snapped that he didn't know, his voice carrying an edge of irritation. She pressed further, asking if he still loved and trusted her as much as before. He refused to answer, said their mother was all they had, and insisted she was thinking of them and would return with a good reason. She bit back the thought that their mother could have spared a minute to tell them her plans. He already knew that too. His voice had gone husky, the kind of roughness that signaled deep pain, not physical but deeper. She changed tack, asked if he'd know how to act on a date, having learned from TV. He said watching gave him the general idea, and besides, she was too young to date. She countered, claiming girls her age were emotionally a year older than boys his age. She'd read it in a psychology article. He dismissed the author as judging by his own immaturity. She accused him of thinking he knew everything, and he agreed, saying he only knew what he'd read, and what he felt inside had him as mystified as a first grader. He was furious at their mother, full of tangled emotions, and he had no older man to talk to. He rose on one elbow, looking down at her, and said he wished her hair would grow faster, regretted using the scissors. She didn't want to think about Foxworth Hall, just wanted to feel the night air on her wet skin. Her thin white pajamas clung to her, patterned with rosebuds and edged with lace. His white jockey shorts clung to him just as tightly. She said they should go. Reluctantly, he stood, offered a hand, asked if she wanted another swim. She said no. They walked back through the woods in silence, savoring the outside, the ground beneath their feet. At the rope, they stood for a long time, facing the climb back up. She asked if he felt different, and he said yes. They hadn't done much, but he felt more alive, more hopeful. She proposed they could leave tonight, take the twins while they slept, run away and be free. He didn't answer, just began the ascent. She followed, but it was much harder going up. Her legs were strong, her arms weak. She reached for the next knot, lifted her right leg, and her left foot slipped. She was swinging free, held only by her hands, more than 20 feet from the ground. She screamed. From above, he shouted instructions. The rope was between her legs. She had to squeeze them together. She obeyed, trembling, grasping the rope with her thighs. Fear drained her strength, made her gasp and tremble, and tears came hot and stupid. He called down that she was almost within reach, that the twins needed her, that she had to try. She told herself she could do it, forced herself to let go with one hand, reach higher. Her feet were slippery from the grass, but his had been too, and he'd managed. If he could, she could. Bit by bit she climbed, until his hands closed around her wrists. Relief surged through her as he hauled her up, and they held each other tight, laughing, almost crying. They crawled to their usual spot near the chimney, collapsed, shivering. The irony wasn't lost on her. They were glad to be back. In the bedroom, he lay on his bed and said for a moment, lying by the lake, it had felt like heaven. When she faltered on the rope, he thought he might die too. They couldn't do it again. Her arms weren't strong enough. He was sorry he'd forgotten. She said she wasn't sorry, she was glad. It had been so long since she felt real. He asked if she felt that way too, and admitted it felt like leaving a bad dream. She pressed again. Where was their mother? She was drifting away. She never looked at the twins like they scared her. She'd been gone over a month. He sighed heavily, said he didn't know, but she'd have a good reason. She argued that a good reason should come with an explanation. He had no answer. She said if she had children, she'd never leave them like that, never lock them away and forget them. He reminded her she'd said she'd never have children. She said maybe, someday, if a husband wanted them. He said he'd known she'd change her mind. She asked if he really thought she was pretty enough for a man to love, and he said she was more than pretty enough. She said she thought their mother was wrong. It was love that made the world go around, not money. He challenged her assertion, asking why she thought love and money couldn't coexist. The question lodged in her mind, and she turned it over and over, staring up at the ceiling that had become her imagined dance floor. She sifted through every book she'd ever read, pulling out fragments of wisdom and stringing them together into a personal creed she could hold on to for the rest of her life. Love alone, when it finally came to her, would be sufficient. She pitied the unknown author who claimed that fame wasn't enough, that wealth added to fame wasn't enough, that even love on top of both still wasn't enough. Chris stood at the windows, gripping the heavy draperies, watching the rain fall in sheets. The room blazed with lamplight, the TV droning in the corner. He was waiting for the 4 o'clock train, its whistle audible before dawn, its toy-like shape barely visible in the distance. She sat cross-legged on the bed, cutting pictures from decorating magazines, pasting them into a scrapbook to plan her dream house, a home where she'd live with a tall, dark-haired husband who would love only her. She had her life mapped out, career first, then marriage and children when she was ready to retire. Her fantasy included an emerald glass tub on a dais where she could soak in beauty oils without anyone pounding on the door. She imagined stepping out of that bath, smelling of flowers, her skin soft, her pores cleansed of the rotten attic stench that had soaked into everything. She turned to stare at his back and asked why they should keep waiting, for their mother's return, for the old man to die. Now that they were stronger, why not find a way to escape? His hands tightened on the fabric. She pressed, and he snapped that he didn't want to talk about it. She asked why he was standing there waiting for the train if he wasn't thinking about getting away, and he insisted he was just looking out. His forehead pressed against the glass, reckless and defiant. She warned him someone might see, and he said he didn't care. Her instinct was to go to him, to hold him, to smother him with affection to fill the void their mother had left, to draw his head to her breast and cradle him the way she used to. But she knew it wouldn't be the same. It was their mother he wanted, the woman he'd wrapped all his hopes and dreams in. She'd been gone over 2 months now. Didn't she understand that one day in their prison lasted longer than a month of normal life? Didn't she worry? Did she really think his love couldn't be broken? He suddenly asked where she would go if she could choose anywhere. She said south, a warm, sunny beach with gentle waves, soft breezes, white sand, and sunlight. He agreed it sounded nice, but he wouldn't mind a stronger surf, something like skiing on a board. She put down her scissors and magazines, focusing entirely on him. He was missing so many sports he loved, growing old and sad beyond his years. She pleaded with him to come away from the window. He exploded, saying he was sick of the place, the rules, the bland food, the suspicion that their grandmother did it deliberately to deny them any pleasure. But then he remembered the fortune, half of which should be theirs, and convinced himself it was worth the sacrifice. The old man couldn't live forever. She shot back that no amount of money was worth the days of living they'd lost. He spun around, his face red, arguing that he needed the money for his education. Their father had expected him to be a doctor, and if they ran away, he'd never get through college and medical school. What could he do to support a family of 4? She flared with anger, insisting she could contribute too. She reminded him of the starving week when he'd brought her dead mice and told her God gave people extra strength in times of stress. She believed that. They would manage, and he would become a doctor. She'd do anything to make that happen. He sneered, asking what she could do. Before she could answer, the door opened and their grandmother appeared, fixing her glare on Chris. He refused to be intimidated, staying at the window, staring out at the rain. She snapped at him to move, calling him boy. He countered, demanding she use his name. She spat that she hated the name. It was his father's, and launched into a bitter recounting. How she'd pleaded for the boy when his mother died. How her husband hadn't wanted him. How she'd nagged until they took him in. They'd sent him to the best schools, given him everything, and he'd repaid them by stealing their daughter, his own half-niece. They'd eloped, come back 2 weeks later smiling, asking forgiveness. That night, her husband had his first heart attack. He'd ordered their daughter out and told her never to return. Chris said flatly that they weren't to blame for their parents' actions. She countered that they were to blame for their own. He asked what they'd done that was so sinful, pointing out that they were forced to live in one room, locked away, and she seemed determined to catch them doing something evil to prove her judgment of their mother's marriage was right. He called her self-righteous, accused her of starving small children. She cried out in terror, but Chris had already gone too far. The grandmother slammed out of the room. Chris said they'd go to the attic, where she was afraid to follow, and if she starved them, they'd use the sheet ladder to escape. The door opened again. The grandmother strode in, a green willow switch in her hand. She seized Chris's arm, threatening to starve them for another week and whip not only him, but his sister and the twins if they resisted. He considered fighting, but a glance at her, at the twins whimpering and clinging to each other, made him relent. She dragged him into the bathroom and locked the door. He was ordered to strip and bend over the bathtub. The twins ran to her, burying their faces in her lap, pleading for her to make it stop. The whip fell on his bare skin in sickening thuds, and she felt every blow as if it were her own. He didn't make a sound, and she knew he was enduring it with a strength she envied. Hate swelled inside her, vast and consuming, and she released it through her own screams, filling the soundless room with his pain. She hoped God heard, hoped the servants heard, hoped the dying grandfather heard. The grandmother emerged, switch in hand, and Chris followed behind, a towel wrapped around his hips, his face dead white. She couldn't stop screaming. The grandmother snapped the whip before her eyes, ordering silence, threatening more of the same. She couldn't stop screaming, not even when the grandmother dragged her toward the bed, shoving the twins aside when they tried to protect her. Corey sank his teeth into the old woman's leg, only to be sent reeling with a single blow. The shock of that silenced her, and she allowed herself to be led into the bathroom, where she was ordered to strip. She stood there counting the tiny stones on the diamond brooch at the grandmother's throat, 17 of them. She noticed the fine red lines in the gray taffeta, the hand-crocheted white collar. The grandmother's eyes fixed with gloating satisfaction on the short stubble, revealed by the scarf wrapped around her head. She was told to undress or have her clothes ripped off. Slowly she worked the buttons of her blouse, braless and acutely aware of the old woman's gaze on her breasts, her flat stomach, a gaze that quickly turned away, offended. She spoke, her voice low and cold, promising that one day she would be the one holding the whip, that justice would come, an eye for an eye. The grandmother snapped at her to never speak again, smiling with cruel confidence that such a day would never come. Then the whip fell. She dropped to her knees near the tub, curling into a tight ball to protect her face and breasts as the willow switch bit into her tender flesh. The twins screamed in the bedroom, begging Chris to make it stop. The pain was like fire, and when the switch finally broke, she thought it was over. But the grandmother picked up a long-handled brush and beat her about the head and shoulders. She tried to match Chris's brave silence, but the pain was too much, and she screamed, calling the old woman a monster, inhuman. The blow to the side of her skull sent everything black. She drifted back to consciousness, her body a map of pain, her head splitting. From the attic, the rose adagio from the Sleeping Beauty drifted down, a haunting melody she knew she would never forget. Chris was bending over her, applying antiseptic, taping on bandages, tears falling from his eyes onto her skin. He had sent the twins upstairs to keep them occupied. When he'd done all he could with their meager supplies, she tended to his bloody, welted back. Neither of them wore clothes. Fabric would stick to the oozing wounds. Her bruises were worse, and the dark lump on her head worried him, a possible concussion. When the doctoring was done, they lay on their sides, facing each other under the sheet, their eyes locked together. He reached out and touched her cheek with a tenderness that softened the moment. She tried to joke, humming a parody about Bill Bailey, making light of their suffering. He cried out, blaming himself, saying he'd provoked the grandmother, that she didn't have to be hurt too. She dismissed it, saying the old woman would have found an excuse eventually. She just marveled that she'd held back so long. He told her that when the whip was lashing him, he'd heard her screaming, and it had helped. He hadn't felt his own pain, only hers. They held each other carefully, their bare bodies pressing together, her breasts flattened against his chest. He murmured her name and pulled the wrapping from her head, letting her long hair spill free, cupping her head and drawing her face closer. His kiss felt strange lying naked in his arms, and she whispered for him to stop, feeling him grow hard against her, saying this was exactly what the grandmother thought they did. He laughed bitterly and drew away, telling her she didn't know anything, that there was more to making love than just kissing, and they'd never done more. She said they never would, but the words came out weak. That night, she fell asleep thinking of his kiss, not the whipping. Something deep inside her had stirred, awakened, like Aurora waiting for the prince's kiss. Fairy tales always ended that way, the kiss and the happy ever after. She would need another prince for her own ending. Screaming jolted her awake. Corey was missing. She bolted from bed, racing toward the closet. Carrie's wails joining the chorus. Chris demanded to know what was happening. She sped up the attic stairs and stopped, staring. Corey stood in his white pajamas, pointing frantically at a mousetrap where a gray mouse was caught. Its tiny foot pinched under the spring, gnawing at its own leg in a desperate attempt to free itself. Corey threw himself into her arms, begging her to save it, to not let it bite its foot off, saying he'd never had a pet and always wanted one. Carrie beat on her back, accusing her of being mean, of never letting Corey have anything. Chris arrived, prying the jaws from her leg, which was covered by her long nightgown, and ordered everyone to be quiet. He would do what he could for the mouse, though its foot was mangled. They raced to the bathroom, scrubbed up, and Chris worked carefully, cleaning the wound with antiseptic, splitting gauze to fit the tiny leg, wrapping it in cotton, and using a broken toothpick as a splint. Corey named it Mickey, and Chris confirmed it was male. He looked proud of his first surgical success. Corey and Carrie lit up with joy. Corey wanted to hold his pet immediately, but Chris insisted she hold it for now, her hands larger and warmer, less likely to accidentally squeeze too hard. She sat in the rocker, cradling the trembling mouse, its heart beating fiercely against her palm, its small body struggling to live. Then the grandmother appeared. None of them were fully dressed. The room was a mess, the beds unmade, clothes draped everywhere, socks scattered. Chris was in the bathroom washing Carrie's face, dressing her. When they emerged, Carrie saw the grandmother and froze, clinging to Chris for protection. He carried her to the rocker and set her on her lap, then moved to empty the picnic basket. The grandmother backed away as he approached, saying nothing. Chris told Corey to dress himself and wash up, that he'd find a birdcage. The grandmother remained silent, her gaze sweeping over them. She sat in the rocker, holding the injured mouse, the twins crowded on her lap, all of them staring at the old woman. Carrie eventually buried her face in her shoulder, her small body shaking. She noticed the grandmother wasn't scolding them, wasn't mentioning the unmade beds or the mess, wasn't reprimanding Chris for dressing Carrie. The silence was unnerving. Chris returned with a birdcage and wire screening. The grandmother's head snapped toward him, then her stone eyes fixed on her, on the pale blue washcloth in her hands. The grandmother's voice cut through the room like ice, demanding to know what she held. She answered coldly that it was an injured mouse, and when asked if they intended to keep it as a pet, she met the old woman's stare with defiance and said yes, it was time Corey had a pet. The grandmother's thin lips pursed, her stone eyes sweeping to Corey, who trembled on the verge of tears, before she gave a bitter dismissal. Keep the mouse, it suited him, and slammed out the door. Chris busied himself with the birdcage, explaining that the wires were too far apart, so they'd need to wrap it with screen to keep Mickey from escaping. Corey peeked at the mouse, its nose twitching with hunger, and smiled. Winning over the attic mouse proved a feat. Mickey didn't trust them despite being freed from the trap, and he hated the cage, wobbling in circles on his splinted leg, seeking escape. Corey dropped cheese and breadcrumbs through the bars, but the mouse ignored them, retreating as far as possible, his tiny black eyes wary, his body trembling. Corey opened the cage door and put in water, then reached inside to push cheese closer, speaking softly, invitingly. He moved bread nearer too, promising it would make him strong and well. It took 2 weeks before Corey had a mouse that adored him, coming when he whistled. He'd hide tidbits in his shirt pockets, cheese in one, peanut butter and jelly in the other, and Mickey would hesitate on his shoulders, nose twitching, whiskers jerking, wanting both at once. When he finally decided, he'd scamper into one pocket, eat upside down, then race back up Corey's shoulder, around his neck, and down into the other. He never went directly across, always up and around, tickling Corey's laughter. The leg healed, but Mickey never walked perfectly or ran fast. He always saved the cheese for last, nibbling it daintily. Mickey abandoned his mice friends for humans who fed him well, petted him, and rocked him to sleep. But Carrie had no patience with him. He was drawn to her dollhouse, its tiny stairways and halls perfectly sized for him. He'd climb through a window, tumble inside, knocking over porcelain people and tables. Carrie screamed at Corey to take him out of her living room. Corey captured his lame mouse and cuddled him, warning him to behave, saying bad things happened in big houses, and the lady who owned that house hit you for anything. She giggled. It was the first time she'd heard him make even a slight disparaging remark about his twin sister. It was a good thing Corey had his small gray mouse to occupy him, and that all of them had something to do while they waited and waited for their mother to show up, when it was beginning to seem she never would. She and Chris never discussed what had happened between them on the bed after the whippings. She often caught him staring, but his eyes would shift away when she met them. When he caught her watching, she did the same. They were growing, changing. Her breasts filled out, her hips widened, her waist narrowed, and the short hair above her forehead curled becomingly. Chris's shoulders broadened, his chest filled out, his arms grew stronger. Once she caught him measuring himself in the attic, and when she asked why, he turned away, embarrassed, explaining that he'd once seen their father naked and had felt inadequate. She whispered for him not to do it again, thinking of Corey and what if he felt the same. She stopped polishing the desks, suddenly thinking about Corey and Carrie. 2 years and 4 months locked away, and the twins were much as they'd been the night they came. Their heads had grown, but their eyes seemed even larger, their bodies frail flower stems. She waited until they fell asleep in the weak sunlight, then whispered to Chris to look at them. They weren't growing, only their heads were larger. He sighed, hovered over them, touched their transparent skin, and said they had to force them outside onto the roof. Foolishly, they tried to carry them out while they slept, thinking they'd awaken safely in their arms. Chris lifted Corey, she hefted Carrie, but the moment the warm Indian summer air hit them, both twins woke screaming, kicking, and beating with small fists. Carrie clamped her teeth into her arm, and she screamed too. They fought with the strength of extreme danger. She turned back, gasping, trembling, and set Carrie down. Chris returned Corey. It was no use, forcing them out endangered all of them. Now the twins were angry. They struggled when pulled toward the wall markings where they'd measured height on the first day. Chris held them in place while she stepped back to read. She stared, disbelieving. Only 2 inches in all that time, while she and Chris had grown so much. She covered her face, spun around, choking on sobs. She finally managed to tell Chris to let them go, then watched them scurry away like small mice, racing for the stairwell and the TV. She told Chris the measurement, 2 inches, and the pain was in her eyes. He stepped closer, put his arms around her, held her head to his chest while she cried. She hated their mother for this. Children were like plants. They needed sunshine to grow. She trembled in his embrace, trying to convince herself that once they were freed, the twins would catch up. It was only the long days indoors making their cheeks hollow and eyes sunken. It could be undone, couldn't it? She asked, hoarse and choked, whether money or love made the world go around. Enough love, and they would have grown 6 or 7 inches, not just 2. They headed back to their dim room for lunch, sending the twins to wash away mouse germs. They sat quietly eating sandwiches, sipping lukewarm soup and milk, watching TV couples make plans to run away. Then the door opened. She hated to look away from the screen, but she did. Their mother swept into the room with theatrical brightness, her lightweight suit trimmed with soft gray fur, her voice gushing with enthusiasm that faltered when none of them leapt to greet her. She launched into a breathless speech about how much she'd missed them, how she'd brought presents chosen with care, how she'd had to be sneaky to explain buying gifts for children. She claimed she'd wanted to explain her departure, but it was complicated, and she hadn't known how long she'd be gone. She asked if they'd been cared for, if they'd suffered. The questions hung in the air, absurd and infuriating. She stared at her mother, torn between the impulse to shut her out forever and a desperate, weakening hope that she could still love and trust her again. Chris rose first, his voice now deep and steady, no longer the high pitch of a boy. He said they were glad she was back, yes, and they'd missed her, but she'd been wrong to leave for so long, no matter the reasons. Their mother's eyes widened, surprised by his tone. She asked if something had gone wrong. He countered sharply. What could be right about living in one room? He told her to look at him, to see that he wasn't a little boy anymore, to look at her, at the twins, to see how much they'd grown. He said they hadn't been idle. They'd lived 1,000 lives through books while she'd been off having a good time. She tried to interrupt, but he pressed on, casting a scornful glance at the gifts. He accused her of bringing peace offerings, of thinking material things could compensate for what they'd lost. They were older now, and gifts weren't enough. She pleaded with him not to speak as if he'd stopped loving her, saying she couldn't bear it. He admitted he loved her, that he made himself keep loving her despite everything, that they all had to love her and believe she was looking out for them. But she needed to really see them. She came with bright hopes that never materialized. He reminded her of the promises, one night, then a few days, then weeks, then months, and over 2 years had passed while they waited for a man who might never die. He raised his voice, his face flushed, saying they wanted out, not next week or tomorrow, but now. He demanded the key, offered to take the twins and leave forever, to solve all her problems so she could keep her inheritance. Their mother went pale. She sat at the table with her lunch half eaten, feeling a mix of pity and betrayal. She thought of the starvation, the whippings, the tar in her hair, the blood Chris had given from his wrist. This confrontation was mostly her doing, and she knew their mother guessed it from the resentful glance she threw her way. Their mother told Chris not to speak, that he wasn't himself. She jumped up and stepped to his side, her voice sharp and bitter. She told their mother to look at them, their radiant complexions, their full cheeks, their glossy hair, their bright eyes, to see how healthy the twins were. If she couldn't have pity for her and Chris, she should have pity for them. Their mother exploded, shouting that they had no right to speak to her that way, that they'd be starving in the streets without her. She turned away, voice breaking, insisting she'd done her best, that they had warmth, safety, books, toys, clothes, food, a TV. She spun back, spreading her hands in a supplicating gesture, pleading that their grandfather was now confined to bed, dying, that the doctor said he couldn't last more than a few weeks. The day he died, she'd unlock the door and lead them out, and she'd have enough money to send them all to college, to medical school for Chris, to ballet lessons for her, to music teachers for Corey, to anything Carrie wanted. She asked if they'd throw away all their suffering without waiting for the reward, when they were on the verge of winning. She admitted to being touched, wanting to believe, but suspicion gnawed at her. Their grandfather had been taking his last breath for years. She wanted to scream that they didn't believe her anymore, to make her bleed with their pain. But Chris gave her a forbidding look, shaming her. She held back, maybe to protect the twins, maybe waiting for Chris to tell the truth first. He stood gazing at their mother with soft compassion, his arm brushing against hers, trembling with indecision, eyes full of tormented hopes and despair as she began to cry. The twins crept closer, clinging to her skirt as their mother crumpled onto the bed, sobbing and beating the pillow like a child. She wailed that they were heartless, ungrateful children, attacking her when she was the only one who loved them, the only one who cared, making her feel guilty and ashamed when she'd done her best. Chris and she were stricken with contrition. Everything their mother said was true. She was the only one who loved them, the only hope for their future. They ran to her, throwing their arms around her, pleading for forgiveness. They apologized, promised to stay, said they believed her, that the grandfather had to die sometime. She wept on, inconsolable, until at last she sat up, dabbing her eyes with a lace-edged handkerchief monogrammed with a C. She pushed them aside, brushed off their hands, and got to her feet, refusing to meet their eyes. Her voice cold and choked, she told them to open their gifts, to see if they were thought about and loved, to tell her then that she was selfish and didn't care. Her mascara streaked, her lipstick smeared, her hair mussed, a vision of perfection reduced to a broken mannequin. She caught herself thinking of her mother as an actress, playing her part with theatrical conviction. Her mother looked at Chris, ignoring her completely. The twins might as well have been invisible for all the attention they received. Her mother announced, still dabbing at her smeared mascara, that she had ordered a new set of encyclopedias for Chris's upcoming birthday, the set he'd always wanted, bound in genuine red leather, tooled in 24-karat gold with hubbed spines. She'd gone directly to the publishing house to order them especially, and they'd bear his name and the date, but they wouldn't be mailed directly here in case someone saw them. She'd thought and thought about a gift to please him most. Chris looked dumbfounded, his face a tangle of confusion and dazed helplessness. He loved their mother so much, even after everything. She smoldered with rage. Encyclopedias like that must cost thousands. Why wasn't she putting that money into an escape fund? She wanted to scream in protest, but something broken in Chris's eyes kept her silent. He'd always wanted those encyclopedias, and money was nothing to their mother now. And maybe, just maybe, the grandfather really would die today or tomorrow. Her mother sensed her doubts, raised her head regally, and turned toward the door without waiting for them to open their gifts. She said she wouldn't come back until they'd thought about the pain they'd given her and could treat her with love and respect again. She came. She went. She left Carrie and Corey untouched, unkissed, unspoken to. She knew why. Their mother couldn't bear to see what gaining a fortune was costing the twins. The twins ran to her, clinging to her skirt, studying her face for signs of happiness so they could mirror it. She knelt and lavished them with the kisses their mother had withheld. Carrie asked if they looked funny, and she said no, just pale from being inside too much. Carrie asked if they'd grown much, and she lied, smiling, saying yes. She sat on the floor with the twins and Chris, and they opened the gifts like it was Christmas, tearing off expensive wrapping, pulling out pretty clothes, new books, toys, games, puzzles, and a big box of maple sugar candy shaped like leaves. Here was the display of her mother's concern. She knew their tastes, their hobbies, all but their sizes. With gifts she paid them for the long, empty months, buying them off, begging forgiveness for what she knew in her heart was wrong. She was buying them little girl dresses, children's books they'd already read. She managed to smile as she dressed Carrie in a red dress with a purple ribbon, helped Corey into red pants and a monogrammed shirt. She asked Chris sarcastically if she should dress him too, and he answered wickedly that she could dress him from skin out. She told him not to be vulgar. Corey had a new banjo, and his eyes lit up. He played a tune, and Carrie sang along. God had blessed Corey with magic fingers. God had blessed her with mean thoughts that took the joy from everything. What good were pretty clothes no one ever saw? She wanted things money couldn't buy. Had her mother noticed her short-cropped hair, their thinness, their pale skins? Bitter thoughts swirled as she pushed maple sugar leaves into the twins' mouths and then into her own. The candy melted on her tongue with the acrid taste of the iron lump in her throat. Encyclopedias. Were they going to be here forever? Maple sugar candy was her favorite, but she could barely swallow one piece. The others sat on the floor, stuffing candy into their mouths, laughing. She told them sourly to make it last. It might be the last box they'd see for a long time. Chris shot her a look, his eyes shining, his faith restored by just one visit from their mother. Why couldn't he see that gifts were just a way to hide the fact that she no longer cared? He taunted her, telling her to sit and act dumb, deny herself the candy while they satisfied their sweet tooth. He dared her to cry, play the martyr, pound her head on the wall. They'd still be here until the grandfather died, and the candy would be gone. She hated him for mocking her. She jumped up, ran to the far side of the room, and tried on her new dresses. They zipped easily to her waist but wouldn't close over her bust. She tore them off, looking for darts in the bodice. None. She was buying little girl clothes. She threw the dresses on the floor and stomped on them, crushing the blue velvet. Chris sat on the floor with the twins, laughing with wicked charm, joking that she should make a shopping list for bras. She snapped at him to shut up. Her abdomen was hollow, her buttocks firm from exercise, not fat. She didn't need a girdle. He needed a jockstrap and some sense in his head that didn't come from a book. Then she screamed, unable to control herself, that she hated their mother, hated him, hated everybody, most of all herself. She wished she were dead. They'd all be better off dead than buried alive, rotting like vegetables. The words spilled out like garbage, making her brothers wince and her sister shrink and tremble. Shame flooded her instantly, but she couldn't take it back. She turned and ran for the attic, for the music and costumes and ballet shoes, spinning and dancing to exhaust herself into insensibility. In her mind, she saw a shadowy man behind white columns, dancing a passionate pas de deux with her, forever apart no matter how she tried to reach him. Then the music stopped. She was on the dusty attic floor, her right leg twisted beneath her. She'd fallen. She limped to the schoolroom, opened a window wider, and stepped onto the black roof. She eased down to the edge, tears blurring her vision, and closed her eyes, swaying off balance. In a minute it would be over. She'd be sprawled on the thorny rose bushes below. The grandmother and Mama could claim it was an accident. Mama would cry when she saw her dead, dressed in blue leotards and tutu, and then she'd realize what she'd done. She'd unlock the door, free Chris and the twins, let them live real lives. That was the golden side of the coin. But she turned it over. What if she didn't die, only ended up crippled and scarred? What if Mama didn't cry, was only glad to be rid of her? How would Chris and the twins survive without her? Who would mother the twins? Chris might think he didn't need her. Books and encyclopedias would be enough. But when he was a doctor, it still wouldn't be enough if she wasn't there too. She was saved from death by her own ability to see both sides. She stumbled away from the edge, feeling silly and childish, still crying. Her knee hurt so badly she crawled to the safe corner near the back chimney where two roofs met. She lay on her back, staring at the unseeing sky. She doubted God, and heaven lived up there. They were down on the ground, in gardens, forests, parks, seashores, lakes, riding highways. Hell was right here, shadowing her, trying to make her into what the grandmother thought she was, the devil's issue. She lay on the cold slate roof until darkness fell, the moon rose, and the stars flashed angrily at her, as if knowing her for what she was. She wore only a ballet costume, leotards, and a frilly tutu. Goosebumps covered her arms, but she stayed, planning her revenge against those who had turned her from good to evil. One day both her mother and grandmother would be under her thumb, and she'd wield the whip, handle the tar, control the food. She tried to imagine the right punishment. Should she lock them both up and throw away the key? Starve them as they'd been starved? A soft sound broke through the dark spiral of her thoughts. In the dimming light, Chris spoke her name hesitantly, nothing more. She didn't answer. She didn't need him, didn't need anyone. He'd let her down, failed to understand, and she was done with needing him. But he came anyway, lying down close beside her, spreading a warm woolen jacket over her without a word. He stared up at the cold sky just as she did, the silence stretched between them, heavy and fearful. She didn't hate him, couldn't even dislike him, and she wanted desperately to turn and thank him for the jacket, to apologize for lashing out at him and the twins. Her arms ached to reach for him, to comfort him the way he always comforted her, but she couldn't move, couldn't speak. She could only lie there, hoping he understood she was tied in knots. He raised the white flag first, as he always did. In a strange, husky voice that seemed to come from far away, he told her he and the twins had eaten dinner, but her share was saved. They'd only pretended to eat all the candy. There was plenty left for her. Candy. He was still in the child's world where candy could hold back tears. She'd grown past that, wanting instead the freedom to become a woman, to control her own life. But her voice had dried up along with her tears. He told her never to say such ugly, hopeless things again. She choked out that every word was true. She'd only spoken what she felt, what he kept hidden. Hiding from himself would turn those truths into acid. He cried out that he'd never wished himself dead, that she should never think about death. He had doubts and suspicions, sure, but he smiled and laughed and made himself believe because he wanted to survive. If she took her own life, she'd take him down too, and soon the twins would follow. Who would mother them then? She laughed, a hard, brittle sound that mimicked their mother's bitter laugh. She reminded him they had a dear, sweet mother who would be left to care for the twins. He seized her shoulders, saying he hated when she talked like that, like their mother. He knew she was more a mother to Corey and Carrie than their own mother was. He'd seen the twins stare at their mother like she was a stranger. He wasn't blind or stupid. He knew their mother took care of herself first, and them second. The moon sparkled on frozen tears in his eyes, his voice gritty, hushed, deep. He spoke without bitterness, only regret, flat and emotionless as a doctor delivering a terminal diagnosis. It hit her in a flood. She loved Chris, and he was her brother. He made her whole, gave her stability when she ran wild. It would be a perfect way to strike back at Mama and the grandparents. God wouldn't see. He'd closed his eyes when Jesus was on the cross. But Daddy was up there looking down, and she cringed with shame. He begged her to look at him. She insisted she hadn't meant any of it. She was melodramatic, afraid something terrible would happen to them. She said awful things just to shake him up, to make him see. She ached to see new faces, new rooms, to shop, to ride horses, to do all the things they couldn't do in here. In the dark, on the cold roof, they reached for each other intuitively, clinging as one, hearts throbbing against each other. They'd cried oceans of tears, said zillions of prayers, and none of it had helped. How could they reach God and make him do something? She said it again. They had to take the initiative. Daddy always said God helps those who help themselves. His cheek pressed against hers while he considered. He said he'd give it some thought, though their mother had said they could come into that fortune any day. Over the 10 days that passed before their mother visited again, they speculated endlessly about why she'd gone to Europe for so long, what her big news could be. They saw the 10 days as another punishment. She was in the same house, yet ignored them like mice in the attic. When she finally showed up, they were thoroughly chastised, fearful she'd never come back if they showed hostility. They were quiet, timid, accepting. They smiled, uttered no complaints, asked nothing. They were her dutiful, obedient, passive children, and she liked them that way, her sweet, loving, private darlings. This was when she dropped her bombshell. She told them to rejoice, that she was so happy, and asked them to guess what had happened. Chris cautiously guessed their grandfather had died. No. She guessed he'd been taken to the hospital. No. She didn't hate him now, so she wouldn't rejoice over his death. She said dully to just tell them. They couldn't guess. They didn't know much about her life anymore. Their mother ignored the implication and launched into her news. She'd married a wonderful man named Bart Winslow, an attorney. She raved about him. Handsome, tall, athletic, brilliant, charming, and said he would love all of them. Since the Christmas party, they'd voiced suspicions. They'd known a beautiful young widow wouldn't stay single long, but almost 2 years had passed without a wedding, and they'd convinced themselves the dark-haired man with the moustache was just a passing fancy, that their mother would remain devoted to their father. She closed her eyes, trying to shut out the hateful voice, telling them another man was taking their father's place. Now their mother was another man's wife, and they'd see even less of her. How long? How long? Her mother's joy struggled in the bleak air of their reception. She begged them to understand and be happy for her. She'd loved their father, but he'd been gone so long, and she needed someone to love and be loved by. Chris opened his mouth to say he loved her, that they all loved her, but he stopped, realizing that wasn't the kind of love she meant. She didn't love her mother anymore, wasn't even sure she liked her, but she could smile and pretend, say the words so the twins wouldn't be frightened. She told her mother she was glad for her, that it was nice she'd found someone to love her again. Her mother rushed on, encouraged, saying Bart had been in love with her for a long time, but had been set on being a bachelor. Their grandfather hadn't wanted her to marry again, as punishment for marrying their father, but he liked Bart and finally relented, letting her marry and still inherit. She paused, chewing her lower lip, swallowing nervously, her fingers working the pearls at her throat. She said she didn't love Bart as much as she'd loved their father. Weakly, unconvincingly, her glowing eyes and radiant complexion betrayed a greater love. She sighed. Poor Daddy. She asked if the gifts had all come from Europe. The maple sugar candy came from Vermont. Their mother laughed with lilting joy and explained that Bart had a sister in Vermont. They'd visited there, and that's where she'd bought the candy. He had 2 other sisters in the South, came from a little town in South Carolina, but had been in New England so long he sounded like a Yankee. She described the beauty of Vermont in autumn. Her eyes flicked uneasily to the twins, and her pearls twisted dangerously, as if they might break. The twins' polite, distant answers cut through the room. Corey addressed their mother as ma'am, staring at her like a stranger. Carrie said Chris and her had made her a cardboard cradle, and she liked it fine. Didn't their mother see? They didn't know her anymore. They were uncomfortable with her. She asked if her new husband knew about them. Chris glowered at her, silently insisting their mother wouldn't be deceitful. But shadows darkened their mother's happiness. Another wrong question. Not yet, their mother said, but as soon as Daddy died, she'd tell him in minute detail. He'd understand. He was kind and gentle. She'd already said that more than once. Another thing that had to wait for the old man to die. Their mother told her to stop looking at her like that. She couldn't have told Bart before the marriage. He was their grandfather's attorney. She couldn't let him know about her children, not until the will was read and the money was in her name. She wanted to say that a man should know his wife had 4 children from a first marriage. But Chris was glaring at her, and the twins huddled small, their eyes fixed on the TV. She held her tongue, thinking silence made no new enemies. Maybe her mother was right. She prayed for renewed faith, to believe in her again, to believe she was beautiful all the way through. But God didn't reach down to reassure her. Her suspicions were stretching the cord between them thinner and thinner. Love filled her thoughts on a rainy winter day. The twins sat before the TV. She and Chris lay side by side in the attic on the old mattress, reading an antique book. Soon the attic would turn Arctic, so they spent as much time there as they could. Chris scanned pages quickly. She dawdled over beautiful lines, reading them twice or thrice. They argued about it. Today he was patient, turning his back to stare at the ceiling while she absorbed the Victorian feel, the elegant speech, the deep emotions. The story of star-crossed lovers Lily and Raymond captivated them. They had to overcome obstacles to find the magic place of purple grass where all dreams are fulfilled. She wanted them to find it, but then discovered the tragedy. All along they'd stood on the purple grass and never looked down. She hated unhappy endings, slammed the book shut, hurled it against the wall, raging at Chris as if he'd written it. She vowed she'd never be like them, idealistic fools who didn't look down at the ground. Chris seemed amused, but then grew thoughtful, staring at the rain. He said lovers weren't supposed to look down at the ground. Earth represented reality, frustrations, death, tragedy. Lovers looked up at the sky where illusions couldn't be trampled. She sulked, then declared that when she fell in love, she'd build a mountain to touch the sky, so she and her lover would have both reality under their feet and heads in the clouds. The purple grass would grow high enough to reach their eyes. He laughed, hugged her, kissed her lightly, tenderly, his eyes soft in the gloomy attic, saying she could keep her fanciful illusions, dancing eye-high in purple grass, wearing clouds for clothes. She quickly jumped to sure footing, saying it was a beautiful story despite the sad ending. Lily shouldn't have been accused of seducing Raymond. Nobody would want to seduce a man with 8 children. He told her she was too much. His voice deepened, his soft look traveling over her face, lingering on her lips, then down to her bosom and legs sheathed in white leotards. He flushed, turned his face away, his heart drumming fast. Her own heart caught his rhythm. He laughed nervously, pretending it wasn't serious, saying she was right, the story was stupid, only insane people died for love. He'd bet it was written by a woman. She rushed to the author's defense, saying T.M. Ellis could have been a man, but women used initials to get published. She asked why men thought everything women wrote was trivial. Didn't men have romantic notions? He stormed with bitterness, asking how he'd ever know what it felt like to be a man, trapped as he was, not allowed to have romantic notions, treated like a brother without feelings or sexuality. Her eyes widened. He'd never spoken so fervently. She'd contaminated him, made him sour like her. He should stay the cheerful optimist. Had she robbed him of his greatest asset? She reached out, touched his forearm, whispered she knew what he needed to feel manly. He bit out, asking what she could do, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. She ached for him. He was letting go of his dream for her benefit, becoming bitter and suspicious like her. Tentatively, she touched his hair and said he needed a haircut. It was too long and pretty. To feel a man, he needed shorter hair. Right now, his hair looked like hers. He asked who'd ever said her hair was pretty, maybe once before the touring. She remembered his eyes had told her it was more than pretty, the way he'd snipped with such reluctance, how she'd caught him holding the cut-off lengths, sniffing them, putting them to his cheek and lips, hiding them in a box under his pillow. She forced laughter, teasing him about his expressive eyes, pitying the girls who'd fall for him and his wife who'd be jealous. He said sharply he'd never told her her hair was pretty, ignoring everything she'd said. She stroked his cheek, feeling his stubble, and said she'd run for the scissors, that she hadn't given him a haircut in the longest time. Why bother when it didn't seem to matter? Only the top of her own hair had been snipped off as a sign of submission to that steel-hearted old woman. She raced for the scissors, thinking how strange it was that none of their green plants would grow, yet their hair thrived. In fairy tales, damsels in distress always had long blonde hair. Had any brunette ever been locked in a turret, if an attic could be called one? She knelt behind Chris on the floor, his hair hanging past his shoulders. He nervously ordered her to go easy, not to cut too much at once. Feeling manly too suddenly on a rainy afternoon might be dangerous. He teased, grinned, and laughed, his white teeth brilliant. She had charmed him back to himself. She loved him as she crawled around snipping and trimming, constantly moving back for perspective, not wanting to make his head lopsided. She held his hair with a comb, carefully snipping beneath it, taking no more than a quarter inch at a time. She had a mental vision of how she wanted him to look, like someone she admired very much. When she finished, she brushed the snippings from his shoulders and leaned back. Pleased with her unexpected mastery, she declared triumphantly that he looked exceptionally handsome and extremely manly, though he'd been manly all along. It was a pity he hadn't known it. She thrust the silver-backed mirror into his hands, one of the sterling silver set from her last birthday, hidden away so the grandmother wouldn't know she had items of vanity. He stared into the mirror, and her heart faltered. He looked displeased, undecided. Then a wide grin spread across his face. He exclaimed that she'd made him look like a blonde Prince Valiant. He hadn't liked it at first, but now he saw she'd changed the style, curving and layering it to flatter his face like a loving cup. He thanked her, saying he'd had no idea she was so skilled at cutting hair. She said she had many skills he didn't know about. He said he was beginning to suspect that. She teased that Prince Valiant should be so lucky as to look like her handsome, manly blonde brother, admiring her own artistry. What a heartbreaker he'd be one day. He still held the mirror, then casually laid it aside and pounced like a cat, wrestling her to the floor and grabbing the scissors from her hand. He seized a handful of her hair, declaring he'd do the same for her. Terrified, she yelped, thrust him away, and jumped to her feet. No one was going to shear off even 1/8 of an inch of her hair. Maybe it was too fine and thin now, less sensational than before, but it was all she had, and prettier than most girls. She ran, dodging through the attic, leaping over trunks and sheet-shrouded furniture. The paper flowers fanned in her wake, candle flames bending low. No matter how fast she ran, she couldn't shake him. She glanced back and barely recognized his face, which scared her more. He lunged for her streaming hair, intent on cutting it off. Did he hate her now? Why had he spent a whole day saving her hair only to cut it off for fun? She fled back toward the schoolroom, planning to slam and lock the door. He sensed her purpose, put on extra speed, caught her long locks, and she screamed as she tripped and fell forward. He fell on top of her. A sharp pain pierced her side. She screamed again, this time in shock. He hovered over her, his face white and frightened, asking if she was hurt. She lifted her head and saw blood staining her sweater. He saw it too, his eyes stark and distraught. With trembling fingers, he unbuttoned her sweater to look at the wound. He breathed a low whistle of relief. It was only a long cut, not a puncture, but nasty and bleeding heavily. He told her not to move, kissed her cheek, and raced for medicine and bandages. She thought she could have gone with him to save time, but the twins were downstairs and would panic at the sight of blood. He returned quickly with the emergency kit, falling to his knees beside her, his hands still wet from scrubbing. He folded a heavy towel and pressed it hard against the cut, checking every few seconds until the bleeding stopped. Then he applied antiseptic that stung like fire, worse than the injury itself. He apologized for the sting, said he had to avoid infection, wished he had sutures, and prayed it wouldn't leave a permanent scar. He said it would be nice if people could go through life without cutting into the perfect envelope they were born with, and he was the first to scar her skin. If she died because of him, he'd want to die too. He finished doctoring, winding gauze, and stashing it away. He leaned above her, his face hovering, his eyes serious, delving, worried, intense. On this rainy day, they caught colors from the paper flowers, becoming limpid pools of iridescence. She wondered where the boy she used to know had gone. Who was this young man with blonde whiskers, staring so long into her eyes? His look held her in thrall. The suffering in his tortured rainbowed eyes caused her more pain than any wound. She murmured, feeling unreal, telling him it wasn't his fault. She cupped his face, then drew his head down to her breast like she'd seen their mother do. She said it was only a scratch, didn't hurt a bit, though it hurt dreadfully, and she knew he hadn't done it deliberately. He choked out, asking why she'd run. Because she ran, he had to chase. He'd only been teasing, he wouldn't cut a single strand. He said her hair was more than pretty, the most glorious hair in the world. A little knife twisted in her heart as he lifted his head to spread her hair fan-like over her bare breast. She could hear him breathing her scent. They lay in silence, listening to the winter rain on the roof, nature's voices the only ones they heard, and seldom in friendly tones. The rain softened to drops, and the sun came out, shimmering their hair like strands of silk and diamonds. She noticed a slat had fallen from a western shutter, letting in sun where there'd been none. He said it was nice, and then, sleepy and content, murmured he was thinking of Raymond and Lily and the purple grass. She admitted she'd been thinking the same. She twirled his hair around her thumb, pretending not to notice his hand cautiously stroking her breast. When he dared to kiss the nipple, she startled, wondering why it felt so strange and thrilling. She said she could picture Raymond kissing Lily just there, but couldn't imagine what came next. His head popped up, his eyes filled with strange, flickering lights. He asked if she knew what came next. She blushed, said she knew sort of, and asked if he did. He laughed dryly and said he knew. He'd been told in the boys' restroom on his first day of school. Older boys talked about girls constantly, and all the ways they were different. It fascinated most boys and men. She asked if it fascinated him. He said he didn't think about girls or sex, but he wished she weren't so damned pretty and so near and available. She asked if he thought she was pretty. A groan escaped him, and he bolted up, staring at what her open sweater revealed. She'd cut off the top of her two small leotards. With trembling fingers, he buttoned her sweater, keeping his eyes averted. He said she was pretty, but brothers didn't think of sisters as girls. They felt only tolerance, affection, and sometimes hate. She said she hoped God would strike her dead if he hated her. He covered his face, then emerged smiling, clearing his throat, saying they should go down to the twins before they burned their eyes out watching TV. It hurt to rise. He helped her up. She clung to him, her cheek against his heart, and asked if what they'd done was sinful. He said if she thought it so, then it was. If thoughts of sin stayed out of it, those moments on the floor were the sweetest since they'd come to the house. She looked up at him. He seemed happier and sadder, older and younger, wiser. Maybe he was feeling like a man now. If so, she was glad, sinful or not. They walked hand in hand down to the twins. Corey was plucking a tune on his banjo, eyes glued to the TV, then picked up the guitar and composed his own melody. Long, dreary, like rain on the roof, while Carrie chanted simple lyrics about seeing the sun, finding home, feeling the wind. She sat near Corey and took the guitar from him, playing a bit herself, and sang the wistful song about bluebirds over the rainbow that the twins adored. When she finished, Corey asked if she liked his song. She said she did, but it was so sad. Could he write happier lyrics with a little hope? His mouse peeked out of his pocket, nibbling bread. The look on his face as he stared at his pet touched her so deeply she had to look away. Corey said their mother had never said anything about his pet. She admitted she hadn't noticed him. He asked why. She sighed, not knowing who or what her mother was anymore, except a stranger they used to love. Death wasn't the only thing that took away someone you loved. Chris said brightly that their mother had a new husband, and when you're in love, you don't see anyone's happiness but your own. Soon enough, she'd noticed Corey had a friend. Carrie stared at her sweater and asked what the stuff was on it. She answered without a pause, claiming the red stain on her sweater was paint. Chris had lost his temper during an art lesson when her work surpassed his and had flung the paint pan at her in frustration. Her older brother's expression turned unreadable at the lie. When the youngest boy pressed for confirmation on who was the better painter, Chris conceded with a hollow neutrality that if she said it was so, then it must be. The boy wanted to see this masterpiece, and Chris directed him to the attic, claiming exhaustion and a desire to watch television while his sister prepared their evening meal. Then, with a pointed glance, he suggested she change into a cleaner sweater before dinner, hinting that the red stain looked incriminatingly like blood. The youngest observed aloud that it certainly did look like dried blood, but Chris dismissed it as merely stiff poster paint before she slipped away to change. That night, a strange restlessness kept her awake, her thoughts circling back to a look she had seen in her brother's eyes earlier in the attic. She realized she had finally understood the elusive secret she had been searching for, that love, physical desire, was not about nakedness. She had seen his body many times without feeling anything particular, because simple exposure was not the key. It was the eyes. That was where the true secret lived. The way a look could communicate everything, words left unspoken. His eyes had said more than any voice ever could. It was the intention behind the touch, the silent plea behind the gaze, that made all the difference. This was why the grandmother had forbidden them to look at each other. The old woman understood the dangerous power of a glance. She herself could never have loved. Her eyes were incapable of softness, of conveying that desire to please, to give joy, to banish loneliness. Real love, she concluded, had nothing to do with sin. Turning her head, she saw him awake in the other bed, curled on his side, watching her. He smiled, and the tenderness in that smile made her heart ache for both of them. Despite their mother's neglect, they had found some cheer earlier by playing the youngest boy's instruments and singing, and that brief happiness had convinced them all that hope, love, and freedom were just ahead. They went to sleep with that fragile optimism. But her dreams betrayed her. A nightmare descended, one more vivid than any ordinary fear. She saw the grandmother creep into the room and shear off all her hair while she lay helpless. Then the woman produced a long knife and mutilated her further. She thrashed and whimpered, the sounds pulling Chris from sleep to her bedside. He asked if it was just another bad dream. She insisted it was more. This was precognition, a psychic warning of something dreadful imminent. Trembling, she described the horror, adding that it was their mother who had come next, glittering with diamonds, to cut out her heart. He tried to dismiss it as meaningless, but she refused to accept that. She had told him other dreams before, and he had listened with amusement, but this time he went unnaturally still, his silence suggesting the vision affected him differently. Then he spoke with quiet intensity, giving his word that they would escape this house, all of them. He said her dreams must mean something, that women had stronger intuition, and he was done waiting. They would depend only on themselves now. He would find a way. She knew from his voice that he was utterly serious. Relief flooded through her. In the cold gloom of that cluttered room, he leaned down and kissed her full on the lips, a long, strange kiss that made her feel like she was falling deeper into a place from which there was no return, even though she was already lying down. What they needed above all else was a key to their bedroom door, knowing it would open any lock in the house. They couldn't risk the sheet ladder because of the youngest two, and they knew the grandmother would never carelessly leave the key behind. She tucked it into her pocket the instant she entered. Their mother, however, was careless and forgetful, indifferent, and she never wore pockets. She had nothing to fear from them, her passive captives who were never supposed to grow up. She was happy in her new love, her eyes bright and her laughter frequent, and she was blind to the twins' quiet decline. She never even noticed the mouse perched on the boy's shoulder, nibbling his ear, or the tears on his face because she refused to acknowledge his victory in winning the animal's trust. She visited them generously, maybe 3 times a month, always bearing gifts. The food, the art supplies, the ill-fitting clothes that didn't matter in the attic. She still had not brought the bra she kept promising. She would sit like a queen, wearing expensive furs and jewels, and talk vivaciously of her life, her parties, her travels, her Bart, her future trips. She pretended they still mattered, but she never asked about the twins' health, never noticed the hay fever that never left, never remembered the monthly allergy shots that had ceased years ago. She couldn't see them clinging to their sister as if she were their only real mother. She offered no comfort, only vague advice to keep food in the cold attic, and she spoke openly of her vacations and shopping sprees. As she chattered on, the older boy stole the key from the dresser top and slipped it into his pocket. She didn't notice. She was too absorbed in performing her maternal duty. Later, in the bathroom, he pressed the key into a bar of soap to make an impression, a technique they had learned from television. Once their mother left, he retrieved the wood and began carving a rough key, working meticulously for hours, fitting it repeatedly against the hardened soap impression. He had chosen hardwood deliberately, afraid that a softer material would snap in the lock and betray their plan. 3 days passed before he finally held a working key. Joy exploded between them. They threw their arms around each other, spinning and dancing through the room, laughing and kissing, nearly weeping with relief. The younger two just watched, bewildered that a simple piece of wood could cause such celebration. They had a key now. They could open the door. But in their frantic success, they had somehow neglected to plan what came after that moment. He pulled up short in the middle of their dance, his mind shifting to the next obstacle. They would need money, enough to make any road open to them. When she asked where they could possibly get it, he answered without hesitation. They would have to steal from their mother, her new husband, and the grandmother. He said it with such matter-of-fact conviction that it sounded almost honorable. She voiced her fears immediately. If they were caught, it would mean whippings for all of them, even the smallest ones. Their mother, once she started traveling with her husband, might starve them again or do worse. He sat down heavily, propping his chin in his hand, and thought for a long moment. He would be the one to steal. He alone would take the blame if anything went wrong. The grandmother was too sharp, too precise in her counting, but their mother was careless. She never kept track of her cash. He smiled, comparing himself to Robin Hood, taking from the rich to give to the poor, which meant them. He would only go on nights when their mother announced they were going out. She corrected him, when she told them, not if. They could watch from the window on the days she didn't visit, tracking the comings and goings from the curved drive. Soon enough, their mother informed them she was attending a party, mentioning that Bart disliked social events, but she hated the house. He kept pressing her to move into their own home, and she had no answer she could give. What answer could there be? That she had 4 children hidden away in the northern wing? Finding money in their mother's bedroom was shockingly easy. She left bills scattered openly on the dresser, 10s and 20s lying carelessly. It disturbed him to see how casually she treated money, especially when she was supposed to be saving for their freedom. He found more in her handbags, some change in her husband's trousers, and coins under chair cushions. Each visit made him feel more like a thief, an intruder in his own mother's space, and the sight of her luxurious clothes, the satin mules, the fur-trimmed negligées, only shrank his remaining trust. All winter he made these trips, growing bolder as the thefts became routine. He returned each time with a strange mix of jubilation and sadness, and when she pressed him about why he looked so troubled, he invited her to come along and see for herself. She could go with a clear conscience now because the younger ones slept so deeply they rarely stirred, waking in the morning slow and blurry, reluctant to surface from something that looked more like a small death than ordinary sleep. It frightened her sometimes to see them like that, 2 small, never-growing dolls sinking into oblivion. Spring was approaching, and a voice inside her kept insisting they had to leave soon. He laughed at her urgency, saying they needed at least $500 first. What was the rush? They had food now, and they weren't being punished. Even when the grandmother caught them half undressed, she said nothing. It struck her as strange that the old woman had stopped punishing them. They had never told their mother about those earlier beatings, the tar in her hair, the starvation. Yet the grandmother now stayed her hand, bringing the picnic basket daily with sandwiches, lukewarm soup, milk, and always 4 powdered sugar donuts. Why couldn't she vary the menu? Bring brownies, cookies, pie? He urged her through the dark, sinister corridors, pulling her past the trophy room. She hated the portrait over the fireplace, a young Malcolm Foxworth who looked so much like their father, yet was completely different, cold and cruel. Such a heartless man had no right to be handsome. The mounted animal heads and skins only confirmed what she already knew about him. He insisted they pass by most of the rooms, letting her peek only briefly. She realized then what he had meant about this house. It was grand and beautiful, but never cozy, never a home. Their old house in Gladstone shrank in comparison, but it had been real. Finally, they reached their mother's suite. Hearing about it was nothing compared to seeing it. Her breath caught. It was fit for a queen, walls covered in strawberry pink silk damask, carpets 2 inches thick, a soft furry coverlet she threw herself upon, filmy bed curtains, and heavy purple velvet drapes. She stood in awe before the swan bed with its observant red eye and the smaller infant bed at its foot. But she backed away, disturbed by the thought of her mother sleeping there with a man who wasn't their father. She explored the walk-in closet, stunned by the sheer volume of clothes, more than a department store, plus shoes, hats, handbags, furs, negligées of every fabric and trim. Their mother would need 1,000 years to wear it all once. She carried something from the closet into the golden dressing room, glancing at the bathroom with its mirrors, live plants, and 2 commodes, one without a lid. He mentioned that all this was new, more opulent than when he had first seen it. She spun on him, realizing he had been shielding her all along, omitting the truth about the clothes, the furs, the jewelry hidden in the secret compartment. His shifting eyes and flushed face gave him away. In the dressing room, she tried on nylon hose for the first time, delighted by the way they made her legs look. She found a bra, too large, but she stuffed the cups with tissues. She slipped into silver slippers, also too large, and a black dress cut too low. Then she sat at the dressing table and applied makeup with a lavish hand, sweeping her hair up into what she thought was a sophisticated style, adding jewelry and perfume. Tottering on high heels, she teetered over to him, fluttering her lashes, expecting compliments. He turned, astonishment widening his eyes, then scowled heavily. His response was brutally dismissive. He called her a streetwalker, an adolescent whore, and ordered her to wash her face and put everything back. She approached the full-length mirror with its adjustable wings, taking a fresh look at herself. She saw the problem immediately. She had piled on too many bracelets, too many necklaces, too many rings. A tiara she didn't need. Their mother never wore 3 necklaces at once. Never let diamond earrings brush her shoulders. Never stacked rings on every finger, including her thumbs. She had overdone it completely. She had dazzled herself, she admitted, her stuffed bosom looking magnificent. But she knew she had gone too far. One by one she stripped off the excess. 17 bracelets, 26 rings, the necklaces, the tiara, the black chiffon gown that had looked so much more elegant on her mother. The furs tempted her. Anyone would feel beautiful in furs. But he was calling for her to hurry, to leave the dressing up behind and help him search. She suggested a bath in the black marble tub, and he dismissed the idea with impatience. She removed everything, returning the borrowed clothes, but she couldn't resist sneaking a plain white bra from the drawer and tucking it into her blouse. He didn't need her help. He knew where to find money. She wanted to explore the drawers herself, moving quickly. She opened the nightstand drawer expecting cold cream and tissues, and found them, along with 2 paperback books that suggested her mother sometimes had trouble sleeping. The thought made her wonder if their mother ever lay awake thinking uneasily about them. Beneath the paperbacks was a thick book with a colorful dust jacket on needlework design. Intrigued, her mother had taught her some stitches. She lifted it out and flipped through. Instead of flowers, she found full-color photographs of naked men and women in positions she had never imagined. Silent and wide-eyed, she stared, her hand moving from page to page despite herself, growing more incredulous with each image. All those whispered tales from school bathrooms had never prepared her for this. Was this what lovemaking actually was? Was this what Raymond and Lily had been heading toward? From the beginning of life? Was this the destination? He called her name, saying he had found enough money, just a few 5s and 1s, all the change he could gather, and told her to come. She couldn't move. He came up behind her, looked over her shoulder, and she heard his breath catch. He didn't speak until she had closed the book. Then he took it and started from the beginning, looking at each page she had already seen. The photographs needed no explanation. When he closed it, he looked stunned. She put it back, replacing the paperbacks on top. He took her hand and led her silently back through the dark halls. Now she understood why the grandmother had wanted them in separate beds. The call of the flesh was so strong, so demanding and thrilling, it could make people act like demons. She leaned over the sleeping twins, seeing them regain their lost innocence in sleep. Carrie looked like a small cherub, flushed and rosy. Corey's curls were soft under her lips. Children like them were made from a little of what she had just seen, so it couldn't all be wicked. And yet she was deeply troubled, stunned, and uncertain. She prayed silently for their safety, that they would live until they reached a bright place where doors were never locked. He told her she could use the bath first, his back to her, head bowed. She drifted through her routine, emerging in a heavy, concealing gown, her face scrubbed clean, her damp hair brushed. He went in without looking at her, and when he came out much later, he still wouldn't meet her eyes. Neither of them knelt to pray that night. She had nothing to say to God anymore. Her body screamed what she couldn't think or speak. Lying beside Carrie, she felt soiled and changed by that book, wishing she could read every word of its text. She knew she was no saint, and she sensed that someday soon she would need to know everything about how bodies were used in love. Slowly she turned to see him on his side, gazing at her through the rosy dimness. He asked if she was all right. She said she was surviving. They said good night in voices that didn't sound like their own. Spring came, and he fell sick, vomiting, weak, greenish around the mouth. He tried to study but threw his book aside. She didn't want to leave him alone, but he insisted she go on without him, that she needed to stand on her own feet and get the money. She fell to her knees beside his bed, pressing her face to his chest, terrified at the thought of his dying. He reassured her, told her to take only 1s and 5s, all the coins she could find in their stepfather's closet. She kissed his cheek, backed toward the door, told him she loved him. He returned the words and wished her good hunting. She closed the door behind her, clutching the wooden key. It was safe to steal tonight. Their mother had announced she was going to another party. She moved through the corridors quickly, determined, planning to take a 20 and a 10, maybe even some jewelry. The grandmother retired early, and it was already 10 o'clock. She slipped through the double doors into her mother's bedroom. One dim light was burning. Money didn't mean anything to their mother anymore. She prepared to search. She hesitated just inside the double doors, scanning the dim room, and then her blood turned to ice. There, sprawled in a chair with his long legs crossed at the ankles, was her mother's new husband. She stood directly before him, wearing nothing but a short, transparent blue nightie and tiny matching panties. Her heart hammered wildly as she braced for him to bellow at her, to demand who she was and what she was doing there. But he didn't stir. He was dozing in his black tuxedo, his pink shirt ruffled down the front. She nearly turned and fled, terrified he would wake and see her. But curiosity overpowered her fear. She crept closer on tiptoe, close enough to touch him, to reach into his pockets if she chose, though robbery was the last thing on her mind. She studied his handsome sleeping face, amazed at what she saw up close. She had glimpsed him before, at the Christmas party, once by the stairs when he kissed the back of her mother's neck and whispered something that made her smile. But nothing had prepared her for this revelation. He was younger than her mother, years younger, a secret her mother had kept well. No wonder she adored him. He was the kind of man any woman would want, tender and passionate, even in sleep. She wanted to hate him but couldn't. Even asleep, he appealed to her, made her heart beat faster. His long, lean face, his slim but muscular body, the deep cleft near his lips that appeared and disappeared with his sleepy smiles, all of it fascinated her. The gold wedding band matching her mother's, the square-cut diamond on his index finger, the fraternity ring on his small finger. His nails were buffed, just like her father's used to be. But what intrigued her most were his full, sensual lips beneath the mustache. The book she had found had educated her well about what adults did when they were bare, and suddenly she was overcome by an impulse to kiss him, just to see if the mustache tickled, to know what it felt like to kiss a stranger who was no blood relation. Not forbidden, not sinful. She reached out and lightly stroked his cheek. He didn't wake. She leaned over and pressed her lips to his, then pulled back quickly, her heart pounding with fear and desire. She almost wished he would wake, but she was also terrified. Would he come to her defense if she told him the truth about 4 children locked away for years? Or would he hate her for threatening his wife's inheritance? Her hands fluttered to her throat as she wavered. Instinct screamed at her to wake him. Suspicion whispered to stay quiet. He was so young and handsome, he could have had a fresh virgin instead of her mother. What were 4 unwanted children compared to unbelievable riches? Nothing. Her mother had already taught her that, and a virgin would bore him. It was unfair. Her mother had everything: freedom, money, a younger husband, while she and Chris had only broken dreams and frustrations, and the twins had a dollhouse, a mouse, and ever-declining health. She returned to the locked room with tears in her eyes and a heavy stone of helplessness in her chest. He was asleep with his medical book open on his chest. She marked his place, closed it, and lay beside him, clinging to him as silent tears wet his pajama jacket. He woke and asked what was wrong. She couldn't meet his eyes, couldn't tell him about the husband, couldn't admit to kissing him. He asked if she had found any money, and she whispered no. He cupped her chin, forcing her to look at him, and she closed her eyes and snuggled closer. He stroked her back and told her it was all right. She knew she had to run away, and she would take all of this with her wherever she went. He told her to get back in her own bed, but she asked about his sickness first. He said he was better. They said goodnight in voices that didn't sound like their own, and he called her a pretty good sister and mother, but a hell of a liar and a no-good thief. Summer came again. She was 15 now, the twins 8. 3 years of imprisonment would be marked in August, and they had to escape before winter. The younger boy picked listlessly at black-eyed peas because they had told him each one gave a day of happiness. Otherwise, he would eat nothing but donuts. After meals, he crouched with his banjo, watching cartoons, his twin glued beside him, watching his face instead of the screen. She told their sister that her brother didn't feel well, and the girl said she just knew, that he didn't have to tell her. When asked how she felt, she said like always, and when pressed, admitted she didn't know. They had to get out and fast. Later she tucked them into one bed, planning to separate them once they slept. The girl complained about the pink sheets, demanding white ones. White was the only safe color. White chalk daisies on the attic floor kept away evil demons and monsters. Colored sheets gave small imps holes to drive their forked tails through. They had millions of rituals and rules, all just to keep safe. The girl asked why their mother liked black dresses so much. She explained that their mother's blonde fairness was set off by black dresses, making her look exceptionally beautiful. The small girl asked if their mother wasn't afraid of black, and she assured her she wasn't. When pressed about what age one had to be before black stopped biting with long teeth, she dismissed the question as silly, but the boy insisted that the black shadows in the attic had shiny, sharp teeth, scooting away from the pink sheets. She reassured him, spinning a whimsical tale that black shadows only bit if you had emerald skin, purple eyes, red hair, and 3 ears. Comforted, the twins settled under white sheets and blankets and soon fell asleep. She bathed, shampooed her hair, and put on wispy baby doll pajamas before running up to the attic to open a window, hoping for a cool breeze to refresh the stifling space and inspire her to dance. She wondered why the wind only seemed to find its way inside during winter blasts, never when they needed it most. She and her brother shared everything: thoughts, aspirations, doubts, fears. He served as her doctor for small problems like her irregular monthly cycles, which he attributed to her quixotic nature. One September night, while she waited in the attic, he went stealing and later told her in vivid detail what happened. The book in the nightstand drawer had become an obsession for him, luring him back each time. After finding his quota of money, he would drift to the bed as if magnetized, reading a few pages at a time, burning with frustration and guilt about the circumstances of their lives, about wanting what other boys his age could have from willing girls. That night, as he stood leafing through the pages, he heard voices approaching, their mother and her husband returning. He shoved the book back, tossed in the paperbacks, and dashed into the closet, crouching near the shoe shelves beneath long formal gowns. He realized he had forgotten to close the door. He overheard their mother scolding her husband for carelessly forgetting his wallet again, and he heard the husband insist he'd left it in a pair of trousers. The husband found his wallet on the dresser, confused because he could have sworn he'd put it elsewhere. Their mother grew impatient. The husband suggested they move out of the house, believing the maids were stealing from them. He mentioned missing money, including 3 of the 4 fives he'd had. Their mother dismissed the theft of a $5 bill, saying the servants were underpaid and their carelessness invited stealing. The husband countered that he had worked hard for his money and didn't want even 10 cents stolen, and complained about having to face his mother-in-law's grim face every morning. Their mother grew irritated, her voice hardening, and insisted they couldn't leave the house yet. The husband didn't want to go to the theater if they'd missed the first act, suggesting they find more entertaining ways to spend the evening, intimating they could go to bed. But their mother, surprisingly strong-willed, rejected the idea, reminding him of the last time he'd fallen asleep and left her without an escort. He grew sarcastic, then mentioned a sweet dream he'd had, of a lovely young girl with long golden hair stealing into the room and kissing him while he dozed. The brother gasped, realizing it was her. He was furious, feeling she had been incredibly indiscreet. Their mother sharply dismissed her husband's talk about the dream, sounding sick of hearing about it, but then softened her tone and convinced him to stay overnight in a hotel. The brother was relieved to escape before they could use the swan bed. Meanwhile, in the attic, She sat on a windowsill thinking of the silver music box her father had given her, unaware that the episode in her mother's room would have consequences. She heard a creak behind her and spun around, terrified, but it was only him, standing in the gloom, staring at her. His voice was gritty as he told her she looked beautiful, the moonlight etching her body through her airy clothes. Then he seized her shoulders roughly, his fingers digging in painfully. He damned her for kissing that man, for risking everything. She demanded to know how he knew, insisting he hadn't been there. He shook her, revealing that the man had seen her. He wasn't soundly asleep, and now their mother could guess who it was. They were on to them, and they wouldn't leave money lying around anymore. They didn't have enough yet. He yanked her down from the sill, wild and furious, shaking her until she was dizzy and crying out. She reminded him their mother knew they couldn't pass through a locked door. But he wasn't himself. He seemed primitive, savage. He declared she was his, that she would always be his, and that he would make her his tonight. They fell to the floor. She tried to fight him off, but he was stronger, more determined. She loved him, and she wanted what he wanted. They ended up on the old, stained mattress where he forced himself into her, tearing through her tight, resisting flesh. They had done what they swore they'd never do. They were sinners, just as the grandmother had predicted. Now there might be a baby. They drew apart, their faces numb and pale with shock, barely able to speak as they dressed. He didn't have to say he was sorry. It was written all over him, in his trembling and clumsiness. Later, they climbed out onto the roof. Clouds drifted across the full moon, making it play hide-and-seek, and on that night that seemed made for lovers, they wept in each other's arms. He hadn't meant to do it. She had meant never to let him. The terror of a possible baby rose in her throat, a fear greater than hell or God's wrath. She was petrified of giving birth to something deformed, a freak, an idiot. But she couldn't speak of it. He was already suffering enough. His knowledge, however, exceeded hers. He spoke fervently, insisting the odds were against conception from just one time, vowing there would never be another, that he would castrate himself before letting it happen again. He pulled her so tightly against him it hurt, begging her not to hate him, swearing he hadn't meant to rape her. He told her he had resisted temptation many times before, leaving the room, going to the bathroom or the attic, burying himself in a book until he felt normal again. She wrapped her arms around him as tightly as she could, whispering that she didn't hate him, that he hadn't raped her. She could have stopped him if she truly wanted to. She knew where to bring her knee up hard. It was her fault, too. She should never have kissed her mother's handsome young husband, and she shouldn't have worn skimpy, revealing clothes around a brother who had all a man's physical needs and frustrations. She had been testing her femininity, driven by her own burning yearnings. It felt like fate had planned this night long ago, their destiny written in the stars. The wind rustled through leaves, making eerie, melancholy music. How could something so human and loving seem ugly on such a beautiful night? Perhaps they stayed too long. The slate roof was cold and rough. It was early September and leaves were beginning to fall, soon to be touched by winter's frost. The attic was hot as hell, but the roof was growing very cold. They huddled closer, clinging for safety and warmth. Youthful, sinful lovers, their self-esteem shattered, done in by yearnings stretched too thin. She hadn't even known she was sensuous until now. A cold breeze lifted a dead leaf onto the roof, and it scuttled into her hair. He plucked it out, staring at it as if it held the secret of how to fly without wings. Then he spoke, his voice dry and crackling. They had $396.44. Snow would fall soon, and they had no proper winter coats or boots. The twins were so weakened they could catch pneumonia. He woke at night worrying about them, and he'd seen her staring at Carrie too. He doubted they'd find money lying around anymore. They suspected a maid, or maybe now their mother suspected her. The next time he stole, he'd have to take the jewelry, make a grand sweep, and then they'd run. They'd find a doctor for the twins as soon as they were far enough away. Finally, he would do what she'd begged him to do all along, steal the jewels. In the process, their mother would lose them, but would she even care? An owl hooted in the distance, ghostly, perhaps the same one from their first night. Gray mists rose from the damp ground, billowing up to the roof like a foggy sea, and all they could see in the murky clouds was a single great eye, God's eye, shining in the moon. She woke before dawn and knew he was already awake, tears glistening in his eyes. She told him she loved him, that she could forget if he could, that there was nothing to forgive. He nodded, silent, but she knew him too well. Through her, he had struck back at the one woman who had betrayed him. Looking in her mirror, she saw her own mother's face as it must have looked at her age. It had come to pass, just as the grandmother had predicted. Devil's issue, created by evil seed, repeating the sins of the fathers and the mothers. They were leaving, any day. They would go to Sarasota, where circus people lived, known for their kindness to those from strange backgrounds. She joked about becoming trapeze performers, and he grinned, saying she'd look great in spangled pink tights. The twins protested, afraid of them falling. He insisted they were an unbeatable team. She recalled his whispered words on the roof, that he would never love anyone but her. She had laughed it off, telling him not to be silly, that they could pretend it never happened, but he insisted it was too late for him to love or trust anyone else. September passed into October. Snow would fly soon. Their mother left for the evening, barely pausing to say goodbye, unable to bear looking at them. They prepared a pillowcase sack for the jewelry. Her bags were packed and hidden in the attic. As evening approached, the younger boy began vomiting uncontrollably. Nothing helped. He clung to her, whispering that he didn't feel good. She asked what she could do, feeling so young and inexperienced. The boy whispered weakly for his mouse, wanting it to sleep with him. She warned that he might roll over and crush it, and he looked stricken at the thought. The terrible gagging resumed, and in her arms he grew cold. His hair pasted to his sweaty brow, his blue eyes vacant as he called for his mother, complaining that his bones hurt. She soothed him, carrying him back to bed and changing his soiled pajamas, wondering how he could throw up when there was nothing left. She promised his brother would help. The brother pored over medical books, trying to diagnose the mysterious illness. The boy pleaded not to be left behind, calling out for his brother to stay. She realized the twins must have overheard more of their escape plans than they'd assumed. The little sister drifted over in white, asking properly if she could sleep with her twin, just to be close to him. They put her in bed with him and perched on either side, watching anxiously as he tossed and gasped and cried out in delirium for the mouse, for his mother, his father, his brother, and her. Tears wet her collar, and she saw tears on her brother's cheeks too. The boy kept calling for his sister even after she'd fallen asleep, their wan faces inches apart, but him not seeing her. She thought it was punishment, God punishing them for what they'd done. The grandmother had warned them every day until the whippings. All night the brother read medical books while she paced. Finally he raised red-rimmed eyes and suggested food poisoning. The milk must have been sour. She insisted it hadn't tasted or smelled sour. She was always careful. He suggested the hamburger, which had tasted funny to him, but she thought it was fine. He'd eaten most of hers and all of the boys'. He noticed she'd hardly eaten all day, telling her she was almost as thin as the twins and didn't need to stint herself. She began ballet exercises to calm her nerves, and he asked if she was sick too. She admitted Corey loved the donuts, and she wanted to save them for him. The night dragged on. Water was thrown back up. She washed his face and changed his pajamas repeatedly while the sister slept on. Dawn came with the grandmother, bearing the picnic basket. She set out the food and turned to leave without a word. She called out tentatively, and the grandmother responded coldly that she hadn't spoken to her. She insisted, growing angry that Corey was sick, had been throwing up all night and day, and needed a doctor and his mother. The grandmother stalked out without comfort or promise. Her brother offered to unlock the door and find their mother, knowing it would reveal they had a key. Just then the door opened and their mother entered with the grandmother. They hovered over Corey, touching his clammy face, then drifted to a corner to whisper and connive. She watched Corey, who lay quiet as one approaching death, his chest heaving in spasms, gasping for breath. Their mother did nothing, paralyzed by fear of revealing the child's existence. She shouted at them, demanding they take him to a hospital. They glared at her. She watched their mother's calculating thoughts, weighing the risk of losing the inheritance against the life of her son. She screamed again, accusing her mother of thinking only of herself and money, urging her to act like a mother. Their mother slapped her, hard twice, and she slapped back just as hard. The grandmother watched with smug satisfaction. Her brother seized her arms, telling her to calm down, that their mother would do the right thing. She wanted to strike again, but her father's disapproving face flashed in her mind. She shouted a final threat. If Corey died, she would find a way to tell the husband and the grandfather about the 4 hidden children, and their mother would lose everything. The grandmother quietly agreed with her. They returned that night after the servants had retired, bundled in heavy coats against the sudden cold. They pulled Corey from her arms and wrapped him in a green blanket, their mother lifting him. The sister screamed in anguish, throwing herself into her arms, wailing not to let them take him. She promised she would go too, to stay with him in the hospital so he wouldn't be afraid, so he would get well quicker. She knew she was his mother now, not the woman who bore him. Her brother supported her, saying Corey depended on her, but they didn't let her go. Their mother carried him out, his cowlick bobbing, and the grandmother locked the door behind them. The sister was left bereft, screaming and beating against her, then dissolving into sobs, asking why. It was the worst and longest day of their lives. They sat in silence, not even turning on the TV. The brother held them both in the rocker, rocking slowly. She cared for the mouse, telling it its master would return, but it seemed to know something was wrong. They knelt together beside the boy's bed and prayed for him to get well. They slept all 3 in one bed, with the sister between them, vowing nothing gross would ever happen again. She prayed God wouldn't punish the boy for their sin. It had happened only once, and it hadn't been any pleasure. A new day broke, grim and gray. Behind the drawn drapes, the outside world continued its unseen rhythm. They dragged themselves through the motions, trying to eat, trying to keep the mouse content, but the little creature seemed to sense the absence of the boy who used to leave breadcrumb trails for him. She changed the mattress covers with her brother's help, a difficult task they had to perform often because of the boy's failing control, and they made the beds with fresh linens, tidying the room while the sister sat alone in the rocker, staring at nothing. By 10, there was nothing left to do but sit by the door, watching the knob, willing it to turn with news. Their mother came in, eyes rimmed red from crying, the grandmother trailing behind, stern and tearless. Their mother faltered near the door, barely able to stand. They jumped to their feet, but the sister only stared with empty eyes. Their mother explained in a hoarse, choked voice that she had driven the boy to a hospital miles away, registering him under a false name as her nephew and ward. She demanded to know how he was. Their mother's glazed eyes turned toward them, void and lost, and she intoned that he had pneumonia, that the doctors had done all they could, but it was too late. The words hit them like a physical blow. The brother stumbled backward, spinning to hide his face as his shoulders sagged with sobs. At first she refused to believe it, but the look on her mother's face convinced her. A hollow emptiness swelled in her chest, and she sank onto the bed numb, not even realizing she was crying until her clothes were wet. The sister lifted her head, threw it back, and screamed until her voice gave out. She drifted to the corner where the boy kept his instruments and lined up all his small worn tennis shoes. There she sat with the shoes, the instruments, and the mouse's cage nearby, and from that moment on, she never spoke another word. Her brother asked about the funeral. Their mother said he was already buried, with a false name on the tombstone. Then she fled, and the grandmother followed with thin, grim lips. In the days that followed, the sister shriveled before their eyes. None of them could eat. They were listless, always tired, nothing held their interest. They cried oceans of tears and assumed all the blame. They should have escaped long ago, should have used the wooden key and gone for help. They had let him die. He had been their responsibility, their dear, quiet little boy of many talents, and they had let him die. Now their sister huddled in a corner, growing weaker each day. Her brother whispered that they had to run, and quickly, or they would all die like the boy. Something was wrong with all of them. They had been locked up too long, living abnormal lives in a vacuum without resistance to infections. They could die from a single cold germ, like the creatures from Mars in that book. She was horrified, staring at the sister in the corner, her sweet baby face with shadowed eyes too large for her skull, her tiny skeleton body, her neck too weak for her head. Was this how all the Dresden dolls would end? She told him if they had to die, it wouldn't be like mice in a trap. He should steal everything of value tonight, and they would leave. He insisted they could only go if they knew their mother and her husband were out. She couldn't attend parties in her time of mourning. But how could she mourn when she had to keep her husband in the dark? The grandmother refused to speak to them. The sister was blind, deaf, mute, their babbling brook damned. They had to run. She packed the boy's small clothes, his second-best sneakers, 2 pairs of pajamas, tears streaming. In a pocket she found sheet music he must have packed himself, lines he had drawn with a ruler, crooked notes, and beneath the score, words to a half-completed song. Wishing, always wishing for something he couldn't have, something other boys took for granted. She could have screamed with anguish. That night she dreamed of Corey. She walked a winding dirt path through pastures of wildflowers, and he was beside her, laughing and happy, a bouquet in his hand. Then her father appeared in a glorious garden, golden-haired and tanned, holding out his arms. Her heart pounded with joy. He had come to meet Corey so he wouldn't have to travel alone. She released the boy's hand and watched him run into their father's arms, swept up by the powerful embrace that once held her. She wanted to step down that path too. Her brother woke her, saying she had been talking in her sleep, laughing and crying, saying hello and goodbye. She spilled out the dream, and he stared at her, as did the sister. It had been so long since she'd seen her father's face, but looking at her brother, she grew confused. He was so much like him, only younger. That dream would haunt her pleasantly, giving her peace and a new knowledge. People never really died. They only went on to a better place to wait for their loved ones, and then returned to the world in the same way they had arrived the first time. November 10th was to be their last day in captivity. They would deliver themselves. That night, after 10 o'clock, her brother would commit his final robbery. Their mother had visited briefly, clearly ill at ease, mentioning she and Bart were going out that evening against her wishes, because he insisted, not understanding her sadness. Her brother took the pillowcase sack and gave them a long look before locking them in. She lay with the sister in her arms, aching for the boy who had called her Mama when his brother couldn't hear, terrified of seeming weak. She vowed that if she ever had children, they would never feel a need for her that she didn't sense and respond to. Hours dragged by. He didn't return. She envisioned every calamity, the suspicious husband catching him, calling the police, their mother denying she had a son, and the grandmother would be even worse. Dawn came, the sun rising, and still he was gone. She climbed to the attic, staring out at the foggy, cold day, praying he would hurry. Then she heard the door open. He stood there, glazed eyes, no hurry. The pillowcases were flat, empty. She demanded to know where the jewels were, why he'd stayed so long, accusing him of turning chivalrous again. He dropped to his knees beside the bed, sobbing, face buried in her chest. She held him, stroking him, forcing him to speak. He explained, his words broken by sobs. The suite was empty. Their mother and her husband had left, taking everything personal. Trinkets, creams, perfumes, all gone. He'd ransacked every drawer, every closet. The secret compartment with the jewelry trays was bare. Not a ring, bracelet, or necklace remained. Even the tiara she'd tried on was gone. He'd been so desperate he considered stealing a lamp, a fur coat, but they were too heavy or too big. Then he found the lower drawer of the nightstand, a silver-framed photograph of their father, the marriage license, and a small green velvet box containing their mother's wedding band and engagement diamond, the rings her father had given her. It hurt him that she'd taken everything else and left those behind as valueless. He wondered if she had left them deliberately, knowing who was stealing from her. She scoffed at the notion. She didn't care about their father anymore. She had her Bart. He was grateful to have found something, but warned it would take an unbearable crisis to make him pawn those rings. She heard the warning in his voice, noting it didn't sound sincere, almost like he was performing his old trusting self. She pressed him to continue, knowing what he told her so far couldn't account for his long absence. He admitted that when he couldn't rob their mother, he'd decided to rob the grandmother instead. The thought struck her with horrified admiration, perfect revenge. He crept down the dark halls to the grandmother's closed door, seeing a line of yellow light underneath that told him she was still awake. He eased the door open a crack and peered inside. She wasn't naked. She sat up in bed wearing a heavy nightgown, but he did discover her steel blue hair was a wig perched on a dummy head. What remained of her real hair was sparse, yellow-white, with bald patches and baby fuzz. She wore rimless glasses and read the Bible, her thin lips pursed. She knelt to pray silently, then spoke aloud, asking forgiveness for her sins and claiming she had always done what she thought best. Knowing he couldn't steal from her now, he went to the library, navigating the immense, quiet room with its towering shelves and sliding ladders. The desk drawers were all unlocked and completely empty. No papers, no office supplies, not even rubber bands. Suspicious, he decided to confront their grandfather. He kicked open the door to the sick room and found it empty. The hospital bed was stripped, the wheelchair unused, dust on the dresser. The room had a stale, musty feel of disuse. Frustrated, he dashed back to the library to crack the wall safe behind a landscape painting. He tried listening for the combination clicks but couldn't count fast enough. He was about to try picking the lock when he heard footsteps. He ducked behind a sofa, realizing too late he'd left his flashlight in the grandfather's room. The butler John and a maid named Livy entered, bickering about noises she'd heard. They sat on the sofa he was hiding behind, and John murmured something about the old woman killing all the little mice in the attic, carrying them food in a picnic basket, enough to kill a whole army of mice. Livy said the grandmother was a mean, hard woman, and she'd always liked the old man better because at least he knew how to smile. She'd often found the grandmother in his empty room, staring at his bed with a queer little smile, gloating because he was dead and she was free. John agreed she had her own money, but her daughter had inherited all the millions old Malcolm Neil Foxworth had left. The maid's contempt for the old woman was plain as she dismissed the grandmother's own wealth, pointing out that the true fortune, the millions, had gone entirely to the daughter. She painted a bitter picture of the daughter's years of servitude under her father's thumb, a kind of slavery even with nurses at hand, and then remarked on the woman's current freedom: young, beautiful, married to a handsome man, and drowning in money. She wondered aloud what such luck must feel like, contrasting it with her own empty hands. The butler's reply, a lazy, possessive claim on her, came with a warning about his own fickle nature, reducing her to a temporary amusement. From his hiding place behind the sofa, Chris absorbed every word. The shock was physical, a cold numbness that spread through him, turning his stomach. He forced himself to remain motionless, a statue in the dark, while the couple's murmured gossip continued above him. Every instinct screamed at him to bolt, to run to Kathy and Carrie, to drag them out of this house before it was too late. But he was pinned down, a single movement away from discovery. He recalled then that the butler was a distant cousin to the grandmother, a third cousin, which seemed meaningless, yet clearly the man enjoyed her trust, enough to use her cars freely. Later, recounting this to Kathy, his voice was a flat, dead thing, stripped of emotion. He described the sounds that had followed the gossip, the rustle of clothes being shed, the soft, suggestive movements. Kathy's interruption, a question about the maid's willingness, was met with a flat confirmation. There had been no protest, only enthusiasm. The encounter dragged on, filled with animalistic noises, moans, gasps, shrieks, grunts, before the couple finally stilled to smoke and talk. Their knowledge of the house's secrets seemed boundless, and when they were done, they had gone at it again. Kathy, listening, felt a wave of frustrated recognition. She realized Chris had waited too long, just as she'd always warned him. He should have been taking the jewelry bit by bit, but he'd hesitated, and now their mother and her husband had fled with everything of value. It was just another vacation, another escape from this house, a house they themselves were desperate to leave. She saw the weight of something unsaid in his eyes, some knowledge he was withholding, and she felt the familiar sting of his loyalty to their mother, even now. His voice cracked as he tried to speak again, but she cut him off, her own voice brittle with a false assurance. She claimed she wasn't blaming him, that they could still manage. They'd work, they'd find a way to support themselves, to get Carrie the care she needed. She brushed aside the theft of their mother's jewels and the callousness of her silence, convincing herself they were accustomed to such cruelty. But the question hung in the air. Why the tears? Then his anger broke through, his face wet as he demanded she truly hear him. He shouted the revelation that their grandfather had been dead for nearly a year. The words hit her like a physical blow. For a dizzying moment she seized on the good news. Their mother would inherit, they'd be rich, the door would open. But the implication followed, a flood of devastating questions. Their mother had known, and she'd said nothing. She'd let them rot in ignorance, waiting for a death that had already come and gone. His voice dropped to a whisper, as if the walls themselves were listening. He accused their mother of deliberate deception. The will had been read months ago, and all that time she'd kept them locked away. He drove the point home. 9 extra months of freedom, of health, might have saved Corey's life. Overwhelmed, Kathy felt herself falling into a pit of betrayal. She began to cry, but he stopped her, his own tears drying into something harder. There was more, he warned her. Much more, and worse. She could only wonder what more there could possibly be. Their mother was already revealed as a liar and a thief, a woman who had stolen their youth and, through her negligence, cost Corey his life. The litany their mother had taught them to recite in dark moments now felt like a bitter joke. Had she known, even then, that she would become the monster her father had shaped? Kathy collapsed against Chris, burying her face in his chest, begging him not to continue. She'd heard enough. She couldn't bear to hate her mother any more than she already did. His response was almost cruel in its promise of a deeper, more consuming hatred yet to come. But he softened, outlining a vow. They would leave regardless. They would head to Florida, to the sun, and build new lives. He refused to let her feel shame for what they had shared, insisting it was nothing compared to their mother's sins. Even if she died before him, he would carry the memory of their time in the attic, the dancing, the paper flowers. The dust and rot would smell like roses because she had been there. He spoke of change, of shedding their worst selves and keeping the best. They would stick together, he swore, and they would grow. He would become a doctor, and she would outshine any dancer the world had ever known. Kathy felt a weariness settle over her, a fatigue with talk of love and futures that still seemed impossibly distant. Death was a constant companion, curled beside her in the form of a silent, fading girl. But she steeled herself, gave him a quick kiss, and declared herself ready for his final blow. She was prepared, she insisted, for the worst he could tell her. In her youthful arrogance, she was certain she could bear anything. She didn't yet understand the depth of the cruelty she was about to hear. Chris pressed her for an answer, demanding she guess what excuse the grandmother had given for locking the room. Kathy shook her head. The memory of those early weeks faded. He supplied it. A clever story about mice, hundreds of them, using the stairs, forcing her to lock the door. And she had left food laced with arsenic to kill them. Kathy listened, initially impressed by the ingenuity of the lie. Then he revealed the chilling detail. Arsenic was white, tasteless when mixed with powdered sugar. Her mind raced to the daily donuts, one for each of them. Now only 3 were left in the basket. A protest rose in her throat. Why would the grandmother poison them slowly, bit by bit? Why not a swift, lethal dose? He explained, his hands cradling her head as he referenced an old movie. A woman had fed her victims small, cumulative doses, making their decline gradual and easily mistaken for natural illness. Headaches, stomach upsets, chronic weakness, symptoms that masked the true cause of death. When they finally died, it looked like pneumonia or simply old age. Doctors never suspected. The implication struck her like a physical blow. Corey hadn't died from pneumonia. He had been poisoned. Her mother's explanation was another lie. She grasped for a defense, insisting their mother would never allow such a thing. She still wanted the money, yes, but she wouldn't kill them. He turned his head away, unable to meet her eyes, and proposed a test. They would feed a bit of the donut to Corey's pet mouse. Kathy recoiled at the thought. Not Mickey. He was Corey's beloved pet, trusting and gentle. She pleaded for a wild mouse instead, one that didn't know them. But Chris argued. Mickey was old and lame, and finding another live mouse was nearly impossible. He also pointed out that if they were to escape, Mickey wouldn't survive on his own anyway. The necessity was harsh. They had to know. Carrie was fading day by day. They were all fading. And so, the small gray creature that had trusted them took the offered bit of donut. The betrayal was a silent agony. The mouse didn't die immediately. It grew sluggish, listless, then experienced small fits of pain that drew whimpers from its tiny throat. Hours later, it lay on its back, stiff and cold, its paws curled, its eyes dull and sunken. The evidence was undeniable. God hadn't taken Corey. Chris tentatively suggested they could take the mouse and the remaining donuts to the police. Kathy confirmed the outcome. The grandmother would go to jail. He could only agree, his back turned to her. When she pressed him about what else he was hiding, he deferred, saying he couldn't speak of it without being sick. They would leave in the morning, he promised, and get Carrie, and themselves, to a doctor. The remaining hours crawled by. With everything packed and ready, they had nothing to do but stare at the television one last time. Carrie remained in her corner, silent and remote, while Kathy and Chris watched from their separate beds. When the show ended, Kathy mused aloud about the soap opera characters. They were like them, she observed, never going outside, their joys always shadowed by catastrophe. And then she sensed it, a presence in the room. Her breath caught. The grandmother stood there, her gray eyes cold, her stance radiating contempt. She had been watching for some time. In a voice like ice, she commented on how sophisticated they had become, locked away from the world. Their cynical observation about life's disappointments wasn't an exaggeration, she told them. It was prophecy. Nothing ever worked out as expected. In the end, there was always disappointment. She left them with that, locking the door behind her. The hidden sun had set, leaving the room in gloom. Chris tried to buoy her spirits, dismissing the grandmother's words as a petty attempt to crush them. If they expected only a small share of happiness, he reasoned, they wouldn't be disappointed. But Kathy's mind was already set on something larger. A hill of happiness was no longer enough. After years of imprisonment, of being used and betrayed, she wanted a mountain. She made a silent vow. From this day forward, she would be in control of her own life. No one, fate, God, even Chris, would dominate her again. She was done being a prisoner. She had been barely 12 when she'd first entered this house. Now, nearly 3.5 years later, she had reached a hard maturity. The wisdom of the attic was part of her. She was no longer the fragile Dresden doll she'd once been. She had turned to steel, determined to get what she wanted, no matter the obstacle. Her gaze fell on Carrie, slumped in the corner, her long hair hiding her face. Only 8 years old, but shuffling like an old woman, refusing to eat or speak. Kathy resolved that even Carrie's stubborn defiance wouldn't stand in her way. She strode over and lifted her, ignoring the girl's weak struggles, forcing food into her mouth, making her swallow, prying her lips apart to make her drink. When Carrie accused her of being mean, she simply carried her into the bathroom, tending to her needs. She shampooed her hair, dressed her in layers of warm clothing, and brushed her hair until it shone. It was thinner, less glorious, but clean. As the long night of waiting stretched on, Kathy held Carrie in her arms, whispering of their future in Florida, of sun and happiness. Chris sat in the rocker, strumming Corey's guitar and softly singing a tune. Perhaps they could work as a trio, she thought, if Carrie ever found her voice again. They weren't entirely penniless. They had watches, instruments, a camera, and watercolors to sell, and their father's rings still hidden. Morning would bring escape, but a nagging thought troubled her. The grandmother had entered without a sound, stood watching them. Had she done this before? If so, she might know of their plans. She might have made her own to stop them. The realization settled over her, cold and ominous. Kathy hesitated, weighing whether to voice the fear that had taken root in her mind. Chris couldn't afford to hesitate now, couldn't find another reason to delay. She spoke her suspicion, and he answered without pausing his strumming, as if it were a trivial concern. He acknowledged the thought had occurred to him the moment he'd seen the grandmother. Yes, she trusted the butler, John, and might have him waiting at the bottom of the stairs. But his tone was defiant, a challenge to anyone who would try to stop them. Still, the image of the grandmother and the butler lurking below wouldn't release its grip on her. Leaving Carrie asleep on the bed and Chris in the rocker, she drifted up to the attic to say a silent farewell. Beneath the bare light bulb, she stood and let the memories wash over her. She saw them as they had been on that first day, 4 children holding hands, overwhelmed by the cavernous space, the ghostly furniture, the mountains of junk. She saw Chris high above, risking his life to hang swings for the twins. She moved into the schoolroom, her gaze falling on the old desks where Corey and Carrie had learned their letters. She deliberately avoided looking at the stained mattress that held other, more complicated memories. Her eyes traced the paper flowers, the lopsided snail, the menacing purple worm, the signs they had lettered, and through the maze of their paper garden she saw herself dancing alone, always alone, except when Chris watched from the shadows, his longing somehow becoming hers. When she waltzed with him, she had transformed him into someone else. His voice called up from below. It was time. She hurried back to the schoolroom and, with white chalk, wrote a simple epitaph on the blackboard. 4 names, 1 crossed out in spirit. She signed it and added the date, leaving an enigma for some future soul to unravel. The ghosts of the 4 of them, she knew, would overshadow all the other children who had been hidden away in this attic. With the dead mouse and the poisoned donuts in a paper sack in Chris's pocket, he used the wooden key to open their prison door for the final time. They would fight if they had to. He carried the 2 suitcases, the guitar slung over one shoulder, the banjo over the other. He led the way through the dim halls to the back stairs. Carrie was in Kathy's arms, barely more than the weight she had been when they'd first climbed these steps over 3 years ago. The suitcases were the same ones their mother had carried that terrible night. Money was pinned inside their clothes, divided between them in case they were separated. The heavy coins were split evenly in the suitcases. They were young, vulnerable, half sick, but no longer naive. Kathy's heart seized as Chris unlocked the back door. He stepped out, smiling back at her. The cold air hit her, sharp and clean. Patches of melting snow dotted the ground beneath a gray, forbidding sky. The earth felt strange and soft under her feet after years of hard wooden floors. She wasn't safe yet. John could still follow, try to drag them back. She lifted her head and breathed in the mountain air, intoxicating as wine. She kept Carrie in her arms for a short distance, then set her down. The girl wobbled, disoriented, and sniffled. Kathy pulled her along, urging her to take deep breaths, promising that fresh air, good food, and sunshine would soon restore her strength. Carrie's small face tilted upward, and for a moment, a spark of hope flickered in her eyes. She asked the question that had been locked inside her since Corey died. Were they going to meet him? Kathy couldn't extinguish that fragile hope. She spoke of Daddy in a beautiful garden, of Corey in his arms. They were waiting, she said, but it would be a long, long time before they could meet again. Carrie's brow furrowed with worry. Corey wouldn't like the garden without her, and if he came back looking for them, he wouldn't know where they were. Kathy's eyes filled with tears. She tried to pick Carrie up again, but the girl struggled free, dragging her feet and twisting to look back at the house. Kathy urged her forward, telling her Corey was watching, praying for their escape. They followed Chris along the winding trails, his pace relentless, until they reached the small train depot. A rusted tin roof on 4 wooden posts, a rickety bench beneath. The sun was just cresting the mountains, painting the sky lavender rose. A mailman spotted them, greeted them with friendly curiosity. He commented on Carrie's pale, peaked appearance, and Chris assured him she'd been sick but would soon recover. The man nodded, seemingly satisfied. He asked if they had tickets. Chris said they had money, just enough. The train arrived. As it pulled away from the depot, they caught their last glimpse of Foxworth Hall, their eyes fixed on the attic windows, the closed black shutters. Then Kathy saw movement in the northern wing, a heavy drapery parting, the shadowy form of a large old woman staring out. She nudged Chris. The figure vanished. They slipped lower in their seats, knowing she couldn't see them from that distance, but the sight still sent a chill through them. Chris laughed bitterly, guessing it was just another attempt to catch them doing something forbidden. In Charlottesville, they bought bus tickets to Sarasota and faced a 2-hour wait. The fear that John might follow them was a constant, gnawing presence. To stay ahead of any pursuit, they kept moving, storing their luggage in a rented locker and wandering the streets. They passed unnoticed, just another odd-looking family in ill-fitting clothes, their pale faces and clumsy haircuts drawing no stares. It was a relief to be among crowds again. At a corner, they paused. Chris produced the paper sack with the dead mouse and the poisoned donuts. His eyes asked the question, would they take it to the police? The bag represented everything. Their stolen years, their lost childhood, their frustrations, their loneliness, and above all, the loss of Corey. Chris offered a grim alternative. Go to the police, tell their story, and be placed in foster homes or an orphanage. He kept his eyes averted, a sure sign he was holding something back. Kathy demanded the truth. It was about their mother. Before their grandfather died, he had added a codicil to his will. If their mother was ever proven to have given birth to children from her first marriage, she would forfeit everything, her clothes, jewels, investments, all of it. Worse, the same condition applied to children from a second marriage. Their grandfather hadn't forgiven her. He would punish her from beyond the grave. The pieces clicked together in Kathy's mind. It was their mother, not the grandmother. Chris confirmed it. He'd heard the old woman praying, and she was evil, but he doubted she would poison the donuts herself. She only carried them up, knowing the children would eat them. Their mother had been on her honeymoon when the daily donuts started, but she'd been back for 9 months since the will was read. Only their mother benefited from the grandfather's will. Kathy's mind reeled with questions, but Carrie was there, clinging to her, staring up. She couldn't let her know the truth about Corey's death. Chris placed the bag with the evidence in her hands and left the decision to her. He told her she had been right all along. If he had listened, Corey would still be alive. She felt a surge of hatred born from betrayed love. She wanted to see them both in prison, stripped of their wealth and dignity. But then she looked up at the sky, questioning. Could she let God balance the scales, or was it her burden to carry? She thought it cruel that Chris would place this decision on her shoulders alone, but there was no time to answer, no time to act. The future was waiting. She wondered if Chris's capacity for forgiveness was truly limitless, whether he could pardon their mother for Corey's death, for the slow poison meant for all of them. Did he believe that their grandparents' cruelty could twist anyone into a murderer? She asked herself the question that burned in her mind. Could any amount of money make her kill her own children? The answer was a resounding no. Her thoughts drifted backward, to the time before their father died. She saw them all in the backyard, laughing, happy. She saw the beach, the sailboat, the skiing trips, and she saw their mother in the kitchen, trying her best to cook meals that would please them all. Their grandparents had surely known how to kill love. They would have taught her, whether she wanted to learn or not. Or perhaps Chris was thinking the same as she was. If they went to the police, their faces would be splashed across every newspaper in the country. Would that kind of public exposure be worth the cost? They would lose their privacy, their anonymity, and most of all, they might lose each other. Was revenge worth that risk? She looked up at the sky, but she didn't find any answers there. God didn't write the scripts for small players like them. They wrote their own stories day by day, thought by thought. Their mother had written hers too, and it was a sorry one indeed. Once she had 4 children she considered perfect. Now she had none. Once she had 4 children who loved her and saw her as perfect. Now she had none who saw her that way, and she would never dare to have more. The codicil in her father's will would keep her faithful to her fortune. She would grow old while her younger husband remained vibrant. She would have time to feel lonely, to wish she'd chosen differently. If her arms never ached for Kathy, they would ache for Chris and for Carrie. And someday she would long for the grandchildren that would never be born. They would flee southward on a bus, determined to make something of themselves. When they saw their mother again, and fate would arrange it, they would look her in the eyes and turn away. Kathy dropped the paper sack into a green trash can, saying a silent goodbye to Mickey and asking his forgiveness. Chris called out to her, his hand extended. He urged her to leave the past behind and embrace the future. They had wasted enough time already. Everything ahead was waiting for them. His words made her feel real, alive, free. She laughed and spun around, placing her hand in his. He scooped up Carrie with his free arm, hugging her close and kissing her pale cheek. He told her they were heading to a place where flowers bloomed all winter long. Did that make her want to smile? A tiny, fleeting smile crossed her lips. Barely there, but enough. For now, it was enough. With that, the story of their foundation years came to a close. They had escaped Foxworth Hall and made their way, always striving toward their goals. Their lives would be tempestuous, but it taught both Chris and Kathy that they were survivors. For Carrie, it was different. She had to be persuaded to want a life without Corey, even when surrounded by roses. But how they managed to survive, that was another story. The end. And now the attic door closes behind us. And before the silence settles in, thank you for walking through these shadows and staying with this story until the very end. What makes Flowers in the Attic linger isn't only what happens inside those locked walls. It's the uneasy feeling that V.C. Andrews understood something painfully human beneath all the Gothic darkness. She once spoke of hearing stories that blurred the line between rumor and reality, and she wrote with the sense that families sometimes hide their deepest wounds behind beautiful curtains and perfect smiles. Much of her writing happened while she lived through years of illness and physical limitations, creating entire worlds from spaces where movement itself had become difficult. Maybe that is why confinement in her stories feels less like a setting and more like a state of being. The fear inside this story was never really about an attic. It was about abandonment, about innocence being asked to survive where love should have lived. The flowers themselves almost become a quiet symbol of that pain, something delicate trying to grow where sunlight was never meant to reach. And Andrews kept returning to those emotional shadows in works like My Sweet Audrina, Heaven, and the continuing Dollanganger stories, building a legacy that never sat comfortably on bookshelves. Her stories unsettled people, and somehow comforted them too. The journey from page to screen carried its own strange history. Jeffrey Bloom directed the 1987 adaptation, with Louise Fletcher, Victoria Tennant, Christy Swanson, and Jeb Stuart-Adams. Christopher Young's score helped wrap the film in a cold, dreamlike unease, while production designer John Muto built spaces that felt elegant and quietly suffocating. Yet the film changed important parts of Andrews's novel. Some of the book's darkest and most psychologically disturbing elements were reduced or softened, and after difficult test screenings, the ending itself was altered. Jeffrey Bloom reportedly walked away from parts of those changes because the final direction no longer reflected what he wanted for the story. Years later, Deborah Chow, long before directing episodes of The Mandalorian and Obi-Wan Kenobi, approached the 2014 adaptation with a different tone. Heather Graham, Kiernan Shipka, Mason Dye, and Ellen Burstyn stepped into the Foxworth world with a version many readers felt moved closer to the novel itself. Screenwriter Kayla Alpert allowed more of the story's emotional discomfort to remain intact rather than hiding from it. Some of the quieter stories from behind the camera feel strangely fitting for this world. Louise Fletcher became so immersed in her role that she remained deeply inside the character even between scenes, carrying the coldness of the grandmother beyond the moment the camera stopped rolling. Christy Swanson later recalled that Andrews felt she matched the Kathy she had imagined while writing, and before casting settled, a young Sharon Stone even auditioned for the role of Corrine. Maybe that is why people still return to this story decades later. Not because it is comfortable, not because it gives easy answers, because somewhere inside its darkness it asks difficult questions about family, memory, and the wounds people inherit from one another. If this retelling stayed with you, the original novel is still waiting, with details and emotions no adaptation can fully hold. Books have a way of letting you sit alone with characters in places where cameras simply cannot follow. And if you have thoughts of your own, an interpretation, a disagreement, a scene that never left your mind, leave them behind and let them become part of the conversation. If you'd like to continue these journeys through stories together, you can subscribe and stay nearby. And if this felt meaningful to you, pass it to someone else who still believes stories are worth carrying from one person to another. Because even after endings arrive, stories rarely disappear. They wait quietly, somewhere in the dark, for another listener to open the door.